Chapter 1. F***Ku. Fei Yu is very panicked now, but more of a confuse. He lay in the cradle in a daze, looking at the unfamiliar environment and the strange plants he had never seen before, and gradually confirmed a fact. Traveled through. I became a little brat. He was so weak that he couldn't even tie a chicken and had difficulty turning over. The most important thing is that I was lying alone in the wilderness, without a single person in sight. TMD is probably still an abandoned baby. What a trap. The college entrance exam is tomorrow. Doesn't this mean I've missed it? How embarrassing for me. Fei Yu was secretly delighted but also had a headache. Although traveling through time was great, becoming an abandoned child with no one to take care of him was very embarrassing. He flapped his short legs with his claws and fangs, thinking that he had some magical cheating ability to change the status quo. But in the end, he felt nothing and was just an ordinary human cub. The only thing she could do was to keep her big cute eyes open and let fate take its course. Can any kind-hearted person come and rescue me? Looking at the gray sky, it is obviously a sign of rain. If it really rains, with my fragile body, I might be killed by the raindrops. Just when I was extremely anxious, the thing that was supposed to come finally came. Ding! The strongest sign-in system is binding. Congratulations on successfully binding the host. For first-time users, you can get a newbie bonus, which will reward you with +1 additional sign-in. Every time you sign in, the host will receive system rewards, including all kinds of rewards, and as the system level increases, more functions will be unlocked. Does the host need to sign in now? Haha, I was just saying there was such a thing. Seeing the impending rainstorm, this was a matter of life and death. There was no room for optimism. Fei Yu didn't hesitate and shouted in his mind. Sign. I sign. Both times. Okay, host. Ding. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the God's proud son talent. Ding. Second sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You've obtained the life is like a rock talent. Talent. Destiny's chosen one. Your appearance and luck are both second to none, and you have a natural charm that attracts all creatures. All creatures will fall for you and forget the world when they see you. Talent. Life like a rock. The fate is as solid as a rock, immune to all poisons and diseases. As long as there is no external interference, the lifespan will reach 10,000 years. At the same time, every creature that comes into contact with you for a long time will be affected by this talent, extending their lifespan, strengthening their physical fitness, healing old injuries, and becoming rejuvenated. Once you leave me for too long, the effect will slowly wear off. 2 clear streams flowed through Fei Yu's body. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your talent has been granted. These 2 talents are really good. One adds face, the other adds blood. But Fei Yu couldn't be happy. After all, these 2 talents are of no help to the current situation. He desperately hoped to meet local humans who would rescue him. But in this desolate wilderness, there is no sign of human life. What should I do? Lying down all the time is not a good idea. Just when he was getting anxious, after a while, Fei Yu suddenly heard a slight rustling sound coming from not far away. Following the sound, I saw 2 blurry figures wandering in the grass. Finally, I see a living person. Fei Yu seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw and immediately started to scream loudly, trying to attract the other person's attention. Wow, wow. Hearing the babies crying, the 2 figures stopped immediately and began to slowly move towards Fei Yu. As the figures got closer, Fei Yu finally saw their appearance clearly. They were actually 2 naked men. Saying naked men are all nice things is like being a monster with green grass growing on their heads. Fei Yu recognized them. He had the good fortune of having seen them on TV. White Zetsu. Could it be that I am in the Hokage world? But Fei Yu couldn't care less about this at the moment. These 2 White Zetsu are not easy to deal with, nor are they good Samaritans. The moment he saw Fei Yu, White Zetsu number 1 laughed and said, "Oh, TSK. It's actually a human cub." White Zetsu number 2. I guess they were dumped here. Humph, hypocritical humans. They even abandoned their own flesh and blood. White Zetsu number 1. This little guy is so tender and delicate. Really good, what should we do? What can I do? Eat him, of course. White Zetsu number 2 smiled greedily, his jagged teeth opening and closing, and he stretched out his hand and slowly approached Fei Yu. What a sin. Fei Yu was close to despair. After finally crossing over, I became an abandoned child. Being an abandoned child is one thing, but the saviors I met at the beginning were two stupid White Zetsu. Wow. Fei Yu couldn't utter a word, and all that came out of his mouth was a heartbreaking cry. God wants to kill me, a foreigner. At this heartbroken moment, White Zetsu number 2's hand suddenly stopped. The murderous look on his face was fading away at a speed visible to the naked eye, and he turned into a look of infatuation. He couldn't help but sigh. This child, how come he is so beautiful? It's so good that I can't even eat it. Proud son of heaven, his talent is starting to take effect. Huh? White Zetsu number 1 scoffed. Is there anything you wouldn't want to eat? Let me see. White Zetsu number 1 pushed number 2 aside, squatted down, and looked at Fei Yu's face carefully. This was a rare opportunity, and Fei Yu seized the opportunity and grinned. His smile was so flattering. This is indeed handsome. Very cute. White Zetsu number 1 was also stunned. It was the first time he met a kid that he liked so much. The most important thing is that the aura that Fei Yu exudes makes the two White Zetsu feel extremely friendly, feeling like family. The two experts were amazed and felt that this boy was extraordinary. Take him back and show him to Lord Madara. Obito has been making so much noise lately. It's really annoying. It would be nice to have a different child to raise. Agree. Duh. Chapter 2. Tap, splash, swishing, crackling. The rainstorm started. White Zetsu number 2 carefully held Fei Yu in his arms and prepared to return to his base. Fei Yu slowly breathed a sigh of relief. No matter who claims it, at least now, I won't die in the rain. This proud son of heaven has quite the talent. I can't believe even White Zetsu can't stand my looks. Taking advantage of this gap, Fei Yu opened the system panel and carefully checked the system functions. This system is called the strongest sign-in system. Every once in a while, you can sign in and receive system rewards. The current sign-in interval is 1 year, and the system level is level 1. As long as you complete the tasks randomly assigned by the system, you can gain experience points for system upgrades. After the upgrade, the system's sign-in time will be greatly reduced, and open up more system functions and rare rewards. For example, the system mall. The two White Zetsu were very fast, or perhaps they were worried that Fei Yu would get wet, because before Fei Yu could finish browsing all the functions of the system, they arrived at the secret base. The secret base is a completely sealed space with no entrance at all, but this doesn't bother White Zetsu. White Zetsu number 2 opened his stomach and placed Fei Yu inside. He said gently, "Don't worry, little one. You'll be out soon. It might be a little stuffy, so bear with it." White Zetsu number 1. It's really strange. Ever since we brought him on this journey, this kid hasn't cried or made a fuss. He even giggles from time to time. It seems like he really likes being with us. White Zetsu number 2 Ichiraku. This is fate. Let's go? I don't want to keep this cute little guy bored for too long. After saying that, the two Jew looked at each other and nodded, then disappeared into the earth together. In the dark hall of the base, two White Zetsu popped their heads out from underground. Just as they were about to shout, the White Zetsu next to them quickly shushed them and whispered, "Hush. Lord Madara is giving Obito instructions for his funeral. In front of me, two people with spiky hair, one old and one young, one black and one white, were standing facing each other." White Zetsu number 1 muttered quietly, "Hey, it looks like Madara-sama and Obito are having a good chat in the illusion space." White Zetsu's original form. Hee, the first step of Madara-sama's plan has been realized. Rin is dead. Look at Obito's eyes, that look of hatred towards everything. How beautiful. White Zetsu number 2 didn't even bother to look at it, and immediately released Fei Yu from his stomach as soon as he crawled out of the soil. Cough. Cough. Although the time spent in the stomach was very short, Fei Yu still felt suffocated. After all, with such a small body, his lungs were so small that his lung capacity was not as great as that of an adult. Be good, it's okay. Don't cry, just breathe well. White Zetsu number 2 held Fei Yu in his arms like a nanny and comforted him. I really don't understand. Why did you bring back a child? White Zetsu's real body shouted angrily. The wills of the White Zetsu are originally interconnected, but this requires the White Zetsu itself to actively check, or the White Zetsu clone to actively send a signal to the main body. When the clones found Fei Yu, They did not send any signals to the original body. White Zetsu's original body had just been watching the furious Obito slaughtering the mist shinobi ninja on the battlefield, and then returned to the base with Obito, without paying any attention to the movements of other clones. White Zetsu number 2 pouted. This kid looks very attractive. Let's adopt him. Ridiculous. What good will it do us to raise a human kid? When White Zetsu was about to take Fei Yu away, the bodies of Madara and Obito beside him suddenly moved. The two returned to reality from the illusion space. The old Madara said softly, "Obito, from now on, you are the savior of this world. Now, I will teach you Uchiha's forbidden technique, 6 paths technique, and yin-yang release technique." As he spoke, Madara raised his arm and placed it on the right shoulder of White Zetsu's body. The thick black juice continued to spread on White Zetsu's shoulders until it occupied the entire half of White Zetsu's body. I have injected my will into White Zetsu's body. You can think of this half of White Zetsu as me. This is also the product of the deterioration of yin-yang release. Use it as your chess piece. After saying this, Uchiha Madara stretched out his hand and made a seal. A black stick with branches faintly appears on the chest of the Hashirama statue on the wall. Obito, this black rod is the embodiment of my will. When you wish to use the 6 paths technique, use it. Uchiha Obito said nothing, but just listened quietly to Madara's entrustment. At this moment, Madara seemed to notice something and tilted his head slightly, his eyes instantly fixed on the baby in White Zetsu number 2's arms. Who is this kid? Why is he here? Upon hearing this, White Zetsu number 2 immediately stood up and ran 2 steps to show Fei Yu in front of Madara. Madara-sama, this is an abandoned baby I just found. How is he? Isn't he cute? Let's adopt him. Uchiha Madara's face was expressionless, and the coldness in his eyes remained unchanged. He's not as boring as White Zetsu. Uchiha Madara said nothing, but the moment he raised his hand, murderous intent filled him, and he was ready to kill the child directly. Although Fei Yu was just a child, he could truly feel the strong murderous intent. How can this be? Master Madara, you can't do this to me. When I was watching Hokage, you were my favorite. Maybe. In order to save his life, Fei Yu quickly put on a pitiful and ingratiating smile. The little mouth opened, and Madara raised her hand, but stopped. This child, Madara was slightly surprised, and an indescribable sense of intimacy sprouted in his heart. The last time I felt this way was when my younger brother Izuna was still alive. Seeing this, White Zetsu number 2 immediately realized that Madara seemed to be moved as well, and directly sent Fei Yu into Madara's arms. Master Madara, please take a closer look at him. This child is really special. That's right. After just this one encounter, Madara realized that this boy was different from the others. To be honest, he also likes Fei Yu a little. But what's the point of liking someone? I'm going to die soon. Madara held Fei Yu in her arms, said nothing, and walked slowly to Obito's side. The 3 chakra transmission tubes connected to Madara's back gradually stretched from limp to tight. Sizzle. The transmission pipe is broken. The reason why he is still alive is that he has been relying on these tubes to prolong his life, which has long been exhausted. Haha. The moment the pipe broke, Uchiha Madara's body tilted instantly. Fei Yu was startled and grabbed Madara's shoulders with his little claws, so he didn't fall. Madara stumbled and collapsed back onto his throne, groaning weakly. Go, Obito, I'm going to die. In the time before you revive me. You must. I must. Before he could finish his last words, Uchiha Madara suddenly shut his mouth. The next moment, he stood up suddenly. This action scared the White Zetsu and Obito. White Zetsu number 2. What's going on? A last gasp. White Zetsu's true form. Impossible. Now without the chakra supply in the tube, there's no way Madara-sama can survive. But Madara-sama. Uchiha Madara was also shocked. He subconsciously raised his right hand and clenched his fist. A very wonderful feeling was running wildly in his body. Uchiha Madara tried to take 2 more steps. My waist and legs no longer hurt, and I have more energy to walk. Strange, why am I not dead yet? This shouldn't be the case. At this moment, Madara suddenly noticed that the child who was clinging to his chest was still smiling at him. That smile was full of life, even warmer than the chakra of his best friend Senju Hashirama. Madara suddenly realized something. Could it be because of this brat? Duh. Chapter 3. To verify his guess, Madara picked up Fei Yu from his chest, turned around, and handed it to White Zetsu. Hold this child for me first. Okay, Lord Madara. White Zetsu stepped forward and reached out to take it. Just as he carried Fei Yu away, within a few seconds, Madara suddenly felt a sense of extreme weakness and fatigue spread throughout his body. He knew that this was the feeling before death. Hurry, bring the child here. Madara shouted at White Zetsu with all his strength. White Zetsu was a little confused and put Fei Yu in Madara's arms again according to Madara's instructions. The feeling of death disappeared. What emerged instead was a trend of rejuvenation. Although it was not strong, Uchiha Madara could clearly feel that the organs in his body that had long been exhausted began to warm up, and even the chakra that had long been unable to be refined began to heat up. This is auspicious. Uchiha Madara stared at Fei Yu in his arms, surprised and happy. This child actually has the ability to rejuvenate people, and the more you look at it, the more familiar it becomes, and the more you can't put it down. It seems like there is a kind of magic that makes people want to keep him by their side and love him to their heart's content. Ha 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 ha. Uchiha Madara lifted Fei Yu high up and laughed heartily. Although the old voice still exists, it is obviously more lively than before. Obito, Black Zetsu, and all the White Zetsu looked confused. White Zetsu asked in a low voice, Lord Madara, excuse me, are you still alive? Die? I want to die, but it seems I can't. Ha! Not only that, I can even feel my body regressing to my younger years. Uchiha Madara was quite excited at this moment. If my guess is correct, it must be related to this child. Ha ha ha. God, you have been unfair to me for so long. Is this the treasure you gave me before I died? It's God's will. This must be God's will. From now on, this child will be adopted by me, Uchiha Madara. Look at his appearance. Doesn't he look a bit like my brother? Looking at Uchiha Madara's madness, the audience around were stunned. Before they could express their opinions, Madara kicked away the sickle cane that had accompanied him for many years and sat back on the throne with Fei Yu in his arms. Looks like I don't have to die. Obito, give me back the big black stick. In time, if my body can be rejuvenated to its peak, then you won't have to prepare to resurrect me. Project Tsuki no Mi will be carried out by me, Uchiha Madara. Well, Obito is very square. Just now I felt completely needed. Now it has suddenly become redundant. This gap is very embarrassing. But for him, it's nothing. This feeling of disparity was fleeting, and Obito didn't care about it. All he cared about was the world with Len. He doesn't care whether he created this world himself or not. Seeing that Madara, who should have died, was safe and sound, Black Zetsu didn't care and was even a little happy. After all, it would be even more perfect for Black Zetsu if Uchiha Madara could complete Project Tsuki no Mi himself. At least it can save a lot of effort, and the resurrection of Mother Kaguya is just around the corner. White Zetsu, what's the name of this child? Uchiha Madara asked White Zetsu while teasing Fei Yu in his arms. White Zetsu number 2 spread his hands and said, I don't know either. Lord Madara, why don't you just give him a name? Uchiha Madara nodded and began to think of nice names in his mind. At this moment, he saw 2 small words written inconspicuously on the rag wrapped around Fei Yu's body. Fly feather. These 2 words came out of Uchiha Madara's mouth. Fei Yu? Little guy, is this your name? Fei Yu stretched out her little hand, her bright eyes moving back and forth, as if confirming the name. Ha 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 ha. Okay, from now on, I'll call you Fei Yu. I, Uchiha Madara, lived a brilliant life, but now I'm alone in my old age. You are God's gift to make up for it. I want to adopt you as my godson. Fei Yu, are you willing? Uchiha Madara, commonly known as Lord Madara, he was second only to the ninja world at his peak. He was a real powerhouse. How could I refuse when Madara took the initiative to accept me as his godson? Fei Yu's little hands fluttered even more happily, and the smile on her face became even brighter. Ha ha ha. Good, very good. I feel like Fei Yu can understand what I say. He's really smart. At this time, White Zetsu reminded, Lord Madara, since you are going to carry out the plan yourself, do you need me to retrieve the Rinnegan that you left on the Uzumaki brat? Madara shook her head. It's useless to take it back now. Let me wait for my body to recover for a while. As long as my godson stays by my side, at this rate of recovery, I believe I'll be back to my peak form in a few years. It won't be too late to take it then. What's mine will always be mine. Just leave the Rinnegan in Nagato and let it work for me. And during this time, we have more important things to do. Hearing this, Black White Zetsu and Obito asked in unison, "What is it?" Uchiha Madara stared at Fei Yu in his arms and smiled kindly. "Take care of the baby. White Zetsu, go get me some milk. It has to be human milk. We can't let the child go hungry. Obito, go buy some diapers, good quality ones. Our little Fei Yu must always smell good. Black Zetsu, you. Forget it. Just leave and find a cool place to take a nap. Don't scare my godson." Chapter 4. Uchiha Madara's secret base, in front of the Geto statue, under the Hashirama statue. Uchiha Madara is holding Fei Yu and coaxing him to sleep. He had been holding her for quite some time and was reluctant to let go. Even when going to the toilet, he took Fei Yu with him. Madara might not be able to pee if someone else watched her. But when Fei Yu watched, he didn't care at all, and even urinated farther and more forcefully than usual. Squeak. It's nearly 2 meters away. Madara nodded in satisfaction. It's not as good as it was in my heyday, but 2 meters is pretty good. This is the most direct sign of rejuvenation. The reason why Madara is so inseparable from Fei Yu is that she really wants to recover as soon as possible. But the bigger reason was that the more Madara looked at this child, the more he liked him. I even like it to the point that I'm afraid of it falling if I hold it in my hand, and afraid of it melting if I put it in my mouth. Fei Yu naturally enjoyed Madara's doting to the extreme. It seems like I should be able to get through my most vulnerable childhood safely. I never thought that Madara-sama also has such a gentle side. It's not a good habit to not wash your hands after using the toilet. But while it's enjoyable, White Zetsu and Obito's efficiency is really slow. I've been gone for half a day, but I still haven't found the diaper and milk. Fei Yu is now in a dilemma. The mouth above is crying out for food, while the mouth below is unable to hold it in any longer. Fei Yu really wanted to vent his feelings, but because Madara kept holding him in his arms every second, Fei Yu couldn't bear to draw a map on his thin, worn, and non-waterproof clothes. To this end, Fei Yu began to smack his lips and pat his belly with his 2 little hands, trying to make Grandpa Madara understand his intentions. ABA, ABA. Abba, ABA, Bala Bala. Seeing the little angel in his arms suddenly become unruly, Madara quickly turned into a cradle and rocked it, coaxing him as he rocked. "Little Fei Yu, what's wrong? Are you cold? Don't be afraid. Godfather will hold you tight. Let's keep each other warm." As soon as he finished speaking, Master Madara exerted a little force and hugged Fei Yu tighter in his arms. "Fei Yu, my stomach is really not suitable to be squeezed right now." Squeezing would be fine, but he squeezed and shook at the same time. What Fei Yu couldn't stand the most was that in order to make himself happy, Grandpa Madara would hum softly from time to time with a whistle-like sound. "Madara, you're too strong. Stop it. I can't control myself. It's coming out." This sound was like a catalyst. Fei Yu could no longer bear it. There are 3 urgent things in life, and this is the most urgent. Wow. A warm and wet feeling flowed through the swaddling clothes and along the corners of Madara's clothes. Then, a pungent ammonia fragrance slowly filled the air. Grandpa Madara was stunned. "Little Fei Yu, could it be that you are?" He sniffed towards Fei Yu's arms and frowned slightly. Really, it was indeed urination. Fei Yu's face was almost completely red, and she was still smacking her lips. "Aba Abama Kabaka. Madara, this is just foreplay. Put me down now. It's not just about liquids. You can't stand it." At this critical moment, Obito finally came back. "Obito, come here." Little Fei Yu peed. "Change his diaper." "All this." Obito said speechlessly. "I don't like children." Uchiha Madara frowned and said, "You don't listen to me? Don't you want to see Lin again?" "Obito, does meeting Lin have anything to do with changing this brat's diaper?" Madara said proudly, "Of course. If I say yes, then yes." Obito was helpless and cursed in his heart. Damn it. This evil old man Uchiha. Even though he cursed Madara in his heart, now that he was living under someone else's roof and really needed Madara's help, Obito had no choice but to obey Madara's arrangements in everything. Obito took little Fei Yu from Madara's arms with a look of disgust, placed him on the stone platform next to him, opened the swaddling clothes, and took out a diaper to change him. Wait. What's that smell? Shit. The brat pooped. Madara shouted angrily. Obito, who are you calling a brat? Where is it? Lift it up and let me see. The Uzumaki on Obito looked at it for a few seconds, then put his hand under his chin in deep thought and said seriously, Wow, it's a good shape. Obito snorted. If you like this thing, then help this brat change it. Uzumaki-ju. Now I am attached to you. You are me and I am you. It doesn't matter who we are, oh. Obito gritted his teeth and wiped little Fei Yu's body clean. After putting the diaper on him, he heard a burst of wow, haha sounds. Only then did he realize that Fei Yu had been smiling at him. This was the first time the two looked at each other. A few seconds later, Obito also somewhat fell. This child is just as White Zetsu said. He has a magical charm and is so kind that he is hard to get over. Obito, who had a look of disgust on his face just now had a completely different expression, his eyes full of tenderness and protectiveness. The feeling Fei Yu gave him was completely different from that of Kakashi and Lin. Kakashi is friendship. Lin's love is unrequited. And Fei Yu is an existence that transcends these two emotions, as if connected by blood, an unnamed emotion deep in the soul. People call it family affection, but Obito didn't understand. From childhood to adulthood, he had never experienced what family love was. So now he really felt it, but he didn't know what it was. This child is indeed adorable. No wonder that cold-blooded Madara likes him so much. I never thought that even I. As he was sighing in his heart, Obito suddenly noticed some strange feelings on his face. Even the hollow space in his left eye began to feel a subtle warm current flowing into it. My injured eye will recover. Is this what Madara meant by rejuvenation? Obito was amazed and liked Fei Yu even more. Uchiha Madara beside him whispered, Hey, Obito, are you done changing? If you are, hurry up and give Fei Yu back to me. I want to hold him. Obito heard this and immediately took off Fei Yu's diaper with both hands. No, wait a moment. Can you be so slow even when changing a diaper? Hurry up. Yeah, I understand. He put it on and took it off and put it on again, over and over again. When Madara's patience was finally about to burst, Obito had to reluctantly return Fei Yu to Madara. After returning it to Madara, no matter where the father and son went, Obito always followed Madara closely and was unwilling to leave. Madara asked curiously, Boy, why are you following me all the time instead of just going back to bed and lying down? Obito awkwardly turned his head and looked away. I'm strolling. While looking away, he did not forget to glance at Fei Yu secretly from the side. Who is Madara? When she saw Obito's expression, she immediately realized his little thoughts. Why? You want to hug my godson too? Obito nodded repeatedly and was about to reach out his hand when White Zetsu suddenly emerged from the ground and blocked Obito's way. He flatteredly asked, Madara-sama, it's my turn to hold Fei Yu, huh? You're finally back. Madara glared at White Zetsu coldly. Seeing White Zetsu's empty hands, she instantly became furious. Where's the milk? Where's the milk my son wants to drink? Here. The next moment, a dozen White Zetsu clones suddenly appeared from the empty ground. Their stomachs burst one after another, and out of their stomachs emerged more than a dozen young women with still charming and plump figures. Uchiha Madara was stunned. White Zetsu, I asked you to find milk. Why did you bring back so many women? White Zetsu explained proudly. This is the team of wet nurses I just kidnapped from Daming Prefecture in the neighboring country. They were originally meant to serve Daming's youngest son. I felt their quality was good, so I brought them all back. Instead of looking for milk, I think it's better to go directly to the source of the food. It's so fresh and sustainable. Little Fei Yu can eat whenever he's hungry. He'll be full. After listening to White Zetsu's explanation, Madara and Obito both gave him approving glances. Well done. Chapter 5. The women lying on the ground slowly woke up. It's so dark where is this? Their memories were still stuck in Daming Mansion. At that time, they were eating the high-quality supplements distributed by the higher-ups while preparing to feed the young master of Daming Mansion. However, They had never expected that they would suddenly feel black in front of their eyes while eating. When they regained consciousness, they were here. The women looked around with wide eyes. When they noticed the strange appearance of the White Zetsu clones around them, they were terrified and knelt down to beg for mercy. "Monster uncles, please don't kill me. I'm just an ordinary wet nurse under the daimyo. If you have a grudge against him, go find him. I really don't know anything, and I'm of no use. I can't do anything except feeding." Uchiha Madara nodded. "Well, here, I want talents like you. Come in front of me and start feeding." Oh. The women were startled, subconsciously holding their hands in front of them and tightening their collars. Their thoughts were surprisingly consistent. This old man. Could he be the legendary pervert? Seeing that the girls were timid and unwilling to take the initiative, White Zetsu angrily scolded them. "What are you standing there for? Get moving. Let me tell you this. If you serve him well, I can guarantee your lives and provide you with food and clothing. If you dare to slack off for even a moment, believe it or not, I will eat you right now. I haven't eaten anyone in 3 days." White Zetsu roared, opening his bloody mouth in an extremely outrageous manner. "See, this is what I look like when I eat people. I can eat 3 of you in 1 meal." Seeing such a horrifying scene, the girls dared not neglect it. They all stood up and ran to Uchiha Madara, stripping off their clothes as they ran. They surrounded Madara in a circle, closing their eyes and gritting their teeth as they whispered, "My lord, please eat. Whatever you want, please feel free to eat." Seeing the circle of white flesh in front of him, and only a centimeter away from him, Uchiha Madara shouted in disgust. "Did I let you get so close to me? I'm not the one who's going to be eaten. It's him." Madara lifted little Fei Yu from her arms. The wet nurses then noticed that the old man was holding a child in his arms. The light in the base was too dim, and they were all so panicked just now that no one noticed the child's existence. "Call." The women breathed a sigh of relief. They can still accept breastfeeding their children. Uchiha Madara looked disgusted and said, "Put on your clothes first, then stand in a line." Under the fierce gaze of White Zetsu beside them, the nurses were very obedient and quickly lined up in a row. Uchiha Madara walked to the front of the team holding Fei Yu and said gently, "Little Fei Yu, which one do you want to eat first? I'll take you through them one by one. If you see one that interests you, just point it out to me." Although Fei Yu was a time traveler, to be honest, he had never experienced such a scene in his previous life. "I only occasionally see this scene in some bathhouses and KTVs and videos or short movies." He never expected to experience something like this in the ninja world. Damn it, why am I not an adult? Fei Yu's body is that of a real human cub, but his thoughts and consciousness are not. He has been an adult for many days. No one can just sit back and eat in peace. But apart from eating, I can't do anything else with my current self. It is really true that I have the will, but not the ability. It's a double torture of body and mind. Uchiha Madara, holding little Fei Yu, walked past the women one by one. This group of people are worthy of being Daming Prefecture's exclusive wet nurses. From their figures, you can tell that their physical advantages are indeed different from ordinary people. Ridiculously big. Before he even walked past the third woman, Fei Yu's nose started bleeding. Damn, I'm such a loser. Fei Yu laughed at himself in his heart as he felt the warm liquid inexplicably flowing from his lips. This way of eating will probably last for a year. What should I do if I am in such a mess before the first meal even starts? Why is he bleeding? I guess only Fei Yu himself knows the real reason. But it scared his godfather Uchiha Madara. Why is my son bleeding from the nose? What? Let me see. Obito strode in front of Fei Yu, his eyes filled with worry, and asked anxiously, "Could it be a congenital disease?" "No, I have to find a doctor." Just as Obito was about to leave, White Zetsu stopped him immediately. "Let me go. I'm fast, and I know the roads to the nearest neighboring daimyo prefecture. I just came back from there, so his medical team is probably not bad either. Take good care of Fei Yu. Wait for me." With that, White Zetsu and his clones all disappeared into the ground. Uchiha Madara and Obito were so scared that they broke out in cold sweats. Seeing Fei Yu bleeding from his nose was more uncomfortable than if they were sick themselves. Fortunately, Fei Yu's nosebleed only lasted for a moment and was not serious. Finally, Uchiha Madara personally picked out the one that looked like it had the most milk for Fei Yu to enjoy. While enjoying the meal, Fei Yu suffered nosebleeds 3 more times. Although Madara and Obito were very anxious, Fei Yu refused to let go even when his nose was bleeding and kept talking wildly. Madara and Obito had no choice but to wait quietly for Fei Yu to finish eating. The process of enjoying delicious food is always short. Soon, an hour passed. If Fei Yu hadn't been so full that he had to burp a few times, he would probably have continued eating. Obito saw all of this and said distressfully, this child is really starving. Uchiha Madara's face was murderous. If I knew who Fei Yu's biological parents were, I would kill them with my own hands. People who are not responsible for their own children don't deserve to live in this damn world. And they don't deserve to live in the future illusion world. Black Zetsu, who had been afraid to come forward, came over and secretly glanced at Fei Yu. He was very curious about what kind of kid Fei Yu was. But because Madara was afraid that Black Zetsu's appearance would scare his godson, Black Zetsu did not dare to get close to him from beginning to end. When they saw Black Zetsu appear, the nurses were once again scared to death. They thought that White Zetsu was the most terrifying creature in the world, but they never imagined that there would be something more terrifying than White Zetsu. The women stepped back in fear, but one remained unmoved. That was the wet nurse who fed Fei Yu. Now, she seemed to ignore the existence of Black Zetsu, with only Fei Yu in her eyes. The way this child was feeding just now is so adorable, sir. I want to keep feeding him. Is that okay? Chapter 6. At this time, White Zetsu returned with his clones. The harvest was fruitful, bringing back 5 shivering doctors, who, like the group of wet nurses, were also kidnapped from Daming Prefecture in the neighboring country. Under White Zetsu's coercion and intimidation, the doctors had to conduct a comprehensive examination on Fei Yu, not daring to be negligent in the slightest. After the examination, the doctors were shocked and marveled at it. It was the first time they had seen such a healthy baby without any problems. Not only that, each organ in the body is different from that of an ordinary person and is full of vitality. This is not the physique of an abandoned baby at all. Brother Monster, there's nothing wrong with your child. He's in perfect health. You don't have to worry. Hearing the doctor say this, everyone felt relieved and breathed a sigh of relief. Uchiha Madara, I'm glad my son is okay. White Zetsu, send the doctors away. I've put quite a bit of money in the warehouse. Take out 2 stacks of money and give them to them as prizes. Yes, Madara-sama. White Zetsu nodded and said to the doctors, follow me. I'll take you to get the money, and then I'll send you back. Remember, you'd better not tell anyone else about what happened here. You should know that even if you tell others, no one will believe you, and you won't be able to find this place. If Uchiha Madara had not been happy at the moment and ordered to let them go, White Zetsu would have killed these people long ago. Brother Monster, we don't want the money, but can you let us stay? The leading doctor asked tentatively. White Zetsu was stunned. You guys want to stay here? Yes, we like the child just mentioned very much. We want to stay with him and accompany him to grow up, so that he can always be healthy. Of course, if you agree to let us adopt him, that would be even better. Before he could finish, 5 White Zetsu clones emerged from the ground. Their bellies burst open and enveloped the doctors. It's good enough that you're still alive, yet you dare to make unreasonable demands? Get out. The next moment, the clones sent the doctors back. After feeding, little Fei Yu fell asleep in the crib made of wood style. Uchiha Madara, Obito, White Zetsu, and Black Zetsu surrounded him, looking at him with smiles on their faces, reluctant to leave. Just because Black Zetsu had secretly taken a close look at Fei Yu and caressed him a few times, he had also fallen for Fei Yu's charm, but he still had some sense. Black Zetsu reminded, Lord Madara, I have discovered a problem. Little Fei Yu seems to have a charm attribute. No matter who stays close to him for a period of time, they will have a good impression of him. At this moment, Uchiha Madara's eyes were full of Fei Yu. I already knew about this kind of thing. You don't need to remind me. What we have to do is to train him to be our own. This child is not ordinary. Obito. From now on, I'll take care of changing his diapers. White Zetsu. Then I'll be responsible for playing with him. I'm the best at making children happy. Uchiha Madara. I don't care what happens during the day, but don't let anyone snatch the job of sleeping with me at night. I'm the only godfather, and you guys are just babysitters at best. Black Zetsu. You guys have taken up both the day and night roles, so I'll be Fei Yu's shadow. With me around, no matter where he goes, no one can bully him. In this way, Fei Yu began to grow up happily under the careful care of a godfather, 3 nannies, and a group of nannies. Uzumaki used with style to create many rooms in the base for the nurses to use. Every day, the White Zetsu are responsible for making Fei Yu happy. The wet nurses are responsible for feeding him when he is tired of playing. Uchiha Madara is responsible for sleeping with him when he is tired of eating, and Obito is responsible for all physiological aspects. Days passed, and soon Fei Yu was 2 years old. Fei Yu once again got the opportunity to sign into the system. Ding! Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the supernatural enlightenment talent. Talent, extraordinary comprehension, and excellent memory. No matter what kind of ninjutsu, taijutsu, jinjutsu, or anything else he learns, he can learn it instantly with just a little guidance and remember everything he sees. Fei Yu was very happy to have this talent. With this gift, Fei Yu was able to walk freely that day. Watching little Fei Yu running around happily in the base, Uchiha Madara was quite shocked and exclaimed, "He is worthy of being my godson. He is a true genius. White Zetsu. Hee, it's because I trained her well, all the wet nurses. No. We feed the babies well." Obito coughed lightly and tilted his neck back, saying, "As Fei Yu's personal poop scooper, I have made a considerable contribution." During this year, the people around Fei Yu have changed a lot. Uchiha Madara is getting younger and younger. Compared with before, she feels at least 10 years younger, with fewer wrinkles and less shaky walking. As for Obito, the scars on his face have faded a lot. What's even more outrageous is that the prototype of an eyeball has grown back in his left eye socket. Although he still can't see things, it will not be difficult for him to see the light again in time. The wet nurses also looked much younger, both in face and figure, as if they were 20 years old again. Only White Zetsu and Black Zetsu haven't changed in appearance. They remain the same as before. "Son, run slower, don't fall." Uchiha Madara's kind eyes were always focused on Fei Yu. Wherever Fei Yu ran, he would follow him without taking his eyes off him. White Zetsu smiled and said, "Don't worry, Madara-sama, I'm here. How could I let little Fei Yu get hurt?" Obito looked around and said, "Strange, where did Black Zetsu go? He usually accompanies Fei Yu as his shadow every day. Why is he gone today?" Uchiha Madara shook her head, a look of mild anger on her face. "I don't know where he went either. He's become quite bold lately, going out without my permission instead of staying home to look after the kids. Humph, when he comes back, I'm going to teach him a lesson." At this moment, Black Zetsu emerged from the wall. Before he could speak, Uchiha Madara shouted angrily, "Where have you been? This isn't the first time you've gone out without permission." Black Zetsu quickly explained, "Lord Madara, I just returned from Konoha. According to my recent observations, Konoha's 9-tails Jinchuriki is due to give birth in 2 weeks. This is a great opportunity to capture 9 tails. 9 tails is more important than my son? Jinchuriki giving birth means nothing to me. Once I'm back to my full strength, I can take care of that little beast in a matter of minutes. So what if Jinchuriki doesn't give birth? Relying on Jinchuriki giving birth to snatch the tailed beasts? Humph, is that necessary? I'm Uchiha Madara. There's no need to do such a shameful thing." Black Zetsu was stunned and speechless. Uchiha Madara's expression was firm as he once again arrogantly ordered the people around him. "Don't make me say it again. Now we have only one mission, and that is to take care of the baby wholeheartedly. Don't let little Fei Yu make any mistakes. When I'm almost fully recovered, my son will be grown up. Just wait. Those 9 beasts, young as I am, can take care of them all in one day." While Uchiha Madara was giving a lecture, the naughty little Fei Yu ran all the way and jumped onto a nanny who had just come out of the room and ate wantonly. "Look, my son is so smart now. When he's hungry, he knows to run over and get milk." Chapter 7. Evildoer. The Real Monster. As time went by, another year passed, and Fei Yu's growth was incredibly rapid, both physically and mentally. Hearing Fei Yu's fluent language and pronunciation, the fathers present were stunned. "You can speak in such a short time?" Being able to speak is actually quite normal. But Fei Yu not only answers clearly and pronounces words clearly, but his sense of logic is also ridiculously strong. The word genius can no longer be used to describe him. Since Fei Yu could speak, he has been loved by everyone. Godfather, teach me ninjutsu. Oh, you want to learn ninjutsu? Yeah. Fei Yu rode on White Zetsu's neck, nodding madly with his big cute eyes. I have a big appetite, and eating takes too much time. I want to learn the shadow clone technique and separate the shadow clones to eat with me. I can divide them into 29 shadow clones, a total of 15 nurses, and I can eat 30 people's portions at the same time. Ha! Uchiha Madara laughed. How could you come up with such a stupid idea like that? Fei Yu hey Ichiraku. I am a child, Uchiha Madara. If you hadn't reminded me, I would have forgotten. I've heard you speak so maturely these past few days that I always thought you were already an adult. Listen, you are too young now. Training now is not good for your health. I will teach you after you grow up a few years. Fei Yu pleaded with hope. Godfather, now I really can do it. Uchiha Madara couldn't stand his beloved being so spoiled, so he quickly said, Okay, then Godfather will teach you now. White Zetsu. Put him down first. After Fei Yu got off White Zetsu, Uchiha Madara led Fei Yu to an open space and patiently explained, Before I teach you Shadow Clone Technique, I will first teach you the ordinary clone technique, transformation technique, and body replacement technique. Once you have mastered the basic 3-body technique, it will not be too late to learn more difficult ninjutsu. As Uchiha Madara spoke, he clasped his hands together and slowly formed a seal. There was a bang sound, and a puff of white smoke appeared, and Madara suddenly turned into White Zetsu. This technique is the transformation technique. You can transform into anyone you want. Immediately afterwards, Uchiha Madara changed back to his previous appearance and made another seal. An identical clone of himself instantly appeared beside him. This technique is called the clone technique. The clone itself doesn't have much practical use, but it can occasionally be used to draw enemy fire during combat. Bang! Suddenly, Uchiha Madara's body and clone turned into a cloud of smoke at the same time. When the smoke dissipated, a small stone appeared in the place where the body had been. At the same time, Madara's voice came from behind Fei Yu. This is the body replacement technique, mainly used to avoid damage. Uchiha Madara walked up to Fei Yu and rubbed his little head. Son, learn these 3 techniques first. I'll teach you the others after you've mastered them. I'm going to go rest for a while. White Zetsu and Obito will be here with you. Don't force yourself. It's not worth hurting yourself. Fei Yu nodded heavily, spread out his small fleshy hands, and began to slowly form seals, imitating Madara's actions just now. Looking at Fei Yu's serious yet cute expression, Uchiha Madara smiled knowingly, turned around, and whispered a reminder to White Zetsu and Obito. You guys should practice with him. You can only practice for a maximum of 30 minutes at a time. Don't let him get tired. White Zetsu smiled and replied, Don't worry, Madara-sama. Little Fei Yu is only a few years old. He can't even refine chakra. Now he's just playing around with hand seals. He won't be tired, Obito echoed. I guess he'll get bored of it in a few minutes and move on to something else. Kids change their interests quickly, so you don't have to worry, huh? Before he could finish his words, another little Fei Yu suddenly appeared next to Fei Yu. Success. Uchiha Madara, Obito, and White Zetsu were all dumbfounded, staring at Fei Yu's clone in shock. This clone is very healthy, and ordinary people probably can't tell which one is the real one. Just by taking a look at it, you can use clone technique perfectly, and he's just a 3-year-old child. Uchiha Madara was thrilled. Not only does my son have the ability to heal others, but his affinity is also incredibly strong. I never thought his talent is even the best in history. I've truly found a treasure. With him helping me, why should I worry about not achieving my dreams? White Zetsu. TSK. Yeah, it will definitely happen. Obito. Grow up quickly, little Fei Yu. I hope you and Madara can take me to the world with Lin. Black Zetsu murmured softly. It turns out there are beings in this world who are even more outrageous than my mother. Chapter 8. The reason why Fei Yu can learn so quickly is precisely because of his talent for supernormal comprehension. He has extraordinary comprehension and a superb memory. No matter what ninjutsu, taijutsu, Jinjutsu, or anything else he learns, he can learn it with just a little guidance, and he can remember everything he sees. This was the reward he received for signing in through the system when he was 2 years old. Today, Fei Yu, who just turned 3 years old, once again welcomed the annual system sign-in opportunity. Hee, I wonder what good talent I can get this time. Just as Madara, Obito, and White Zetsu were praising Fei Yu secretly turned around, called the system in his mind, and initiated a sign-in. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Please choose one of the following 2 rewards. A. 3 Tomo Sharingan. Evolvable Sharingan possesses powerful abilities such as observation, replication, and hypnosis. It possesses extraordinary insight, can observe the flow of chakra, and can cast and see through illusions, replicate taijutsu, and non-kikai limit ninjutsu. It has the ability to evolve, becoming stronger as it evolves. Evolution process: 1 Tomo Sharingan, 2 Tomo Sharingan, 3 Tomo Sharingan, Mangekyo Sharingan, Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, Rinnegan. Opening the eyes requires Ashura chakra transplantation from an Indra reincarnator or assistance from the Sage of 6 Paths or system assistance. B. Byakugan. Evolvable and upgradable, the Byakugan can see everything in front of it, with a 360 degrees field of view, without caged bird. It has the ability to clearly see the target's meridians, acupoints, and chakra flow. Harnessing chakra can multiply the Byakugan's power, allowing it to see everything within a 1-kilometer radius. Evolution process: Byakugan Tenseigan. Opened by combining the Otsutsuki clan's chakra with the Hyuga clan's Byakugan, or by fusing the Byakugan of many Otsutsuki clan members, or by system assistance. Upgraded status: Pure Eye. Originating from Otsutsuki's eye technique, the method of opening is mysterious. It possesses the basic abilities of the Byakugan, allowing it to see not only through surface objects but also through the movement of time and space and the location of teleportation. While the Byakugan sees in black and white, the Pure Eye sees in color, also known as the Eye of Destiny. Host, please select. Looking at these 2 options, Fei Yu couldn't help but frowned. To be honest, in terms of performance strength alone, Sharingan is definitely the best choice. The Sharingan shines brightly in Hokage. There is the magical power of Mangekyo, and there is the invincibility of Susanoo. The reason why Fei Yu was entangled was precisely because of the upgraded state of the white eyes, pure eyes. Eye of Destiny, it sounds so powerful, and the Tenseigan is ridiculously strong, even stronger than the Rinnegan. So conflicted. Host, please make your choice as soon as possible. Don't worry, any rewards you don't choose will be available again in future sign-in rewards. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Then why am I still worried? Select A. Sharingan. Now that I'm following Madara, of course I have to use the Sharingan first. Moreover, before it evolved, the effects and functionality of Sharingan were much stronger than those of the Byakugan. Ding! Congratulations to host. You won a pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan. The Sharingan automatically merges with the host's eyes, and activating chakra in the eyes will manifest the Sharingan. In his eyes, a flash of electricity flashed by in an instant. Fei Yu subconsciously activated his chakra, and when he opened his eyes again, his eyeballs were instantly filled with a hint of scarlet. Is this the Sharingan? Fei Yu raised his hand. He could clearly see the flow of chakra in his body. It was simply magical. Son, why are you standing with your back to me? Let your godfather take a look at your body. Uchiha Madara's voice brought Fei Yu back to reality. Fei Yu quickly turned around and ran towards Uchiha Madara happily. Son, this is your first time using ninjutsu. How is it? Are you feeling unwell? Are you tired now? Uchiha Madara smiled and hugged Fei Yu in his arms, asking with concern. Fei Yu played with Madara's long hair and proudly replied, Godfather, I'm not tired at all. These basic ninjutsu are so easy to learn. Can you teach me some more difficult ones, White Zetsu? TSK, worthy of being the child I like, really amazing. Obito, when I was your age, let alone ninjutsu, I couldn't even help an old lady cross the street. I always went the wrong way. Yes, Fei Yu's talent is even stronger than mine when I was a child. Uchiha Madara nodded with satisfaction. In a trance, a hint of sadness appeared in his eyes. White Zetsu. Fei Yu's biological parents. Have you found out who they are? White Zetsu. Lord Madara, I have searched all the surrounding villages and even those further away these days, but I have not been able to find out who Fei Yu's biological parents are. Uchiha Madara pondered for a moment and whispered, "Forget it. There's no need to look for him. Fei Yu is a very talented kid. I think he's definitely a ninja. There's no ninja village within dozens of miles, so I'm afraid he won't be found nearby." Obito. Yeah, I think so too. It must have been born by a female ninja from a great country. Maybe there was some important reason that prevented her from taking little Fei Yu with her, so she was temporarily abandoned. Alas, living in troubled times, this cruel world of ninja. That's why we have to change this world. Uchiha Madara's tone became noticeably heavier. Black Zetsu, Madara-sama, have you noticed? As Fei Yu grows older, he looks more and more like your brother. Yeah. Uchiha Madara nodded. Rather than looking like my brother, it's better to say that little Fei Yu looks more like a member of my Uchiha clan. Obito, what do you think? There is indeed some resemblance. Obito looked at Fei Yu deeply again and replied casually. Heh. Uchiha Madara seemed to have thought of something and smiled helplessly. Forget it. This is impossible. Even if Fei Yu looks like him, he can't be a member of my Uchiha clan. Uchiha Madara has a vicious eye for Uchiha's offspring. When he discovered Obito, he knew at first sight that Obito was from the Uchiha clan. Fei Yu did give him a similar feeling, but deep in his soul, there was no connection or resonance between the blood of the tribe. Listening to the conversation between the godfathers and the nannies, Fei Yu became a little impatient. How about showing everyone the Sharingan I just got? Anyway, now that I have the Sharingan, I'll have to show it off sooner or later. They're my closest relatives who I'll be spending a lot of time with, so I can't hide it. There's no need to hide. Although he had this idea in mind, Fei Yu did not do it immediately. Sharingan's eyes opening requires an opportunity and strong negative emotional stimulation. Since I'm going to appear at Sharingan, I have to act more realistically. Fei Yu suddenly saw a cockroach being entangled and sucked by a yellow spider on a spider web in the grass. The opportunity has come. Xiao Chang. Fei Yu yelled and jumped out of Uchiha Madara's arms and ran to the spider web. Xiao Chang, what's wrong with you, Xiao Chang? You died so miserably, Xiao Chang. 5:55. Fei Yu Chang squeezed out a few tears, turned around and cried. Godfather, my Xiao Chang is dead. I'm so sad. My heart hurts so much. Uchiha Madara and the other dads were stunned by Fei Yu's sudden action. They watched for a long time before they realized that the so-called Xiao Chang was actually the cockroach in the spider web. As expected, Fei Yu is still just a child. When I was a kid, I also had this innocent and funny personality. Madara was a little amused and just wanted to comfort her when suddenly he noticed Fei Yu's eyes. That scarlet color. That black Magatama. It's Sharingan for sure. Son, your eyes. Madara was shocked and quickly picked up Fei Yu. The father and son stared at each other. Sharingan. Yes, this is Sharingan. Fei Yu is actually a member of my Uchiha clan. I never thought I would be wrong. Godfather is so happy. Uchiha Madara held Fei Yu tightly in his arms, and there was a hint of sob in his voice that was difficult to hide. Madara was not the only one who was surprised. All the dads were also very excited. Obito, 3 Tomo Sharingan. Fei Yu's first eye-opening was 3 Magatama. Compared to him, I'm really a loser. White Zetsu. A descendant of the Uchiha clan, Madara-sama. Fei Yu is truly a gift from heaven to you. However, I never expected that you could open your eyes through a cockroach. Upon hearing this, Black Zetsu mentally communicated to White Zetsu. Indra opened his eyes because of the death of a puppy. Perhaps Fei Yu has a deep love for this cockroach. However, when Indra opened his eyes, he immediately received 2 Magatama. Could it be that Fei Yu's talent is stronger than Indra's? I'm really looking forward to our son's future growth. Maybe our mother will like him too. Chapter 9. Uchiha Madara held Fei Yu in his arms and admired him for a long time before he put Fei Yu on the ground. Looking at the 3-year-old Fei Yu, Uchiha Madara couldn't help but sigh. As far as I know, Fei Yu is the first person in the Uchiha clan to open his eyes directly to 3 Magatama. And he's only 3 years old. As long as I train him a little, His strength might surpass me and Hashirama at our peak. No, he will definitely surpass us. With such monstrous talent, perhaps within a few years, Fei Yu will be able to reach such a height. By then, my son will be invincible. Black Zetsu interrupted. Invincible? I believe that. But Lord Madara, what if an enemy comes from the sky? Nothing is certain. Look at the moon. It's big and round. Who knows if some outsider will come one day? Don't I still have you? With me here, who would dare to harm my son? The Uchiha clan is a clan of love, and now Madara has undoubtedly poured all his love into Fei Yu. In his heart, he even treated Fei Yu as his own son. Obito couldn't help but complain. Madara, Fei Yu and I are both imps, both Uchiha. So why weren't you so proactive when you picked me up? You also gave me a stinky look. White Zetsu smirked. Ha ha ha, Obito, are you jealous? Uchiha Madara didn't even look at Obito, and said 3 times with disdain. Are you as cute as Xiao Fei Yu? Are you as talented as Xiao Fei Yu? Do you have Xiao Fei Yu's magical healing ability? Besides a head full of thoughts, what else do you have? Humph. Obito pouted and turned his head away without saying anything else. There was no way. Everything Uchiha Madara said made sense. Obito couldn't refute it at all, and even confirmed it. Putting aside Fei Yu's cuteness and talent, her unique ability to heal those around her is simply a magical skill. During these 3 years, Obito has been staying with little Fei Yu and has never left. Now his empty left eye seems to be able to recover soon. Seeing Obito's silence, Uchiha Madara was too lazy to talk to him anymore. He bent down and squatted in front of Fei Yu. He raised his hand gently and rubbed Fei Yu's head. Son, I can see that you are a good candidate for ninjutsu training. Since you like to learn ninjutsu, I don't intend to pity you. From today on, I will personally guide you in your training day and night. It will be very tiring, and I will be very fierce. You must persevere. When you grow up, with you by my side to help me, maybe my godfather's wish will come true faster. Fei Yu nodded heavily. Okay, believe me, I will definitely work hard, godfather. Hearing Fei Yu's childish yet resolute tone, Uchiha Madara straightened up, took Fei Yu's little hand, looked up at the sky and laughed. Ha ha, very good. Son, let's get started now. After laughing, Uchiha Madara prepared to pull Fei Yu into the grove to practice. Before he had taken a few steps, White Zetsu beside him suddenly called out to him. Master Madara, wait a moment. I have something important to report to you. What are you talking about? What could be more important than teaching my son ninjutsu? Uchiha Madara replied impatiently. Madara-sama, this is truly an urgent matter. White Zetsu's eyes were extremely serious, his usual playful and frivolous expression completely gone. Uchiha Madara's expression instantly calmed down when he saw this. He lowered his head and looked at Fei Yu, his eyes narrowed into slits. Son, wait a minute. I'll chat with your White Zetsu daddy for a while before I come back to accompany you. Yeah, I got it, godfather. Uchiha Madara came to White Zetsu and asked in a low voice with a serious face, Tell me, what is it? White Zetsu. Madara is grown up. Yahiko is dead. Uchiha Madara raised his brows. Yahiko? Who is Yahiko? Black Zetsu. He was Nagato's best friend, a bond they had with each other. Yahiko's death traumatized Nagato greatly, and he seems to have gradually come to understand that love and hope alone cannot bring peace to the ninja world. Uchiha Madara snorted coldly. Humph, has Nagato finally lost his naivete? This is what growth is all about. Everyone will understand this. By the way, I've been accompanying Fei Yu closely for the past few years, and I haven't had the heart to pay attention to Nagato. What has he been doing recently? And how did Yahiko die? White Zetsu. During this time, Nagato, along with his close friends Yahiko and Konan, founded a mercenary organization in range shinobi called the Akatsuki Organization. The ultimate goal of the organization is to bring peace to range shinobi and the world. However, as the organization grew, Hanzo, the current leader of the range shinobi, felt threatened. TSK. He secretly colluded with Danzo of Konoha and organized a conspiracy to kill Yahiko, the leader of the Akatsuki organization. Fortunately, Yahiko's death allowed Nagato to fully and perfectly awaken the power of the Rinnegan, even allowing him to summon the Geto statue. Oh, Uchiha Madara's pupils lit up, and a faint sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. This guy named Yahiko. It's a good thing he died. Originally, I wanted to wait until I recovered to my prime before personally coming out to rectify this world. But Nagato's rapid growth has truly exceeded my expectations. I never imagined he could even summon the Geto statue. As expected of an Uzumaki, he's a great chess piece. If he's this powerful, it would be a waste not to use him. The coldness in Uchiha Madara's eyes grew even colder. He had a unique way of controlling people. After pondering for a moment, Madara immediately instructed the people around him. Obito, please contact Nagato in my name and tell him our ideals. Nagato has just experienced this kind of thing, and I believe he will agree with our ideas. White Zetsu, Black Zetsu. You will follow and be responsible for assisting Obito. Got it. Obito turned and left after hearing this. Before leaving, he and White Zetsu did not forget to say hello to Fei Yu. Fei Yu, we have to go out to do something, and we'll be back soon. Don't miss us too much. It's okay if you don't miss us. We will miss you. Wait, I haven't finished speaking yet. Uchiha Madara shouted, stopping them. This Akatsuki organization is quite interesting, and the name is also good. If you want to achieve your ideals, having more powerful pieces is not a bad thing. Tell Nagato to recruit as many soldiers as possible, find some like-minded strong men to serve us, and then turn this world into chaos. By the time those great powers reveal their true hypocritical faces, I'll have almost recovered to my heyday. Humph, that's when I'll make my debut. Go ahead and do as I say. Chapter 10. Most of the day had passed since Obito and White Zetsu went out to do some errands. During this time, Uchiha Madara and Fei Yu, father and son, had been practicing ninjutsu in the woods. Since removing the chakra tube from his back, Uchiha Madara can walk around outside freely and bask in the sunshine as long as Fei Yu is by his side, instead of staying in the dark cave all day. At first, Madara-sama enjoyed this feeling, accompanying his son in his cultivation and giving him guidance whenever he needs it. Isn't this the retirement life after peace that he wants most? But gradually, he became powerless. It's so evil. No matter what ninjutsu you use, Fei Yu can learn it right away. The speed of learning ninjutsu does not depend on Fei Yu's learning ability, but entirely depends on Uchiha Madara's hand seal speed and how many hand seals the ninjutsu contains. At the beginning, Master Madara performed the Great Fireball technique. This is the standard ninjutsu of the Uchiha clan. Almost all members of the Uchiha clan know it. After all, Fei Yu was young, so when performing the spell, Uchiha Madara subconsciously slowed down the speed of forming seals in order to allow Fei Yu to absorb it better. Watch out, son. This is the most basic hand seal of the Great Fireball technique. Si Wei, Shun, Hai Wu Yin. Hand seals completed, gather chakra to your throat, and start breathing fire. When Madara was making seals, Fei Yu was also following suit, and the two of them completed the seal-making ritual almost at the same time. Uchiha Madara just puffed up his cheeks and was about to spit fire when he suddenly found that Fei Yu had already spit out the Great Fireball. Although the fireball was not very big, it at least proved that Fei Yu had really learned it. Uchiha Madara was shocked. So fast. It's okay that he learned the three-body technique quickly, but he could also master the Great Fireball technique quickly? How could Madara not be surprised by this? Godfather, I got it. Please teach me the next ninjutsu. At this moment, Fei Yu was like a greedy baby, crying out for the new ninjutsu as breast milk. Son, show it to me again, and let me see if you have truly learned it. Okay, Fei Yu was not stingy and relied on his body's memory to form the seal again, and the huge Great Fireball was spit out from his mouth again. With the gift of supernatural comprehension, this was completely easy and enjoyable for Fei Yu. It's hard not to learn. In less than half a minute, my son had mastered the basic skills of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Madara was shocked, but started to perform the next ninjutsu while the momentum was high. Son, the next ninjutsu is called Fire Style, Great Fire Extinguishing. This one is a little more difficult. It's not something you can master simply by forming hand seals in the right order. It requires wisdom and a strong understanding ability to learn. Watch out. Godfather is about to begin. Fire Style, Great Fire Extinguishing. Call. In an instant, a small sea of fire spewed out from Uchiha Madara's mouth, and the range of the technique was obviously much larger than that of Great Fireball. After the performance was completed, Uchiha Madara raised his head proudly and boasted to Fei Yu, "Son, this is one of your godfather's most proficient fire-style ninjutsu. Its effectiveness and lethality depend entirely on the ability of the caster. If used well, it is a very powerful ninjutsu. What you see now is just a small sea of fire. When I regain my youth, I will let you see the true horror of this technique. This technique is a bit difficult to master. You should practice slowly first. I'll sit aside for a while." With his old physical condition, Uchiha Madara was really exhausted after performing 2 techniques in a row and was in urgent need of rest. But before he could sit down, Fei Yu had already created a sea of fire, the power and range of which were even greater than the one Uchiha Madara had just unleashed. "You learned it instantly again?" Uchiha Madara was completely dumbfounded, standing there in a daze, unable to calm down for a long time, with a bunch of "oh my god" running around in his heart like a deer. He saw clearly that Fei Yu did not use Sharingan when performing Great Fireball and Haohua Extinguishing. In other words, the son did not rely on the Sharingan's copying ability, but learned it purely through his own talent and comprehension. This can no longer be described as genius or evildoer. It's simply a godfather. I also know this technique. As long as I have more chakra in my body in the future, I believe I can definitely perform this technique with greater lethality. Please teach me the next one. Oh, Uchiha Madara heartache. It's really a bummer. Is this going to give us a break? But then again, Uchiha Madara doesn't dare to imagine what kind of existence Fei Yu will be in the ninja world when he grows up. All the strong ones will pale in comparison to Fei Yu, including myself, and even Hashirama. The same is true. Chapter 11. Ahem. Son, you've already learned 2 ninjutsu. You must be exhausted. Come and sit with your godfather for a while. You can also take a break. Fei Yu's comprehension and talent are extremely high, and Madara really wants to teach him everything he knows. But now his old arms and legs are really unable to do so. He has no choice but to find an excuse to rest for a while. Fei Yu understood Madara's physical difficulties and stopped being childish. He sat down next to Grandpa Madara, and the two of them chatted casually. "Godfather, I just heard the name Hashirama from you. Is he strong?" "Yes, very strong. He is my lifelong best friend and my only strong rival." "Wow, I didn't expect there would be a man stronger than my godfather." "What are you talking about? What are you talking about? When did I ever say that Hashirama is stronger than me?" "Humph." Uchiha Madara blushed, closed his eyes, raised his neck, and said proudly, "We've fought each other several times since we were little. On the surface, we can say we're evenly matched. But in reality, I'm slightly stronger than him." "Yes, that's right, that's it." Fei Yu smiled secretly in his heart. He did not want to expose Madara's past, so he praised him. "I told you, how could there be someone stronger than my godfather?" "Godfather, you two have fought so many times. Who won more times?" As soon as the words fell, Uchiha Madara frowned and rolled his eyes at Fei Yu. "What do you say? Son, are you questioning your father's ability?" "Ah, bah. Look at the question I asked." Fei Yu noticed that Madara was a little unhappy and quickly said, "Godfather is stronger than him, so of course you win more times." "Absolutely." "Oh well." Uchiha Madara's old face turned even redder. Perhaps he didn't want to lie in front of the child anymore, but because of his father's face, he turned his face away awkwardly and muttered softly, "Actually, I haven't won that many times. We've only fought 3 times. The first time, I didn't want to win. The second time, he didn't want to lose. The third time, we were brothers after all, so I let him win on purpose." "Yeah." Fei Yu was stunned by Uchiha Madara's words. He could understand the words originally, but after putting them together, it was still difficult for him to understand them for a while. After coming to his senses, Fei Yu realized that all Madara said could be summed up in the fact that he lost all 3 times. "Godfather." Then, curious, Fei Yu wanted to continue asking, but before he could finish his words, Uchiha Madara stood up instantly, brushing off the dust on his clothes while changing the subject. "Ahem. It's almost time to rest. Come, son, I'll take you to continue training." "Okay, Godfather. Come. Since my good son is so smart, I will only perform all the following ninjutsu once. Remember to watch carefully." I understand, Godfather. Well, I'm coming, get ready. I understand, Godfather. Fire style. On this day, Uchiha Madara demonstrated all the fire style ninjutsu he mastered. With the blessing of talent, Fei Yu naturally mastered these ninjutsu perfectly, and he felt even more skilled than Uchiha Madara when performing the techniques. Under the bright moon, Uchiha Madara leaned against a tree, panting, and waved to Fei Yu, who was still not satisfied. Okay, son, it's getting late. Let's stop practicing here for today. We should go back. Tomorrow, I'll have Obito teach you other ninjutsu. After practicing for a whole day, Madara, who was used to taking a break, was really a little overwhelmed. Fei Yu's little hand held Uchiha Madara's big hand, and the two of them walked home together. Godfather, it's so late. Why hasn't Obito come back yet? He and White Zetsu are busy with what I told them to do. It's the first time I've been apart from them for so long. I miss them a little bit. Humph. The day is almost over, and it's really hard to ask them to do something. Don't worry, son. I'll call them back to accompany you. Uchiha Madara squinted his eyes coldly, and a White Zetsu clone emerged from the ground at his feet. Master Madara, what are your orders? Where is Obito? Hasn't he finished what I told him to do? Hey, Obito has successfully convinced Nagato. Now they are in the land of water. Obito has controlled the fourth Mizukage Yagura through the Sharingan. Now the entire Kirigakure can be said to be ours, fourth Mizukage. Uchiha Madara frowned and sneered intriguingly. I remember he was the Jinchuriki of Three Tails. White Zetsu's clone said, Yes, Lord Madara. Obito, Nagato, and my original body are currently searching for strong individuals to add to the Akatsuki organization. Well, good job. Uchiha Madara nodded. Notify them and come back as soon as possible. Xiao Fei Yu misses them. Yes, in the water country, in the woods next to Kirigakure. Three dark figures walked slowly along the path. In the middle is Obito, and on his right is the fused black and white Zetsu, and on his left is the Tendu made by Nagato using Yahiko's corpse. Obito, Nagato, will you always show yourself like this from now on? Pain Tiandao. Well, my legs are seriously injured and I can't walk. As for the future, I'll let Yahiko's feet walk the whole way for me. Obito, all right. Nagato, your eyes are the Rinnegan that can bring change to this world. I hope you understand. After a moment of silence, Pain Tiandao replied softly, I understand, Madara. I will change this world. When people have experienced pain, they will be afraid of it, terrified of it, fearing that one day pain will come again. They will no longer inflict pain on the weak and small countries. I want everyone in this world to feel Yahiko's pain, so that they will no longer hurt each other, and there will be no disputes or wars between nations, no matter if they are big or small. This is the only way I can see with these Rinnegan, to bring peace to the world. Hearing this, Obito's eyes grew dim. Yes, this is why I came to you, and it is also our common goal now. However, this may not be the only way to peace. Pain Tiandao turned his head and looked at Obito's profile, waiting for his answer. After a long while, Obito finally spoke quietly. As long as everyone in the world falls asleep, they will stop hurting each other. Pain Tiandao was stunned. Is this kind of thing possible? Madara. Haha, just kidding. Obito shook his head and said no more. The three continued to move forward. After a few minutes, the urging voice of White Zetsu's clone suddenly came from the minds of White Zetsu and Obito's Uzumaki Zetsu. Madara-sama asked you to hurry back. Fei Yu missed you. Hey, Fei Yu missed us. Obito and White Zetsu were very touched. It turned out that Fei Yu was a child that they loved in vain. Nagato, Zetsu and I still have things to do. During this time, you should recruit members for the organization. When I need you, I will naturally come to you. Obito stopped and gave a few instructions to Pain Tendu, then disappeared in the blink of an eye as the Uzumaki in his eyes fluctuated. At the same time, Ju also slowly retreated into the ground, and their presence could no longer be felt on the land of Kirigakure. After the two disappeared, paper butterflies flew to Tiandao's side. As the number of paper butterflies gradually increased, Conan's half-body faintly emerged. Nagato, the man who calls himself Uchiha Madara, is he really worthy of our trust? I don't know. Tiandao shook his head slightly. All I know is that he knows the Rinnegan very well, and is the only one who can tell me more about its functions and secrets. After all, he is a legendary figure, so it's understandable. Conan, so what's our future path? Let's follow the current instructions first. Before that, we shall also need a place to stay. As he said this, Tiandao's purple eyes became increasingly cold. Rain Shinobi Village is home to the three of us. That Hanzo guy is unworthy of being the master of our hometown. Conan, have you found the 5 bodies I need? Found it, and these 5 bodies have one thing in common. Perhaps this is God's will. Oh, what do you mean? These 5 corpses all had a brief encounter with our master before they died. Duh. Chapter 12. Jiraiya-sensei? Tiandao murmured softly. His expressionless profile seemed to exude some nostalgia for the past, but it was only for a moment. I once believed that people could understand each other and that love could change everything. But now I think that Jiraiya-sensei was too naive, and so were we. Come on, Conan, take me to those 5 corpses. After completing Pain's 6 paths, it's time for us to go home. Conan nodded dejectedly. Okay. At the Uchiha Madara secret base. The grandfather and grandpa were exhausted after a long day, especially Grandpa Madara, whose old body could no longer support him. He just wanted to hold little Fei Yu in his arms and go to bed for a good sleep. Son, come and sleep. Today, your godfather will hold you in his arms while you sleep. Uchiha Madara sat on the bed, gently patted the empty space beside him, and gestured for little Fei Yu to come up. I want to take a shower before going to bed. I stink of sweat all over my body. It's so unpleasant. Godfather, can you take a shower with me? If a son has a request, how can a father not fulfill it? Uchiha Madara, the adored and crazy person, forced himself to stand up despite his tired body, walked to the open space beside the hall, and said with a smile, Son, look carefully. Daddy will build you a bathtub right now with style. Large bathtub technique. Bang! A huge wooden bathtub rises from the ground, with a diameter of 20 meters. Not to mention taking a bath, you can even swim in it. The problem of the bathtub has been solved, and the next problem is the bathing water. Uchiha Madara was not at all panicked. Deep underground in the secret base, there was a hot spring while containing abundant warm natural spring water. Water style, water dragon bomb technique. Uchiha Madara had never used the water style much in his life, but he had seen his enemies use it many times. With the Sharingan's copying ability, he perfectly replicated the hand seal method, summoning a giant water dragon from an underground spring and crashing it into the bathtub. Wow, Godfather is awesome. Humph, it's easy. Nothing can stump your Godfather. Uchiha Madara was almost floating with joy after hearing his son's praise. Every man who is a father knows that there is nothing he is more proud of than his son's admiration. Come, son, let's wash together. Madara was in a good mood and quickly took off all her clothes and rushed into the bathtub. She was so fast that even Fei Yu couldn't see Madara's body clearly. Seeing this, Fei Yu followed closely, and the father and son jumped high into the bathtub one after another. 2 splashes of water, one big and one small, appeared on the water surface. The 2 emerged from the water, and the moment they saw each other, they burst into laughter happily at the same time. Ha 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 ha. Uchiha Madara had never experienced such heartfelt happiness in most of his life. Godfather, it's great to have you. Same to you, my great son. Hey. Fei Yu was splashing around in the bathtub. He was covered in sweat, but he felt so refreshed and happy. Madara leaned quietly aside, looking at Fei Yu kindly, her eyes full of love. It's not that he doesn't want to play with Fei Yu, but he has a face on his chest, and he doesn't want to show it in front of Fei Yu for fear of scaring his young son. At this time, Obito and Zetsu came back. Seeing the huge facility suddenly appearing in the hall, the 2 were stunned. After reacting, Obito and Zetsu smiled at each other, began to take off their clothes and joined in. White Zetsu, hey, this is my first time taking a bath, and it feels pretty good. Black Zetsu, part of your clone is still soaking underground. It seems that being a clone is much more comfortable than being the original. Uzumaki-ju, I love taking a bath. My skin is so good. Come. Xiao Fei Yu, sing with me. Don't control. Obito, shut up and get off me. I want to hold little Fei Yu for a while. The kind that fits snugly. TSK. Obito, you dare to be mean to me. Forget it. For the sake of little Fei Yu, I won't argue with you today, hee. Uzumaki Zetsu stretched out his skin-like body and slipped off Obito's body. Obito, impatient, swam to Fei Yu's side, picked him up, put him on his neck, and said gently, "Come on, little Fei Yu. Do you want to try doing it in the water? Let's do a neck ride. I used to do that with you when you were 1 or 2 years old. Wow, the feeling of riding on Obito's neck and speeding through the water is so thrilling. It's still better to be a child," Fei Yu sighed in his heart. After riding for about 30 minutes, Obito didn't feel tired at all and continued to swim quickly. Black Zetsu. "Yo, Obito, that's enough. It's my turn now." White Zetsu. "It should be me. I'm in second place." Uzumaki said, "No, no, no, no. No matter how you think about it, it should be my turn. Shall Fei Yu. Do you want to experience the feeling of being wrapped up? This is what I am best at, very warm and tight." Duh. Chapter 13. Ahem. Uchiha Madara coughed lightly, and everyone instantly shut up. "Come, son, come here and let your godfather hug you." "Okay, godfather." Fei Yu was about to get off Obito's neck when a sharp shout suddenly interrupted him. "Etc. I can see." Obito shouted excitedly. His left eyeball miraculously recovered at this moment. "Ha ha ha, ha ha ha." Obito laughed wildly, a feeling he hadn't had in a long time. "Shao Fei Yu, you are really my lucky star." Obito excitedly hugged Fei Yu in his arms and cried with joy. Double Kamui. Obito couldn't wait to use the power of his Sharingan, and a giant half of Susanoo gathered in front of him. "Cool," Obito shouted excitedly from within. Looking at Obito's healed Sharingan, Uchiha Madara was surprised and happy. He was now finally certain that Fei Yu's magical power was indeed real. The time when you can recover to your heyday is just around the corner. "Fei Yu, come to your godfather." Fei Yu fell off Obito and swam to Uchiha Madara's side. "Godfather, I want a hug." "Hey, it's really my big son." Uchiha Madara lifted little Fei Yu high up in the air, unable to contain his excitement. "In just 3 years, my great son was able to restore Obito's hollow eyes to their original state. So, my return to my prime is just around the corner. Ha 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 ha. Maybe I can even create a pair of Rinnegan." Hee hee. Fei Yu pretended to be ignorant even though he knew the truth, and just kept smiling foolishly. "Obito, how's the work I assigned you today going?" Uchiha Madara suppressed his excitement and asked Obito. "Believe me, Madara, our first step is already basically complete. With time, perhaps our ideal country will arrive sooner than expected. Akatsuki is currently recruiting. Soon, this world will be a brand new one." "Good, very good." Uchiha Madara nodded with satisfaction. "I've overdrawn a lot of my energy today. Tomorrow, you and Ju will be responsible for teaching little Fei Yu ninjutsu." "Of course I am willing." Obito looked at little Fei Yu and said gently, "My only goal now is to raise little Fei Yu into an adult." Fei Yu lazily lay in Uchiha Madara's arms and nonchalantly responded, "Obito, Daddy, if you have a chance, can you take me to see the outside world?" "I really want to, of course." Obito patted his chest and said, "There are many magical things in this world. It's a good thing to show you the world. Tomorrow I plan to recruit more members of the Akatsuki organization. If you are interested, I can take you with me." "Okay, okay." Fei Yu agreed happily. "Obito, you can let my son out, but if he gets hurt in the slightest, I'll hold you accountable." Uchiha Madara glared at Obito and said firmly, "Obito, Madara, you don't need to remind me. Who dares to bully little Fei Yu? I can't stand it." Uchiha Madara. "Humph, it's good that you know this. This is what Shao Fei Yu asked. Otherwise, I will never let him leave me." Black Zetsu. "Don't worry, Madara-sama. I am Shao Fei Yu's shadow. I won't let Shao Fei Yu get hurt in the slightest." Duh. Chapter 14. White Zetsu. "But then again, Master Madara, is it really okay to let Fei Yu join our plans so early? He's still just a child." Uzumaki Ju. Hee hee, what are you afraid of? Isn't little Obito also a child? Didn't he complete the tasks assigned to him very well? Uchiha Madara looked at Fei Yu with loving eyes, and after thinking for a moment, he spoke softly. "My son is no ordinary person. Although he looks like a child, he seems to be a mature person inside. It would be good to take him out to experience some new life. It's also a good opportunity for me to rest during this time." Hearing this, Fei Yu was slightly shocked. As expected of Godfather, He has a great vision. In front of him, Fei Yu even felt that everything about himself would be seen through by him over time. But what can I do even if I see through it? Now they have a relationship as close as that of father and son. As long as there is family affection, that is enough. After these years of companionship and care, Fei Yu finally understood that although Uchiha Madara seemed cold, he was actually a warm-hearted man who longed for peace. In his later years, what he lacked most was actually love. My appearance filled the void of Madara's love. Although the relationship between father and son is not biological, it is better than that between them. This feels so good. Son, come here. Uchiha Madara smiled and waved, motioning Fei Yu to come over. Fei Yu swam to Uchiha Madara and threw himself into his arms, rubbing against him. This feeling was really great. Haha. Son, you are so naughty. Uchiha Madara raised his hand and pinched Fei Yu's nose, saying lovingly, Son, let Obito and Zetsu take you out for a walk these few days so you can see the world. I'm sorry, Godfather can't accompany you. My body still needs to recover. When I recover, I will personally take you to travel. Wherever you want to go, Godfather will accompany you, okay? The whole world belongs to us too. Okay, Fei Yu nodded heavily, feeling ecstatic. But I can finally go out. I have been living in the base for the past few years, and I am almost suffocating. It looks like what Obito's dad will be doing tomorrow is the start-up phase of the new Akatsuki. Fei Yu is quite excited to witness the recruitment phase of the Hokage's first boy group. Fei Yu, your father has a piece of advice for you to listen to. Obito, Ju, you guys listen too. In front of Fei Yu, Uchiha Madara changed his usual doting look and put on a stern expression. No matter where you go, what you do, how far you go, or whether you finish your work or not, I only ask one thing of you. Then you must remember to go home at night. Godfather will wait for you. I understand, Godfather. Listening to Uchiha Madara's serious yet heartwarming words, Fei Yu felt warm in his heart, and even the corners of his eyes began to moisten. Coming into this world alone, it's so wonderful to have such a father by chance. Come on, son, we're almost done washing. Let's go to bed, okay? Early the next morning, at the gate of the base, Fei Yu changed into a brand new purple robe, with Obito and Juban on his left and right. Behind the three of them was Uchiha Madara, who was seeing them off. Obito, Ju, you must be back before dinner. If my son loses even a hair, you should know what the consequences will be. Obito turned his head and snorted coldly. Old man, you are not the only one who feels sorry for Fei Yu, so stop worrying about it. Ju, don't worry, Master Madara. Just rest at home and recuperate. I look forward to the day when you come out of the mountains. Fei Yu, Godfather, I will be back before dark. I can't sleep without you by my side at night. Good boy, I'll remember what you said. Don't break your promise. Pinky promise. In front of Fei Yu, Uchiha Madara sometimes acts more like a child. After making the hook, Uchiha Madara rubbed Fei Yu's head contentedly and said softly, Go. Well, let's go, Godfather. Duh. Chapter 15. Watching the three people's backs as they walked away, until they disappeared at the end, Uchiha Madara reluctantly turned around and returned to the base. As soon as he entered the base gate, Uchiha Madara raised his hand and stretched out his fingers, forcibly dug out the Sharingan in his eye socket, and shouted coldly, Ju, help me stop the bleeding. The White Zetsu clones who were responsible for taking care of him were all stunned and exclaimed, Master Madara, what are you doing? Uchiha Madara replied expressionlessly, I no longer have any use for other people's eyes. You saw Obito's new left eye yesterday, right? Perhaps with time, I might have the same opportunity. Carrying someone else's eyes will only affect the regeneration of my new eyes. I might as well dig them out. After hearing this, the White Zetsu clones finally understood Madara's intention. After the bleeding stopped, the empty eye sockets were nothing. Uchiha Madara only felt a sense of emptiness in his heart. Ju, where did Fei Yu and the others go? Nothing will happen on the way, right? I've only been away for a few minutes, and I already miss him. Ju, remember to report my son's situation to me in real time. Report every 10 minutes, no? 5 minutes. As for Fei Yu, there was no need to walk much. In order to save time on the journey, Obito directly put him into the Kemui space after obtaining Fei Yu's consent. After entering Kemui space, Fei Yu was amazed at the boundless surroundings. Is this the Kamui space? Not only is it ridiculously large, but there's even air in it. It's a really convenient ability. I wonder what my future Mangekyo abilities will be. I'm really looking forward to it. Not long after, with a burst of space fluctuations, Obito's body also entered the Kamui space. Xiao Fei Yu, we are almost at our destination. Before that, I have something to tell you. Daddy, you say, to the outside world, I have always called myself Uchiha Madara. You will inevitably meet some people these days, and when introducing yourself to them, I will directly tell them that you are my son. Fei Yu patted his chest and assured, no problem, don't worry, Daddy. I won't let anything slip. Obito nodded in satisfaction. As expected of you, your intelligence is really reassuring. Daddy, where are we going? Let's go to Rain Shinobi Village. It's a place where it rains all the time. Our most important chess piece is there. Let's go. We're here. The Uzumaki fluctuations appeared again, and before Fei Yu could react, the two returned to the real world. At this moment, in a dark and empty room, 7 figures wearing red clouds and black robes stood in the center, 6 men and 1 woman. The 6 men's faces were pale and expressionless, with black sticks stuck in their faces. The woman had short blue hair. Compared with the men, her face was slightly rosier, but not much, as if she was not in a good mood. In the corner, there was a body covered in blood. Fei Yu recognized him. It was Hanzo, the deceased leader of Rain Shinobi Village. After all this preparation, can I finally fulfill my long-cherished wish? A crack of thunder crackled, and Obito's voice, imitating Uchiha Madara, rang out behind Pain's 6 paths. The 6 paths turned around, and the leader, Tian Dao, spoke. You're here, Madara. Yeah. Obito crossed his arms across his chest and nodded slightly. Now that the civil war in Rain Shinobi Village has finally ended, what we need to do next is to begin the process of fulfilling our ultimate wish together. Conan noticed Fei Yu beside Obito and asked cautiously, Who is this brat? He is my Uchiha Madara's son, Uchiha Fei Yu. Your son. Tian Dao and Conan were both stunned. Fei Yu didn't say much and directly revealed the Sharingan in his eyes. 3 Tomo Sharingan. Tindao and Conan were shocked. The appearance of Sharingan was enough to prove that the kid was from the Uchiha clan, and he looked only 4 or 5 years old. With such a powerful talent, only Madara's son could do it. Let's get down to business. I'm here this time to tell you about some suitable candidates. I want you to recruit them in the name of Akatsuki. They are very powerful. Tian Dao. That's exactly what I want. Weak and incompetent people joining the organization will only cause more trouble. Tell me, who are they? Takigakure Renegade Ninja, Immortal Ninja, Kakuzu. Sand Shinobi, a renegade ninja and a genius puppeteer, Scorpion of the Red Sand. Chapter 16. I will definitely tell you the details and location of these 2 rebel ninjas. Are there only these 2 people? Yes. Obito nodded. I'm very optimistic about these 2 candidates. As for other recruitment targets, I'll keep an eye on them recently. If you find anyone you like, you can recruit them. But don't recruit too many people. Besides me, 10 people will be enough. The current members of Akatsuki are you, Conan, and Zetsu behind me, a total of 3 people. Let's go find the remaining 7 members. Upon hearing this, Tian Dao immediately asked, Why aren't you included? Obito, I'll stay behind the scenes. After all, my status is special, so it will be easier for me to act this way. When the time is right, I will naturally join. For now, you will lead Akatsuki. Pain. Okay, I understand. Obito spread his hands and sneered. For the sake of our great cause, go. I have something else to do, so I won't accompany you. Zetsu, you stay and take them to find Scorpion and Kakuyu. Ju said respectfully. Understood, well. Obito said no more, lowered his head and took Fei Yu's hand and said, Son, we should go and take you to the land of water. The Uzumaki wave appeared again, and in the blink of an eye, Obito and Fei Yu disappeared into the Uzumaki. After their figures disappeared, Conan looked at Ju and asked coldly, I never thought Madara would have a son. Fei Yu's aura is much warmer than Madara's. If it weren't for his Sharingan and powerful talents, I wouldn't have believed they were father and son. Black Zetsu, of course. Fei Yu is the true son of destiny and the only one who can change this rotten world. Just wait and see. In the future, he will eventually surpass Madara. Tiandao, we'll talk about this later. Ju, tell me the locations of those two targets. White Zetsu. Ah, you really can't afford to chat for a bit. Hee, it's a good habit to get straight to the point. Black Zetsu. Shut up. Scorpion of the Red Sand is currently in a border village in the Land of Wind, and the bounty ninja Kakazu is hunting ninjas in the Land of Grass. Come on, our clones will take you there. Outside, on the way to the Water Kingdom, Obito rarely moved at the fastest speed, but instead he and Fei Yu moved forward slowly on foot. In the past few years, his personality has changed a lot, and he thinks of Lin less and less often. For some reason, when Fei Yu is by his side, his empty heart feels strangely satisfied. This kind of emotion is different from love and friendship. As an orphan, he calls this feeling family affection. Although he calls himself a nanny on weekdays, deep down, Obito treats Fei Yu as his own brother. Xiao Fei Yu, how's the scenery here? Isn't it much better than the one near home? Are you hungry? Let's go get something to eat. I'm not hungry, Daddy. Please teach me Jinjutsu. I heard from White Zetsu Daddy yesterday that you actually controlled the Mizukage with the Sharingan. That's awesome. I want to learn that. What? You know all this. Obito was secretly surprised. It seemed that Ju was not shy about mentioning Fei Yu when discussing matters with Madara. How dare they talk about this in front of the kids? Obito grumbled excitedly, but after a moment, he calmed down. Come to think of it, Fei Yu has been around them for the past few years and has been influenced by them. In addition, he is very talented, so he probably knew their plans and goals a long time ago. And there is no need to hide it. Fei Yu will grow up one day, and these things cannot be hidden. After thinking about it, Obito asked tentatively, Fei Yu, do you know about your godfather and my plan? Fei Yu didn't hide it. Of course I know. Isn't it just making everyone live in a dream forever? Sounds pretty good. Obito's voice grew increasingly tense. So, do you agree? Of course I agree. Fei Yu responded firmly. Your dreams are my dreams, Godfather. You, White Zetsu Daddy, and Black Zetsu Daddy are the people I cherish the most. You took me in. As long as you are happy, that's all that matters. What others do is none of my business. When I grow up, I won't let anyone hurt you. Even if one day you want to hurt each other, I will never let that happen. Hee. Such heartwarming words almost made Obito cry. Fei Yu, you little adult. Your words really hit people in the heart. Come on, Daddy will take you to eat meatballs. We won't go to the water country. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Daddy, I'm really not hungry. You should teach me illusion first. No, you have to eat when it's time to eat. Have you ever heard of a saying that there's a kind of hunger that makes your dad think you're hungry? That's the situation right now. Study after you finish eating. There's no rush. Okay, then I'll have a big portion. Haha, no problem. Let's go. Obito's original purpose today was to go to Kirigakure to control the fourth Mizukage tyranny, weaken their power, and by the way, look for a few outstanding ninjas to recruit for his own use. It seems that he has completely forgotten about the business. On the other side, the hard-working Pain did not delay. Following Zetsu's guidance, he has now arrived at a forest in the Land of Grass. Is he here? Tiandao asked, looking at the jungle in front of him. Where is his exact location? White Zetsu. Right at the end of these woods, he's currently fighting dozens of ninjas. Boom. Just as he finished speaking, a huge explosion sounded not far away. Amidst the billowing smoke, fresh corpses were scattered all around, and blood flowed like a river. A shirtless, masked, short-haired man lifted a dying ninja with one hand and taunted him relentlessly. Huh, is this all you have? It doesn't look like you can earn much. Hole. The ninja cursed with the last bit of his strength, and then there was no sound. Snort. The masked man casually threw the ninja aside, jumped up and prepared to leave, when suddenly, a huge aloe vera leaf emerged from beside him. Hello, you're really messing around. What is this? The masked man was frightened by Ju's appearance and quickly jumped to the open land nearby. When he turned around, Pain Tiandao and Zetsu slowly walked out of the smoke and came in front of the masked man. Who are you? Kakuzu asked warily. Tiandao didn't waste any words and directly stated his purpose. Immortal ninja, Kakuzu, We are here to welcome you as a member of the Akatsuki organization. Akatsuki? What do? This was the first time Kakuzu had heard of the name of this organization in all his life. White Zetsu. TSK. Akatsuki is an organization that exists to achieve true peace. Kakuzu was completely unconcerned. I'm not interested in this kind of boring organization. The only thing that attracts me right now is money. Tiandao is like a boss, completely disregarding Kakuzu's feelings. Whether you are interested or not, you must join the Akatsuki organization. You're such a boaster. His words were ignored, and Kakuzu instantly felt murderous. Looks like another idiot who doesn't know his place. Although your heads don't seem to be worth much, I have already decided that you all must die. As he spoke, a large amount of black will burst out from the seams of Kakuzu's arms. Pain Tiandao closed his eyes and smiled slightly. Are you challenging me? Okay, if I win, I'll take you back and join the Akatsuki organization. This guy, Kakuzu could no longer suppress the murderous intent in his heart. He clenched his ruthless iron hands into fists, swung both arms at the same time, and threw both fists directly towards Tiandao. White Zetsu narrowed his eyes and said in disdain, Yo, is this the ability of Takigakure's secret technique? Earth Wrath. It really looks like a freak when it's performed. Black Zetsu. Given our looks, we don't seem to have the right to criticize others. Pain Tiandao was not at all panicked, and was even unwilling to move his legs half a step. Just when the black fist was about to hit his face, an extremely powerful force popped out from him. Shinra Tensei. Kakuzu's body was unable to withstand the huge repulsive force and was immediately thrown to the ground. Chapter 17. What kind of power is this? Kakuzu was confused. For the first time in his long life, he felt what fear was. The guy was clearly just standing there, not making any hand seals, not doing anything, and he couldn't even feel the other person's breath. But how did he get bounced away? Kakuzu felt a little scared. He knew he was going to meet a tough guy this time. Hateful. Seeing Tiandao's expressionless and calm face, Kakuzu became even more angry. He decided to use his strongest move and fight with all his strength. Get out. Don't underestimate me. I will make you pay the price. Tiandao raised his hand slightly and snorted coldly. I don't look down on you. On the contrary, it is because I value your strength that I come to personally invite you to join my organization. Universal Pull. Just as Kakuzu was getting ready to unleash his strongest move, he suddenly felt himself being drawn uncontrollably by an invisible force and flying towards Tiandao's body. Could it be that his ability is to control gravity and repulsion? Kakuzu has a high combat IQ. He instantly understood the power of Tiandao and knew the horror of this ability. At this moment, he finally understood that there are always people better than you. With my current self, defeating the person in front of me is harder than climbing to the sky. Looking at Kakuzu's expression, Tiandao knew that his will to fight was completely gone. No more fighting, you lost. Tiandao gently put down his hand. Kakuzu knelt on the ground and asked unwillingly, How could you possess such a mysterious power? Who are you? Tiandao. I am the god who will correct this world. Come, one who lives as long as heaven and earth, and I will give you a place to stay. There are not many people in this world who dare to call themselves gods. Either he is a true god, or he is a psychopath. The person in front of me is obviously not the second person. Humph. Kakuzu stood up and hummed softly with his eyes closed. An organization with a figure like you in it will likely face many famous bounty hunters in the future. Thinking about it this way, Akatsuki must be an organization with unexpected gold mining abilities. Since there is money to be made, I will join. After he finished speaking, Ju emerged from the ground and replied playfully, It's a deal then. No regrets. My name is Ju, and I'm also a member of the organization. Please give me your guidance. Kakuzu turned his head and looked at the aloe vera essence under him, frowning slightly, thinking in his heart, the members of this organization seem quite unusual. Okay, the goal has been accomplished. Let's go back. The next moment, the three figures disappeared into the dense forest. At the border of the Wind Country, in front of a destroyed village, a red-haired boy was walking in the desert, complaining, Tisk, what a desolate village. There's almost nothing we can use as materials. I hope the next village I come across will yield something useful. Hmm. As he was talking to himself, a strong wind blew and yellow sand flew all over the sky. The red-haired boy looked up quickly and saw a half-body woman like an angel waving her wings and floating in the air. I've heard that the small villages scattered across the wind country were completely massacred overnight. It looks like this is your masterpiece, Scorpion of the Red Sand. Upon hearing this, the Red Sand Scorpion immediately took a fighting stance. Who are you? Are you here to seek revenge on me? No. The woman shook her head slightly. My name is Conan, and I'm a member of the Akatsuki organization. I would like to invite you to join us and become one of our members. Red Sand Scorpion said frankly. Akatsuki? I haven't heard of it. Conan, we'll need your help in organizing future events. Please lend us a hand. Red Sand Scorpion lowered his head and sneered. Look at your tone. You look down on me. Conan fell from the sky, and the yellow sand in the sky turned into pieces of white paper, trapped around the Red Sand Scorpion. Scorpion, I'm helping you. At least you don't have to wander around anymore. You can regard Akatsuki as a refuge for those who betrayed the ninja village. No one will come to trouble you, and they won't dare to. Red Sand Scorpion. Huh. Your ability is quite artistic. Conan didn't respond, but continued to speak on his own. In the Akatsuki organization, as long as you successfully complete the assigned tasks, no one will care what you want to do. I see. That sounds pretty good, but... Red Sand Scorpion said as he quickly took out the scroll behind him. Bang! On the scroll, the third Kazakage's human puppet appeared in front of Conan. The Red Sand Scorpion said proudly, This is a work of art that I'm very proud of. I thought I had bad luck today, but I didn't expect to meet you. Although I came up empty-handed in the village just now, I have a material of such high quality as yours that has been delivered to my door. Conan remained unmoved and simply responded coldly, What do you want to do? Woman, be happy. I will make you into a collection on the same level as the third generation. Red Sand Scorpion flicked his fingers, and 10 chakra lines connected to the third generation human puppet. The next second, the human puppet seemed to have spiritual energy, stretched out the big swords in its arms, and attacked Conan at a high speed. Crack! Conan's body was cut into 3 halves. Seeing this, the Red Sand Scorpion couldn't help but sneer. Humph, is that all you can do? Huh. Conan's shattered body suddenly turned into pieces of pure white paper, which quickly solidified and transformed into Conan's body again. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Scorpion was almost stunned. It was the first time he had seen such beautiful ninjutsu. I really can't do anything about you. Conan's eyes turned serious. My technique is immune to physical attacks and poisons. You could say I'm your nemesis. If you refuse, I'll have no choice but to use force to take you away. The Red Sand Scorpion's interest grew stronger. Haha, you're quite interesting. Be honest and let me thoroughly examine your body. Alas, Conan sighed softly and said no more. Large pieces of paper spread out in all directions, attacking the human puppet and the Red Sand Scorpion's body in 2 directions. Seeing this, the Red Sand Scorpion quickly shot out a hidden weapon, but the hidden weapon only passed through Conan's body and did not cause any damage to her. I said, physical attacks are meaningless to me. Instead of attacking me, you should take care of yourself first. Damn it! The Red Sand Scorpion bared its teeth and put down its hand unwillingly. The human puppet he was so proud of had been completely wrapped in white paper and could no longer be controlled. The same goes for your own body. Red Sand Scorpion didn't expect that he would lose, and he didn't expect that he would lose so badly. This fight made him even more determined. He secretly swore in his heart that if he wanted to become stronger, he must turn himself into a puppet in the future. You lose. Conan said calmly. I'll say it again. Give us a hand. Tisk. Red Sand Scorpion recalled the third generation puppet with relief and chuckled. Since I can't beat you, I have no choice. My artistic attainments are not enough. I will follow you, wherever you want to go. Conan also took back the paper. I didn't expect you to be so sensible. Humph. The Red Sand Scorpion snorted and looked up at the sky. I'm just interested in your ninjutsu, that's all. I also want to see the other members of Akatsuki and see what kind of people they are. Like you, maybe I can feel the artistry that I haven't experienced so far. Conan. At this point, I can't guarantee that there won't be people with the same interests as you in the future, but as long as you decide to join, the possibilities are endless. And that is enough. After a moment's silence, the two looked at each other without saying a word and walked towards the north, one in front and the other behind. Zetsu's figure appeared on a sandstone pillar not far away. Black Zetsu said with satisfaction, "Things are going smoothly here too." White Zetsu. "Yes, the immortal ninja Kakazu and the genius puppeteer Red Sand Scorpion have been brought under our command. Our supervisory mission is complete, so what's next?" Black Zetsu. "Of course I'm going to find Obito. I'm going to accompany Fei Yu." White Zetsu. "Hey, that's exactly what I was thinking. Let me find out where they are now." "Huh." Black Zetsu, "What's wrong?" White Zetsu complained angrily. "Hey guys, we're working so hard to execute our plan in this godforsaken place, and Obito is leisurely eating meatballs in the shopping street. Let's go find him." Duh. Chapter 18. The border of the water country. Coastal areas generally have prosperous places. Obito led Fei Yu to a commercial street and tasted various snacks and delicacies. Fei Yu, who had previously said he didn't want to eat, was now eating enthusiastically. "It smells so good, haha. Eat more if you like it." Seeing Fei Yu eating so contentedly, Obito was very happy in his heart. "Obito, you be asterisk 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 D." A huge reed leaf emerged from the ground, and Ju shouted angrily, "The sun is about to set. Why are you still eating? Are you not doing your job?" Ju appeared out of nowhere, scaring everyone in the snack bar. With such a strange appearance, it was obvious that he was not a good person. Except for the snack bar owner, all the customers ran away in an instant. Obito put down the strawberry pie in his hand and was about to explain when Fei Yu suddenly spoke. "Cites a dad. It has nothing to do with Obito's dad. I was the one who kept pestering him to take me to eat. I've long been tired of the food made by the nannies at home. I've finally made it out into the outside world, so it's not too much to try something special. Hee. Oh, so it's Xiao Fei Yu who wants to eat." Ju's expression changed faster than turning the pages of a book, and he immediately became gentle. "Xiao Fei Yu, is it enough to eat? Daddy asked the boss to make you some more." After saying that, Ju turned around and looked at the boss who was slumped on the ground and ordered in a cold voice, "Hey, uncle, go get us some more food. Remember, make sure it's fresh. What are you standing there for? Why don't you go?" Obito rolled his eyes at Zetsu and said with disdain, "Humph, your appearance has frightened him. Forget it, let me do it. It's just the right time to teach him. Come, Xiao Fei Yu, follow me." Obito took Fei Yu's hand and walked in front of the boss, the scarlet Sharingan blooming faintly. He lifted his boss's chin with one hand, and with his other hand, he made a seal with Danjie and whispered, "Look into my eyes." The next moment, a hint of red flashed in the boss's fearful eyes and then became empty and lifeless. "Make us some more food, using the finest ingredients." I understand." The boss stood up stiffly and walked towards the kitchen with an expressionless face. "Fei Yu, do you see clearly? This is Sharingan's illusion." Obito rubbed Fei Yu's head and continued to explain. "Uchiha's illusions can be activated simply by eye contact. They can deprive the target of their physical freedom by making them see a momentary horrifying illusion, interfere with the target's movements, or temporarily control their mind. You possess the blood of the Uchiha clan, and your eyes have opened the three-tomo Sharingan. Coupled with your strong understanding, it shouldn't be difficult for you to master it. The boss is in the kitchen. You can practice on him." "Okay, I'll try it right away." Fei Yu is well aware of the power of illusion. If he can fully master it, it will definitely be a huge improvement to his own strength. After Fei Yu entered the kitchen, Black Zetsu lowered his voice and said hoarsely, "Obito, are you spoiling little Fei Yu too much? Don't forget the mission that Madara-sama has given us." "Humph." Obito turned his head and said disdainfully, "Do I need you to remind me? You're not much better. When Xiao Fei Yu said she wanted to eat more, didn't your temper disappear instantly? You looked so flattering." Hearing this, Black Zetsu and White Zetsu shouted in unison, "Nonsense. Am I not a nanny? Obito, am I not?" Snort. After a brief glare from the two dads, they both tilted their necks back and turned their heads away proudly, neither wanting to bother with the other anymore. 1 minute passed just like that. Obito was the first to break the Cold War and asked, "As fathers, we are all doing this for our children. There is no need for us to argue. Let's talk business. How are things going with Nagato?" White Zetsu pouted, looking extremely reluctant. "Why don't you just ask him yourself?" "Okay, White Zetsu, stop being so childish." Black Zetsu advised White Zetsu and began to report today's situation to Obito. Kakazu and the Red Sand Scorpion have officially joined the Akatsuki organization. Obito nodded in satisfaction. As expected of Nagato, your execution is highly trusted. But having just these few people is far from enough. We must find some reliable members. Black Zetsu, do you have a choice? Obito, I do have a target I like. His personality and abilities are a good fit for the organization, but it's difficult to target him. If I want him to join, I'll need some tricks. White Zetsu was stunned. Who? Konoha's Uchiha Itachi. When he said this name, Obito looked towards the northeast. Although Itachi is young, he has a calm personality and outstanding abilities. He is a rare genius in Konoha. Black Zetsu. I know a lot about Konoha, but from what I understand, the Uchiha clan's strongest genius should be Uchiha Shursui. His Mangekyo Sharingan, distinguished heavenly gods, ability is terrifying. Why didn't you choose him? I know that, but he is not suitable for Akatsuki. Obito shook his head. Shursui's obsession with Konoha is deep, and it's almost impossible to get him to work for Akatsuki. And because his Mangekyo ability is too special, I don't want to use him. If he controls us or the members of Akatsuki, it will be troublesome. Black Zetsu. Yes, that makes sense. Shursui is an unstable factor and may have a huge impact on our future plans. We need to find a way to get rid of him or get his eyes. Obito, I have a plan that will allow us to obtain Shursui's eyes. With any luck, we might even be able to get Uchiha Itachi to join the Akatsuki. Oh, White Zetsu's face lit up with joy, and he quickly asked, "What's the solution?" Obito slowly spoke. "According to my investigation, there is a dishonest guy in Konoha named Danzo. He seems to have a deep grudge against the Uchiha clan and suppresses them at every turn. Although 4th Hokage Minato is opposed to it, he ultimately has to listen to 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned a blind eye to this matter, ostensibly opposing it, but actually condoning it. As a result, the Uchiha clan was ostracized by Konoha. Now their status in the village is much lower than before, and most of the clan members are harboring thoughts of rebellion. The current stability is simply due to a lack of an ignition point. We can start from here and start a fire for them. White Zetsu, your disguise technique is unmatched and undetectable to any sentient ninja. I want you to transform into a high-ranking member of the Uchiha clan and assassinate the Hokage. A successful assassination would be best, but a failure is no big deal. The fuse has been triggered, and a war between Uchiha and Konoha is inevitable. I predict that the Uchiha clan will fail, and their members will become traitors. At that time, Itachi, as a traitor, will be easily used by Akatsuki. Hearing this, Black Zetsu couldn't help but praise. Good plan, Obito. You have a very smart mind. Obito snorted coldly. Humph. If Madara had listened to my advice and asked me to capture Nine-Tails Jinchuriki Kushina when she gave birth a few years ago, we wouldn't have to go through all this trouble now. I will use the Sharingan to control Nine-Tails. Even if the result fails, there will inevitably be estrangement and suspicion between Konoha and Uchiha afterwards. Maybe Itachi will be ours now, and Shursui's Sharingan will be in my hands. Black Zetsu. Well, that makes sense. Now that things have come to this, there's no point in saying more. Obito, when are you going to execute the Uchiha clan's collapse plan? Obito, the sooner the better. Akatsuki must be formed as soon as possible. White Zetsu responded with anticipation. Understood, then I'll go to Konoha on a business trip tonight and take a look inside the bedrooms of the 2 Hokages. TSK. At this time, Fei Yu ran out from the kitchen carrying a large basin of steaming snacks. Dads, it's time to eat. How did you bring it out yourself? What if you get burned? Zhu quickly took the plate from Fei Yu's hand and put it in Obito's hand. Little Fei Yu, are you okay? Did you get burned? Zhu asked lovingly while blowing cool air towards Fei Yu's little paws. Obito, with a confused look on his face, held the plate and asked in a daze, "Hey, Jew, what do you mean by putting the plate in my hand? Aren't you afraid that I'll get burned? TSK, you have such thick skin, are you afraid of getting burned?" Duh. Chapter 19. Obito was too lazy to argue with White Zetsu, so he stepped forward and snatched Fei Yu back from Zetsu's arms and asked softly, "How's it going, Fei Yu? Have you learned the illusion technique yet?" Of course, Fei Yu straightened up and patted his chest. "Not only can I now fully master illusion techniques, but I can also watch the chef carefully while he's cooking. I've even learned how to make these special snacks." After saying that, Fei Yu pointed to the plate of snacks. "I made all this food myself. Dads, hurry up and eat. It's getting late. It's time to go home and have dinner." Zetsu and Obito sat down instantly. "Little Fei Yu made this. I have to try it. Hey." In the evening, the time set by Madara arrived, and the three of them returned to the base together. Uchiha Madara was waiting at the door early, looking forward to it. Zetsu and Obito have never enjoyed such treatment. "Son." When Uchiha Madara saw Fei Yu, he was overjoyed. The father and son ran towards each other and hugged each other tightly. "I haven't seen you for a whole day. I miss you so much. Godfather, me too. Let's go? Go home and eat." Madara carried Fei Yu back to the room, followed closely by Obito and Zetsu. "Obito, Zetsu, it's time to execute the plan." Ju muttered, "I understand." After saying that, Ju's figure disappeared into the ground. Fire Country, Konoha Village. In an open space within the Uchiha clan's territory, Uchiha Itachi was practicing shuriken. Little Sasuke was watching intently, praising him admiringly. "Brother, you're so awesome. I want to learn from you too." Uchiha Itachi smiled and said, "You are still young now. When you grow up a little, I will teach you." "No," Sasuke muttered unhappily. "I heard that my brother was already able to use advanced ninjutsu when he was my age. I'm your younger brother, so I must have talent." Seeing Sasuke throwing a tantrum, Itachi waved his hand lovingly, motioning him to come over. "Hee. Come on, Sasuke, hee." Sasuke ran to his brother with excitement. He thought his brother agreed to teach him, but Itachi directly put his finger on his forehead and poked it lightly. "Forgive me, Sasuke, maybe next time." "Ouch, that hurts." Sasuke covered his forehead and said with a pout, "Brother, you come again." The sun sets, and the afterglow shines on the brothers' faces. Itachi holds Sasuke's hand, his voice full of tenderness. "Come on, Sasuke, we should go home. Mom will get worried if we delay any longer." "Okay." Sasuke's voice was a little frustrated. "Brother, you must teach me next time." Uchiha Itachi carried Sasuke on his back, smiled, and looked back. "Well, definitely." Soon, the two arrived at the door of their home. Uchiha Fugaku sat in front of the hall with a serious look on his face. Beside him were several high-ranking members of the Uchiha clan. The expressions of the few people were solemn, as if they were discussing something very important but secret. "Master Patriarch, I really can't stand that old guy Danzo. He's going to push us into a dead end. Today he actually sent someone to our clan to ask for 10 young ninjas to join his route. Is that a place where people can stay? He wants to make the Uchiha extinct. Fortunately, you, the clan leader, were firm and rejected him verbally. But this is a complete break with Danzo. We didn't give him face today, and who knows what he might do to harm the Uchiha clan in the future. Master Patriarch, how about we rebel? My son told me that while he was on duty with the police department, he unexpectedly discovered that Umbu members were following him. It's obvious that the village doesn't trust us." "Yeah, I've encountered this situation before, too. Those Umbu guys, when something happens in the village, you can't find them, but when they focus on their own people, they're surprisingly responsible. Rather than being slowly exploited to death, it's better to die quickly. Let's fight back." "Rebellion? You can't have such thoughts. Although the Uchiha are the strongest clan in the village, we are still nothing compared to the powerful strength of Konoha. Don't be a coward. We are a clan that grows stronger through battle. It's inevitable that our loved ones and friends will be killed or injured in battle. With casualties comes emotional turmoil and hatred. Who knows? A whole host of new Mangekyo might unfold. Furthermore, we possess the forbidden technique, which is unique to Sharingan. Even though those two young people don't know it, we know it all. If we teach it to the younger members of our tribe, the strength of our tribe will be able to reach a new level. As long as we fight with all our might and risk our lives, we will definitely be able to defeat Konoha. That's right. The clan leader is responsible for dealing with the 4th generation. We are responsible for dealing with the 3rd generation and Danzo. Sannin is not in the village, so this is the best opportunity. Besides, we have an ace up our sleeve, Uchiha Shursui. Itachi is also incredibly powerful, so our chances of winning are pretty good. The higher-ups spoke more and more excitedly, all of them talking about the advantages of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fugaku had a gloomy face and listened to the backbone members chattering beside him, but he didn't say a word. As the patriarch of a clan, his decision affects the future of his clan members, so he dare not make a conclusion lightly. Squeak. At this moment, he suddenly noticed the sound of the yard gate being pushed open. Let's not talk about it for now, my 2 sons are back. The senior executives shut their mouths at the same time and turned to look. Uchiha Itachi was carrying Sasuke on his back and slowly walking into the house. Let's adjourn the meeting. Let's stop here for today. Master Patriarch, please pay attention to what we say. Yeah, I understand. The senior executives left one after another. Uchiha Itachi looked at the backs of the elders as they left, his eyes becoming more and more complicated. Itachi, Sasuke, you're finally back. Go wash your hands and then come over to eat. Makoto, the brothers' Uchiha mother, placed steaming hot meals on the table and urged them lovingly. I know, Mom, a family of 4, so happy. It was late at night. Sasuke had already fallen into a deep sleep, and Itachi lay quietly on the bed with his eyes open, feeling a little insomniac. Whoosh! 2 black shadows suddenly flashed from outside. Although it was only for a moment, they still could not escape Itachi's eyes. Uncle Yashiro? Brother Tiewa? Itachi saw it clearly. These 2 figures were none other than Uchiha Yashiro and Uchiha Teka. It's so late. What are they doing outside? They look so flustered. Uchiha Itachi frowned slightly, and suddenly a bad feeling arose in his heart. Sure enough, his feeling was correct. Less than a minute had passed when there was a sudden and urgent knock on the door. Uchiha Fugaku went to open the door. As soon as the door opened, he saw dozens of Umbu ninjas standing outside the door, exuding murderous aura. Fugaku knew the visitor had bad intentions, but he still said politely, "It's so late. What do you want from me?" The Umbu captain, who was in the lead, seemed not to have heard anything and ignored Fugaku's words. He directly ordered his subordinates, "Search. Wait. Don't push me too far." Fugaku was furious. His scarlet Sharingan instantly blossomed. He raised his arms and shouted loudly, "Anyone who dares to enter my house will face only one outcome, and that is death." Captain Umbu snorted coldly. "Humph, Fugaku, it's a good thing you took the initiative to open the door. If you were any later, we would have directly forced our way in, charging you with harboring a fugitive, and we would have absolutely no regard for your dignity." Harboring a fugitive? Fugaku was stunned. What are you talking about? Who am I harboring? Uchiha Yashiro and Uchiha Iron Fire. Them? They should be home by now. Besides, what did they do to deserve this? What? You don't know? Wasn't it you who gave the order? Captain Umbu's words became increasingly cold, stabbing Fugaku's heart like a knife. Just now, Uchiha Yashiro and Uchiha Tetsuka broke into the residences of the 3rd Hokage and 4th Hokage respectively, attempting to assassinate them. What did you say? This is impossible. How could they do such a stupid thing? Still trying to quibble. The 2 Hokage saw it clearly, and it wasn't the work of the transformation technique. That chakra is theirs. Our sensory ninjas sensed it clearly. Chief Fugaku, there's no point in arguing with me. They are your people. If you have anything to say, you should go and explain it to the 2 Hokages. Chapter 20. Hokage Building, Hokage Office. 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato sat at the desk and on the sofa, next to 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Udatane Koharu, and Midokado Hamura. There's nothing more to say. The Uchiha clan's evil ambitions are clear before our eyes. Shimura Danzo spoke first. The most important thing to do now is to send all Umbu and Root members to surround the Uchiha territory and not let any of them escape. Midokado Hamura, since the founding of the village, This is the first time such an act has dared to assassinate the Hokage. If the Uchiha clan is not severely punished, I am afraid it will be difficult to gain the support of the people in the future. Danzo. Hamura is right. Otherwise, anyone would dare to challenge the authority of Konoha's top leaders. Namikaze Minato. No, the matter has not been thoroughly investigated yet. I don't think we can make a hasty decision. You detain Koharu. The facts are before our eyes. Why investigate? The Uchiha clan has been making moves for a long time. We must not let them go any further. Danzo narrowed his eyes and continued to speak with increasing force. Minato, now is not the time to consider personal feelings and hesitate. As the Hokage, you should make a decision immediately. Namikaze Minato stood up and looked out the window, his expression troubled. These old guys of his grandfather generation put a lot of pressure on him, and what they said did make sense, at least on the surface. But he always felt that this matter was too strange and could not be as simple and straightforward as it seemed. The Uchiha clan is full of powerful people. If they really want to assassinate the Hokage, they would not just send Uchiha Yashiro and Tetsuka. Although these two are high-ranking officials of Uchiha and captains of the police department, they do not have the qualifications to be assassins in terms of their true strength. There was no way Uchiha Fugaku would be stupid enough to send these two to assassinate the Hokage. There must be a conspiracy here. Namikaze Minato thought to himself. Danzo had been giving Uchiha a hard time. This was an open secret among Konoha's high-ranking officials, and Namikaze Minato was naturally aware of it. He now strongly suspected that the mastermind behind this assassination was most likely Danzo, who was then crying, "Stop, thief." Minato understands Uchiha Fugaku, and it's inevitable that he has rebellious thoughts. After all, the clan is forced by Danzo in every way, but if he really wants to rebel, he probably won't do it. Even if they did, they wouldn't be stupid enough to send only two people. Isn't this exacerbating the conflict? It's not good for anyone. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. The fight between Uchiha and Konoha is disadvantageous to no one, and the only one who benefits is Danzo. After thinking about it, Minato felt that this matter was definitely related to Danzo. After a brief silence, third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had been smoking a cigarette, finally spoke. Everyone's eyes turned to him at the same time. Among the top leaders, Namikaze Minato is the fourth Hokage. However, based on seniority, advisors Shimura Danzo, Udatain Koharu, and Midokado Hamura never took him seriously. They actually listened to Sarutobi Hiruzen. As long as it was Sarutobi Hiruzen's decision, even if they disagreed on the surface, they still had to listen to it. After all, Sarutobi Hiruzen is either higher than them or on par with them in terms of status and qualifications. Namikaze Minato is different. He learned from Jiraiya, who was the disciple of Sarutobi Hiruzen. In terms of seniority, he is the grandson of the disciple, so his weight is naturally not high. Third generation master, you must speak in my favor. Namikaze Minato thought to himself. If the third generation also supports the annihilation of the Uchiha clan, then Minato really won't be able to say anything. Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a puff of smoke and said, "This matter may not be as simple as it seems. I think we should ask Uchiha Fugaku to come over first. We can ask him in person and make a decision then." Danzo retorted coldly. "Do you think Uchiha Fugaku will really come? He might have already begun planning a full-scale rebellion. Sarutobi Hiruzen, if he really doesn't come, then it won't be too late for us to take action." Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen's firm attitude, no one said anything more. "Someone come." Bang! White smoke appeared, and an Umbu ninja knelt on one knee in the hall. "Notify the Uchiha clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku, and have him come to the Hokage's office." Yes, outside Konoha village, in the jungle surrounding the wall, there were two bodies lying on the ground. One is Uchiha Teka, and the other is Uchiha Yashiro. "Black Zetsu, let's eat them. Which one do you want?" "I want to eat Tiehua. He's in his 40s and just what I like." TSK, you are really hungry. You can eat anything." Sizzle. White Zetsu and Black Zetsu separated, and the two prepared to enjoy their own food. Remember to keep their Sharingan and take it back to Madara. It might be useful in the future. Understood, Baji. When the two were enjoying their meal, A wave of Uzumaki appeared out of nowhere around them, and Obito's figure emerged from the Uzumaki. "How's it going?" White Zetsu wiped his mouth and said, "Hee, it went smoothly. My two clones disguised themselves as Uchiha tribe members and completed the assassination. The fuse has been set." Black Zetsu. "Tonight, there's something interesting to watch." White Zetsu raised his hand and tore off a piece of flesh, handing it to Obito. "Would you like to try it? The meat of our tribe has a unique flavor." Obito rolled his eyes at him, turned around, and disappeared among the Uzumaki. "I'll go check out the details. When you're done eating, come find me." White Zetsu put the meat into his mouth and said, "TSK, you unlucky fellow. This meat is so delicious." Black Zetsu, "Stop talking. Eat." Inside the Uchiha clan territory, lights were brightly lit. The news of Tetsuka and Yashiro assassinating the Hokage has spread throughout the clan. The Umbu ninjas searched a whole area but couldn't find any trace of the two people. "Captain Umbu, damn it, where did these two guys go? Can they even fly to the sky?" The Umbu member nearby responded, "Continue questioning Uchiha Fugaku. He must know the whereabouts of these two." Uchiha Fugaku, "It's no use asking me. I really don't know the answer to this question." Swoosh. A new Umbu appeared. "Captain, the third generation has ordered Uchiha Fugaku to the Hokage's office immediately." "Yeah, I understand." Captain Umbu nodded and looked back at Uchiha Fugaku. "Let's go. The Hokage-sama wishes to see you." Uchiha Fugaku's face was stern, and the ominous premonition in his heart was growing stronger. Husband, father, dad, Mikoto, Itachi, and little Sasuke all looked worried. Assassinating the Hokage was a serious crime. As the head of the Uchiha clan, Fugaku would have an unshirkable responsibility even if he was unaware of the crime. "Hubby, you can't go." Uchiha Mikoto had tears in her eyes. She knew very well that her husband would most likely never come back after he left. "I'm fine, Mikoto. Don't worry. Wait for me at home and take good care of Itachi and Sasuke. I'll be back soon." Uchiha Fugaku smiled and hugged Mikoto, then rubbed Itachi and little Sasuke's heads. "Wait until I come back." Looking at his father's back being taken away, Uchiha Itachi's eyes were complicated. He could clearly see the figures of Uchiha Yashiro and Uchiha Tetsuka. It couldn't be anyone else. Could it be that Uncle Yashiro and Brother Tieho really went to assassinate the Hokage? Why would they do this? Wouldn't this put the Uchiha clan in an irretrievable situation? Uchiha Itachi couldn't understand it, but it was indeed what happened with his own eyes. "Ga." Just then, a crow suddenly landed on his shoulder. He recognized it. It was Uchiha Shirsue's crow. "Mom, I need to go to the bathroom." "Sasuke, don't cry. Dad will be back soon." After coaxing Sasuke, Uchiha Itachi turned around and disappeared into the night. He followed the crow's instructions and soon found Uchiha Shirsue under a tree. "Itachi, where is your father?" Shirsue asked straight to the point. "He was taken away by the Umbu. The Hokage-sama wants to see him." "Did the clan leader resist?" "No." Uchiha Shirsue nodded, looking worried. "Itachi, the Uchiha clan. I'm afraid things are about to change." Chapter 21. Shirsue. Someone is framing Tetsuka and Uncle Yashiro. "I'm sure they would never do such a thing," Uchiha Itachi said with a determined look. Shirsue looked at him meaningfully, shook his head helplessly, raised his hand and patted his shoulder, and said with a wry smile, "Itachi, of course I understand, but the problem now is not here. It doesn't matter whether they did it or not. The most important thing is what the village leaders think. They're not stupid. It's impossible for them not to see that someone is framing the Uchiha clan." Uchiha Itachi looked worried. "Well, in that case, the Hokage shouldn't do anything to my father." Sigh. Shirsue sighed softly. "If it's just a punishment, then it's fine. What I'm most afraid of is a fight breaking out between the village and the Uchiha. If it comes to this, the village will probably be flooded with blood, and many more innocent people will die." "No, it won't." Uchiha Itachi immediately responded. "Third generation, fourth generation will never let things develop like this. Itachi, this matter is very serious. Even if the two Hokage are determined, they will do something that goes against their will because of the consequences." Uchiha Shirsue patiently explained. This matter will spread quickly. If the village leaders don't make a statement, it will be difficult to convince the public. And you know that most people in the clan are dissatisfied with the oppression of the village leaders. This matter is known to everyone, and most of them will believe that this incident was indeed the work of Uchiha. Perhaps it was the village leaders who did this deliberately. Listening to Shirsue's words, Uchiha Itachi seemed to understand something. Is it a dead end? Must there be a river of bloodshed? Well, Uchiha Shirsue sighed softly and said nothing more. Hokage building, Hokage office. Dang, dang, dang. There was a knock on the door. Come in. The voice of 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato came from inside the house. Hiss. The office door slowly opened, and Captain Umbu walked in with Uchiha Fugaku. 3rd generation master, 4th generation master. The people have been brought to. Well, you go down. Yes. Captain Umbu closed the door and left. Uchiha Fugaku, as the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, do you have anything to say? Mitokado Hamura asked first. Uchiha Fugaku's eyes were firm. 3rd generation masters, 4th generation masters, and all the advisors. I swear before you that the Uchiha clan has no second thoughts about Konoha and would never do something as disobedient as assassination. Shimura Danzo snorted coldly. Humph. Then let me ask you, where are Uchiha Yashiro and Uchiha Tiahua now? I don't know. I just sent police officers to their homes to check, but they weren't found. People from Umbu were there and can testify for me. You detained Koharu. Of course they're not here. According to Umbu's report, these 2 people disappeared from your home. Uchiha Fugaku remained firm. I really don't know. Humph. Danzo was about to say something when 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen interrupted him. Fugaku, if you truly have a clear conscience, would you dare to accept the investigation? I will have the Yamanaka clan search your memories. If it truly has nothing to do with you and the Uchiha clan, then Minato and I will not pursue the matter. Uchiha Fugaku. To be honest, he doesn't dare. After all, just this evening, Tiahua and Yashiro had instigated him to rebel. If someone from the Yamanaka clan were to explore his memory, there would be no way to explain it. Danzo said aggressively. Fugaku, why are you hesitating? Are you hiding something? Duh. Chapter 22. My lords, if you do this, you are showing a lack of trust in us, the Uchiha clan. In desperation, Uchiha Fugaku tough Kaido. I don't know what Yashiro and Tiahua are thinking, but Lord Danzo, you should understand that they did this because you pushed them too hard. Hearing this, Shimura Danzo's expression became even more gloomy. Fugaku, what do you mean by that? Today you came to our clan to recruit 10 young Uchiha into the root organization. We are well aware of your actions and attitudes towards the root organization members. As the head of the clan, who dares to joke with the lives of our young blood? Shimura Danzo, Fugaku, you show your distrust of the Konoha higher-ups. As a ninja, you should be prepared to be a ninja. In this regard, the Yamanaka clan and the Ruono clan are much more open-minded than you. I'm not targeting you, Uchiha. The members of the other Konoha clans have all sincerely joined us, and you are the only one who refuses to befriend us. Uchiha Fugaku, that's why you did this. I'm sure you were the one behind today's incident. I, Uchiha, will not take the blame. How dare you? Shimura Danzo snapped. I'm the village's senior advisor, dedicated solely to Konoha. How dare you doubt me? All right. Seeing that the conversation was getting off track, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately interrupted. Fugaku, everything depends on evidence. I won't make things difficult for you, nor for the Uchiha clan. Konoha's development to this day is largely due to the Uchiha clan's power. However, Minato and I were indeed assassinated by Tetsuka and Yashiro. This is an indisputable fact. Well, you hand them over to us, and I won't say anything more. Uchiha Fugaku looked embarrassed. 3rd generation master, it's not that I don't want to hand them over, but I really don't know where they are now. Mitokado Hamura, then you still have something to hide. Can't you even keep an eye on your own people? Uchiha Fugaku felt bitter, and he really had no way to defend himself. How about this? Namikaze Minato suddenly said. Fugaku, I'll give you a few days. Go find Tetsuka and Yashiro, and we'll make a long-term plan. Okay. As he said this, Namikaze Minato winked at Fugaku. Uchiha Fugaku immediately responded down the stairs. Fourth generation masters, I will definitely find them both, and I will give you all an explanation then. Okay, then you can go down. Namake's Minato waved his hand. Yes. Uchiha Fugaku was about to turn and leave when Shimura Danzo shouted. No, he can't leave. What's the point of those two pawns looking for him? I suggest sending someone from the Yamanaka clan over here immediately to explore Fugaku's memories. Uchiha Fugaku glanced at the corner of his mouth without saying a word. Danzo, you should listen to Minato. After all, he is the head of the village now. Sarutobi Hiruzen said. Hiruzen, you. Well, that's it, Fugaku, you can go back now. Thank you, third generation master. Uchiha Fugaku bowed with gratitude and turned to leave. Bang! The moment the door closed, Shimura Danzo coldly demanded, Hiruzen, you're too indecisive. It's better to kill 1,000 by mistake than to let one go. Haven't you heard the saying? Danzo, it's not that I'm indecisive. It's that you're too extreme. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head helplessly. He took a deep puff of cigarette and continued. Let's investigate first, and then we can talk. Snort. Shimura Danzo's face turned purple with anger, and he walked out the door. I really don't know what Nidaime sees in you. Your character will only bring greater harm to the village. After leaving these words, Danzo disappeared. Huh. Namake's Minato sighed in relief. Danzo's departure relieved his stress a lot. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up and said, It's getting late. Let's adjourn. Mito Kato Hamura. Hiruzen, let's send some Umbu personnel to guard you tonight. I'm afraid something might go wrong. That's right. If you were to be assassinated again, your old arms and legs wouldn't be able to hold on. I'm fine. Everyone go away, Minato stay. Then we'll go back first. Mito Kato Hamura and Uchiha Koharu responded in unison. Before leaving, Danzo looked at the two Hokage in front of him and warned them coldly. This matter not only concerns the safety of the village, but also the attitude of the Konoha high-level officials. Hiruzen, Minato, I still think it is better to control all the Uchiha clan members. Chapter 23. After saying this, Danzo said nothing more and slammed the door and left. Alas, Sarutobi Hiruzen put down his pipe and shook his head helplessly. Minato, don't mind it. Danzo's attitude is a bit bad and he is not humane, but he said this for the good of the village. I understand, he's always like this. I'm used to it. Namake's Minato smiled awkwardly at first, then turned serious. But third generation, we really can't do that. The Uchiha clan has worked hard to protect Konoha for decades. If we destroy the Uchiha clan because of this incident, it will truly chill the hearts of all the villagers and the other ninja clans in the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Well, I know what I'm doing, Minato. Remember, I'm retired. If this matter doesn't involve me, I won't get involved, and I don't bother to care. Whatever you want to do in your heart, just decide for yourself. You are the real Kage, and you don't have to consider the opinions of the older generation, including me. I'm tired too. Let's go back first. Early morning, near the Uchiha tribe, on the banks of the Nanga River. Uchiha Shursui came here alone, carrying a sword on his back, his face full of worry and caution. He looked around from time to time, as if he was waiting for someone. A few minutes later, Danzo's voice faintly appeared behind him. Every time I see you, I think of my former best friend, Uchiha. Your father has saved Hiruzen and me many times on the battlefield with the Sharingan. Without him, we wouldn't be where we are today. Konoha wouldn't be what it is now. No one can match Jing's will of fire. Uchiha Shursui turned around, outwardly respectful, but with a strange cautiousness in his eyes. Danzo-sama, what do you want to talk to me about? Danzo, I heard that there was a gathering of the Uchiha clan this evening. Uchiha Fugaku and all the high-ranking officials of the police department were in attendance. What do you know about the specific content of the gathering? Uchiha Shursui was silent for a moment, his eyes fixed, and he shook his head. I don't know. The clan leader didn't let me participate. Danzo, why? You are a genius of the Uchiha clan, a future pillar of the clan. Are you under suspicion just because you are too close to the Konoha high-ranking officials? No. Lord Danzo, the clan leader. Uchiha Shursui heard this and hurriedly tried to explain something, but Danzo raised his hand slightly and interrupted him. Shursui, you don't need to explain. The root organization is not just for show. I know a little bit about what the Uchiha clan is plotting recently. No matter how much you try to cover it up, you can't hide it. Today, the Uchiha clan only sent people to assassinate the 2 generations of Hokage. If they rebel collectively in the future, you should know the consequences. Shursui, you don't want to see more people die. I know you are different from the other Uchiha. You possess a deep will of fire, and your heart is not bound by narrow tribalism. You are devoted to the village. If it were you, maybe something could change. Uchiha Shursui, Sir Danzo, what can I do to change the current situation? Your Mangekyo Sharingan's ability. A hint of greed flickered in Danzo's eyes at this point. Distinguished heavenly gods might be able to play a crucial role. Uchiha Shursui, you want me to control the clan leader? No. Danzo sneered and shook his head. I want you to control Sarutobi Hiruzen and Namikaze Minato without anyone noticing. Shursui is amazing. What did you say? Chapter 24. What did you say? Uchiha Shursui didn't react for a moment. Danzo actually asked him to control 2 Hokage Samus. What does this mean? Uchiha Shursui was puzzled and looked at Danzo with a more alert look. Danzo, don't panic, Shursui. This is just the condition I offer you. As long as you promise me to control those 2 for me, and then make them voluntarily give up their positions and nominate me as the 5th Hokage. After this is accomplished, I promise you that from now on the Uchiha clan will have the highest status in Konoha, on par with the Shimura clan. Assassinations and rebellions will also be forgiven. How about it? Do you agree? Such a thing. Uchiha Shursui didn't even think twice before responding firmly. Absolutely not. I won't do anything to harm the Hokage. Shursui knew Danzo's character very well. If he really became Hokage, the Uchiha clan would be on the verge of extinction. Regardless of what they thought deep down, at least 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen and 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato spoke on the side of the Uchiha clan on the surface. But Danzo is different. He is making things difficult for Uchiha in both overt and covert ways, and he is just short of taking direct action. Shursui couldn't believe the conditions offered by Danzo. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving, Danzo-sama. Shursui wanted to get away from Danzo as soon as possible. At this moment, he finally saw through Danzo's ambition. It turns out that what he has always coveted is the position of Hokage. Shursui, do you think I would let you go so easily? Danzo no longer hid his intentions, a fierce look on his face. Since I can't use your eyes, I'll have to take them myself. As soon as he finished speaking, Danzo took action. He waved his hand and pressed it on Shursui's shoulder. I'll take your Sharingan. At the moment when Danzo's fingers were about to approach Shursui's Sharingan, Danzo's entire body suddenly froze. Is this an illusion? Danzo's eyes widened, looking at Uchiha Shursui in disbelief. Uchiha Shursui remained expressionless and responded calmly. Don't worry, this is just an ordinary illusion. You will wake up soon. I won't tell anyone about what happened today. Just pretend you didn't hear anything. After saying that, Uchiha Shursui put Danzo down and prepared to leave. Before I took a few steps, a chill suddenly spread throughout my body. Its murderous intent. Danzo behind me disappeared out of thin air. Shursui thought to himself that something was wrong and was about to turn back. A powerful punch suddenly hit his abdomen. Then 2 more punches hit him in the face. Squeak! Uchiha Shursui was unable to dodge, and his right eye was snapped open by Danzo. Danzo stopped pretending and pressed the removed Sharingan against his right eye in front of Shursui. The original right eye slowly turned white. Sharingan. Danzo you. Uchiha Shursui's face was filled with shock, and he no longer cared about the pain in his right eye. How do you have the Uchiha clan Sharingan? Whose eye is this? Also, could the ninjutsu you just used be the Uchiha clan's forbidden technique? Izanagi. Danzo, how much do you know about the Uchiha clan's secrets? These, you don't need to know. You're right, I will become my new replacement. Since it's already like this, give me the other one. Sai. A large number of root ninjas appeared around Danzo. Go ahead. Take out his left eye. Danzo ordered. Yes. The root ninjas all attacked together, surrounding Uchiha Shursui. Shursui no longer hesitated, quickly forming seals with his hands. Fire style, great fireball technique. A huge fireball burst out of its mouth, and the root ninja acted decisively and quickly responded with water style. Water style, water waves. The moment fire and water come into contact, a large amount of water vapor bursts out. Shursui knew this was the best time to escape, so he turned around and disappeared. Instant body technique. After the steam dissipated, Danzo looked around, locked onto a direction, and ordered, "Chase him. You can't let him go." In the woods around the Nanha River, Uchiha Shursui's figure quickly shuttled through the woods. Now he is exhausted both physically and mentally, with despair and powerlessness sweeping over his body. He was a little tired. What is a mission? What is a ninja? What is a clan? What is a village? What is the will of fire? I have paid so much, but now I am treated like this. This world, does it really have any meaning? Chapter 25. Ouch. It hurts so much. Uchiha Shursui seemed to have given up hope on this world. Whoosh. A kunai with a poison gas bullet pierced his feet. Uchiha Shursui was hesitant and had no time to dodge. In a panic, a large amount of poisonous gas burst out. Oh no. A feeling of dizziness came over me, and the things in my eyes gradually became blurred. Did you inhale drug? Uchiha Shursui jumped elsewhere, breathing in the fresh air. At the same time, several dark shadows in black robes appeared around him. Uchiha Shursui, you have nowhere to run. Just surrender. The root ninjas all drew out their kunai with detonating tags. The leading captain ordered coldly, avoid his face, aim for his feet, and disable him. Don't damage his eyes. Drink. After firing several kunai, Uchiha Shursui endured the soreness in his muscles and used all his strength to perform his most powerful move. I still have things I need to finish. I absolutely cannot die here. Susanoo. Boom. At the moment the detonating talisman exploded, a green half-giant emerged from the black fog with billowing smoke. What is this? The root ninjas were all shocked. They had never seen such a shocking scene. Susanoo 99. Uchiha Shursui opened Susanoo's breastplate and fired countless green chakra arrows from the center at such a fast speed that there was no way to avoid it. Oh! Screams and wails were heard everywhere. With just one move, half of the root ninjas sent by Danzo were killed. Some died, while others were injured. That's the power of Susanoo. Hoo. Susanoo seemed to have drained a lot of Uchiha Shursui's energy. He knelt on the ground in pain, gasping for breath. The green half-body of Susanoo also gradually disappeared. This is a good opportunity. The rest of you, attack with me. There are only 4 root ninjas still able to fight, including the captain. The 4 of them gathered together and were about to launch a general attack on Shursui. But Uchiha Shursui quickly stood up, staggered, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. So fast. Where are the others? Find him quickly, don't let him get away. Several people looked around, but could not find any trace of Uchiha Shursui. Suddenly, in the dark night, several bright little fireballs streaked through the woods like meteors. The fireballs hit the root ninjas accurately, and their bodies fell heavily to the ground, unconscious. Hoo. After dealing with everyone, Uchiha Shursui felt relieved. He raised his head weakly, looking at the bright moon in the sky with dim eyes, and seemed to have made up his mind. At this moment, the light in his eyes finally disappeared, and even the moonlight could not reflect a single ray of light. Uchiha Clan Land, clan leader's residence. It was already early morning of the next day, and it was time for people to go to bed, but the entire clan land was brightly lit. Uchiha Fugaku and a group of Uchiha executives stood in the yard, their faces filled with anxiety, as if they were waiting for something. After a while, several young Uchiha ninjas appeared in front of Fugaku, reporting the situation one by one. Master Clan Leader, we have conducted a thorough search of the clan territory, and have not found Tiahua and Yudai. Master, I have led a thorough search of the village, but have found nothing. Master, the families or merchants outside the village that are cooperating with us have already responded, but Yushiro and Tiahua don't seem to have gone to join them. Master, the sensory ninjas couldn't detect the chakra of the 2. Damn it, could it be possible that they could just disappear out of thin air? How could Tetsuka and Yushiro be so impulsive? Isn't this putting the Uchiha clan in an irretrievable situation? Yeah, Taiho is fine. He's young and naive, full of energy. But Yashiro is already over 40 years old. Why would he do such a brainless thing? What's the point of saying this now? The Uchiha clan is completely finished. If the assassination gets out, will we be able to hold our heads up high in the village? Master Patriarch, things have come to this. Let's just go all out and— Shut up, Uchiha Fugaku yelled. What nonsense are you talking about? Are you still confused enough? Let's go to the ancestral hall. While saying this, Fugaku winked, signaling everyone to follow quietly and not say anything unnecessary. Father, it's so late. Are you still going to the ancestral hall for a meeting? Uchiha Itachi ran out of the house. Itachi, don't worry about me. Now is the time for the Uchiha clan to survive. As the head of the clan, I must take responsibility. Go back and have a good sleep. Take good care of your mother and Sasuke. Uchiha Fugaku left with a group of senior executives. Uchiha Itachi looked at his father's departing back with a complicated look in his eyes. Is rebellion really the only way out? He could see that most people in the tribe had rebellious intentions, some in the past, and even more now. If they rebel, there will be a bloody battle between the Uchiha and the other clans of Konoha, and other countries may even take advantage of the situation to invade. If that happens, how much innocent blood will be shed, and how many families will be destroyed? Uchiha Itachi muttered to himself with a lonely look. Having experienced war, he knows the horror and cruelty of war. On the battlefield, human life is completely worthless. Well, Uchiha Itachi sighed deeply and prepared to go back to the house. At this time, Shirsue's crow appeared again. A black crow landed on his shoulder. For some reason, Itachi always felt that the crow's state was different from usual. Its cries sounded more like a wail. He knew that it was Shirsue calling him. Itachi had a bad feeling in his heart, so he gathered his thoughts and followed the crow's guidance, heading off into the distance. Beside the Nanha River. You're here, Itachi. Seeing Itachi here, Uchiha Shirsue turned around with a smile. Seeing Shirsue's appearance, Uchiha Itachi was shocked. Shirsue, your eyes? What happened to you? I'm fine, don't worry about me. Uchiha Shirsue's smile seemed to let go of everything. I'm dying, Itachi. Before I leave, I want to give you my left eye. You are my only best friend, and the only person worthy of my trust. Danzo took my right eye. As an Uchiha, he didn't believe me. Ultimately, I was too naive. I used to think I could change everything with my eyes, and I could see through anyone. But in the end, I didn't even see through Danzo's true nature. He told me his true intentions today. I originally thought he was targeting the Uchiha just to protect the village, but his thoughts were too extreme. But the position of Hokage is his true goal. Danzo actually wants me to use the power of the distinguished heavenly gods to help him win the position of Hokage. I didn't agree to it and fought with him. I won the initial fight, but what I didn't expect was that his right eye under the bandage was actually a Sharingan, and he even knew how to use the Uchiha clan's forbidden technique, Izanagi. Itachi, you must not follow the same path as me. If the village falls into Danzo's hands, it will be completely destroyed. I've taken everything lightly. I'm really tired. No matter how perceptive your eyes are, they can never defeat the human heart. Puff. Before Uchiha Itachi could say anything, Shirsue reached into his left eye and dug out the eyeball. This is a suicide note I wrote myself. My eyesight is special and may cause trouble, so I've written in my suicide note that I intend to destroy them. Please keep this secret. Itachi, don't trust Danzo. He doesn't fight for the village, only for the Hokage. His ambitions are too great, maybe even for the world. After explaining everything, Uchiha Shirsue slowly walked to the riverside, ready to jump off the cliff to commit suicide. Itachi wanted to stop him, but he also understood that this was Shirsue's own choice. Maybe he's really tired. Thump. Uchiha Shirsue smiled and jumped into the water, sinking to the bottom of the river. Ouch! A deep stinging sensation stimulated Uchiha Itachi's eyeballs. His eyes seemed to have changed. Hee. Watching your best friend pass away, did you activate the Mangekyo Sharingan? It seems I was right not to show up earlier. I unexpectedly allowed my people to awaken a new Mangekyo. A voice that had never been heard before sounded from behind Uchiha Itachi. Who is it? Uchiha Itachi immediately turned around and looked warily at the mysterious masked man who appeared from the space Uzumaki behind him. My name, Uchiha Madara. Chapter 26. Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Itachi looked calm on the surface, but his heart was in turmoil. He had heard of the name Madara and had even seen it more than once in the ancient books of the tribe. How could such a legendary figure still be alive? You don't believe it? Looking at Itachi's expression, the mysterious masked man raised his head slightly. In the moonlight, his Sharingan appeared unusually blood-red. The space was centered on Madara's right eye, and the Uzumaki wave appeared again. His body entered the wave in an instant. When Uchiha Itachi just reacted, he suddenly found that Madara appeared beside him. Is this the ability of the Mangekyo Sharingan? At first, Uchiha Itachi thought that this mysterious technique was a space-time ninjutsu, but now he finally saw it clearly. It was actually a dojutsu. No one in the clan possesses this kind of power. But Uchiha Itachi still didn't quite believe that he was Uchiha Madara. After all, this is too outrageous. If he could really live that long, could it be that he has turned into a monster? Itachi, stop worrying about my identity. What you should worry about is, why did I come to you? After saying this, Obito looked forward along the river and said straight to the point. You have such intelligence and strength at such a young age, Itachi. I admire you. Are you interested in doing something for me? Uchiha Itachi remained silent and said nothing. He didn't agree immediately, nor did he refuse. He was now very curious about this person who called himself Madara and had been hiding for so long. What was his plan, and what was he going to do? I'll just assume that you are Madara. What do you want me to do for you? Uchiha Itachi said after a brief silence. He wanted to agree on the surface first, and then trick the mysterious masked man into saying something. Obito, join my mercenary organization and help me complete Project Tsuki no Mi. Project Tsuki no Mi. Uchiha Itachi frowned. What is that? Obito sneered and revealed his plan in full. Collect all the tailed beasts and revive the body of 10 tails, which was sealed in the moon by the Sage of 6 Paths. I will become 10 tails Jinchuriki, reach the level of the Sage of 6 Paths, open the eye of the moon, and then cast my eye power on the moon to perform infinite Tsukuyami. With this, I will control all the people in the world, unify the world, and create peace in the illusion. Uchiha Itachi widened his eyes. He was shocked by these mysterious terms that he had never heard of before. Infinite Tsukuyami, fantasy world. If this is true, then isn't it a false world? Uchiha Itachi buried his head, feeling more and more that the person in front of him was crazy. How could such a thing exist? Obito, Itachi, where there is light, there must be shadow. As long as there is the concept of winners, there will also be losers. In this world, there is no right or wrong. Selfish will inevitably provoke war. In order to protect love, hatred will also arise. This is a cause and effect relationship, and it cannot be separated. Of course, this is just common sense. But we are different. We can create a world where there are only winners, only peace, only love, and only these things exist. These aren't empty words. Inside the main hall of Uchiha Nanga's shrine, under the 7th tatami mat on the right, there's a stone tablet that clearly states these things. ? Uchiha Itachi replied coldly, Impossible. I once saw the stone tablet by chance, but I couldn't understand all the words on it. It wasn't like what you said. Obito shook his head. Of course you can't understand it. It records everything in the universe. It is the secret written by the Sage of 6 Paths. To understand, you need Sharingan, Mangekyo Sharingan, Rinnegan. Without pupil power, you cannot read. Sage of 6 Paths, Rinnegan. These legendary words were running wildly in Itachi's mind. His heart began to hesitate. The main reason is that what the masked man said was too mysterious. At first glance, it sounded like complete nonsense, but when you think about it carefully, it always seemed to make sense. Itachi, aren't you tired of this fake world? Your friend died right in front of you. Why did he choose to commit suicide? Because of this. Forget about nations. Even between villages and clans, there are inevitably gaps and distrust. To erase and resolve these gaps, sacrifices on both sides are necessary, and the concepts of winners and losers will emerge. If I win, I can continue to live, continue to survive in this fake, scheming world. Losing is a relief, but I also lost my life. What's the point of allowing this false world to continue? Whether I'm right or wrong, you don't need to speculate. Now that you've awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, you can personally understand more of the contents on the stone tablet. I can take you to see it now. After you see it, you'll naturally understand what I'm saying. Without waiting for Itachi's response, Obito activated Mangekyo, sucking Itachi into the space he was in, and then his own body disappeared as the space fluctuated. The next moment, Uchiha Nangai Shrine, in front of the stone monument, two figures emerged from among the Uzumaki. See for yourself, Itachi. Obito crossed his arms over his chest and leaned against the wall. Uchiha Itachi looked at the stone tablet in front of him, and the Mangekyo Sharingan slowly took shape. A minute later, a drop of cold sweat ran down his cheek. What Madara said is true. He gradually began to believe in his heart that the person in front of him might really be Madara. Otherwise, I wouldn't know so much. Itachi couldn't understand what was behind the stone tablet. He remembered Madara saying that the Rinnegan was needed to fully decipher it in the end. Obito seemed to see through Uchiha Itachi's thoughts and murmured softly, "My organization has a character with the Rinnegan. If you don't believe me, I can take you to see." Uchiha Itachi was startled again. Rinnegan actually exists in this world. He is now becoming more and more curious about this organization. But he didn't quite agree with this plan. But I also feel inexplicably longing for it. What is real and what is fake? The death of his best friend Uchiha Shursui gradually made him see the cruelty of the world. Having experienced 3 world wars since childhood, he knows the horror of war. However, in today's peaceful era, although there is no sword in shadow, the human heart hidden behind is a deadly weapon. Shursui, that's how he died. Think about it yourself, Itachi. I'll come back to you. After saying this, Obito disappeared. Uchiha Itachi was left alone, staring blankly at the stone tablet in front of him, unable to calm down for a long time. We're back. Madara's secret base. Obito and Zetsu walked in. It was early morning, and Madara and Fei Yu had just woken up. What were you two doing all night? Uchiha Madara rolled his eyes at them. Obito was not going to hide anything. He first picked up Fei Yu and loved him dearly, and then told Uchiha Madara everything. As expected, Uchiha Madara's eyes became increasingly gloomy. Konoha's attitude towards Uchiha is still the same. Humph, even if you two hadn't set the fuse, I guess the day when Uchiha would be ostracized by Konoha wouldn't be far away. Fei Yu heard their words clearly. It seems that my appearance has greatly changed the original development of this world. Fei Yu thought secretly in his heart. White Zetsu teased, Lord Madara, do you feel bad that your people are being treated like this? Humph. Uchiha Madara snorted and took Fei Yu back from Obito's arms. What about my clansmen? I only care about my son now. Come, son, kiss me. Feeling Madara's overly clingy pampering, Fei Yu interrupted. Dad Obito, you did all this just to get that person named Uchiha Itachi to join the Akatsuki organization? Obito nodded. Yeah, that's right. Fei Yu, in that case, why not just pack up all the Uchiha clan members and bring them over to work for us? The more the better. Obito was stunned, then took off his mask and smiled. To be honest, I didn't expect to accept so many people. Since my son has made suggestions, let's do it. There's no harm anyway. Uchiha Madara pinched Fei Yu's cheek and said, the fuse has been set. It's only a matter of time before the Uchiha clan is exterminated by Konoha. Rather than letting them waste their lives on the streets, it's better for them to come and work for me. As my people, let's give them a chance to join our cause. Chapter 27. Oh well. Obito understood Madara's intention and nodded. I'll come up with some strategy to get the Uchiha people to join us. Madara shouted coldly, since you're acting in my name, is there any need to be so pretentious? Just talk to the clan members directly. They are unhappy in Konoha anyway. If they want to join, then accept them. If they don't want to join, that's fine too. Just wait to be eaten away by Konoha's hypocrisy. I knew this would be the outcome from the beginning, but my tribesmen were tired of fighting and no one wanted to leave with me. Now, I'll give them another chance. This is also for my son Fei Yu's sake. Otherwise, I wouldn't bother to take them in. This was the first time that the eldest son Fei Yu made a suggestion. Although it might have been just a casual and unintentional suggestion, Madara adopted it without even thinking about it. There's no harm in it after all. The most important thing is that he doesn't want to make his son unhappy. If he wants to educate his son well, he cannot ignore anything he says. Encouragement and recognition are the most suitable educational methods for the growth of children's character. Obito. Okay, I'm going to Kirigakure tomorrow. After I take care of things there, I'll contact the Uchiha clan. Hearing this, Fei Yu interrupted and said, Obito, Daddy, if you are busy, I can take care of Konoha's Uchiha. Believe me, I can do it. Uchiha Madara, Obito, and White Zetsu were all stunned at the same time. Madara. Son, Godfather knows you want to share your father's worries, but you are too young now. I will let you go out when you grow up and can stand on your own, okay? Godfather will worry about you. Obito. Little Fei Yu, be good and listen to your godfather. I can handle your job as your nanny. Leave the hard work to me and just focus on growing up healthily. White Zetsu. Little Fei Yu, are you bored these days? I won't go anywhere tomorrow and will stay at home to play with you, okay? Black Zetsu. Take me one, by the way. It's my turn to hold you to sleep tonight. I recently learned a bedtime story called Little Blackie Looking for His Mother. Blackie's mother was sealed by the evil, and since then he has gone through hardships just to find his mother. The story is very inspiring. You will like it. Fei Yu knew they would never let him out. After all, they loved him too much and were afraid he would be in danger. But he was so bored these past few years, always staying in the base, that he felt like his body was rusting. Moreover, since the system was launched, he has never triggered a system task. No system tasks means no rewards. If you want rewards, you can only do so by signing in to the system once a year. The cycle is too long, and Fei Yu can't wait any longer. He really wants to go out and try his luck. Besides, the Godfather's subordinates are equivalent to one's own subordinates. Akatsuki belongs to both Madara and himself. Why not do something that has no disadvantages and benefits? Godfather, just let me go. If you're worried, you can ask White Zetsu and Black Zetsu to accompany me. Obito has been running around day and night these days, so I just want to share some of your worries. Fei Yu said as he used his trump card. Behave in a spoiled manner. This trick always works, and Madara is completely unable to resist it. As long as Fei Yu acts coquettishly, Uchiha Madara will soften her heart and try her best to meet Fei Yu's requirements. Well, okay. Looking at Fei Yu's pitiful begging look, Madara's heart melted instantly. White Zetsu, Black Zetsu. Tomorrow you will sneak into Konoha with little Fei Yu. Be sure to take good care of Fei Yu. White Zetsu. TSK, don't worry, Madara-sama. Fei Yu is also my dearest child. How could I let him get hurt? Well, that's best. Madara turned her head, raised her big hand, and rubbed Fei Yu's head. Son, it will probably take a few years for my godfather to recover. If I go out, I won't be able to accompany you for a long time. When I recover to my prime, I will make up for all the times I owe you. Don't think I'm clingy then. No, Godfather, how could I possibly dislike you? Ha 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 ha. You're worthy of being my son. Let's go? I'll take you to training. Today we'll focus on other ninjutsu besides fire style. Okay, Godfather. Konoha Village, Uchiha Tribeland. The sun had just risen when Uchiha Itachi gently opened the door of his home, trying to return to his bedroom without being noticed. Itachi didn't want to wake Sasuke, nor did he want his father to know that he hadn't returned home in the middle of the night. Itachi, where have you been? Uchiha Fugaku's serious voice echoed from the main hall. Itachi quickly turned around and saw Fugaku sitting cross-legged on the tatami, his arms folded across his chest, a look of majesty on his face. It turned out that Fugaku also hadn't slept all night and sat here until early morning. Such a big thing happened in the tribe. As the tribe leader, he had a headache for a long time and couldn't sleep. Uchiha Itachi hesitated for a moment, then calmly replied, Father, I couldn't sleep, so I went to the river to practice. I just came back. Itachi didn't tell the truth to his father. He always liked to keep things to himself. Uchiha Fugaku knew his child too well. The child had been like this since he was young. He knew that Itachi was deliberately hiding something. In the past, Fugaku would have chosen to turn a blind eye. But now, he didn't want to indulge Itachi anymore. Itachi, did you go to Nanga's shrine? Someone just reported to me that they saw you coming out of Nanga's shrine. Hearing this, Itachi was slightly startled. It seems that I can't hide it this time. Father, I met a mysterious man wearing a mask last night. He possesses Sharingan, and upon hearing the word Sharingan, Fugaku's eyes slowly widened and he immediately asked, and what? He calls himself Uchiha Madara. Who are you talking about? Uchiha Fugaku was completely stunned. Why are there so many strange things happening recently? Last night, two of his trusted followers overestimated their own capabilities and tried to assassinate two Hokages. Fugaku still couldn't figure out how they could do such a stupid thing. Now my son said he met Uchiha Madara? Are they all crazy? Are you the only normal person? Who is Uchiha Madara? He is a legendary figure. Itachi, you still won't tell me the truth? If you don't want to talk about it, forget it. Why are you using the name of our ancestors to fool me? Do you really think your father is a fool? Although after the battle at the Valley of the End, whether Uchiha Madara was dead or alive is still a mystery. But so many years have passed. Even if he was not dead then, he can't be alive now. Uchiha Fugaku was a little emotional. Itachi didn't want to explain too much. After all, when the mysterious masked man called himself Madara, he also thought that the man was fooling him. Itachi, father, he was the one who took me to the Nanga shrine and mentioned the infinite Tsukuyomi and the Rinnegan. He said he had deciphered everything on the stone tablet. Uchiha Fugaku, seeing his father was so surprised that he couldn't even speak, Uchiha Itachi continued. He said that the Uchiha clan's purpose is to successfully activate the infinite Tsukuyomi, which is the power of the Sharingan. Father, what do you think? Uchiha Fugaku was so shocked that he couldn't speak for a long time. After a long while, he finally spoke. Itachi, why did he come to you? Well, I don't know. Uchiha Itachi shook his head and lied that he didn't know. He did not want to tell his father about Uchiha Shirsue's suicide, entrusting his eyes to him, and awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan. He promised Shirsue that he would keep his suicide a secret and not let anyone know. Uchiha Fugaku frowned, looked at Itachi's expressionless face, and continued to ask, then, can you take me to see him? The man who calls himself Madara. Itachi. He didn't tell me where he was hiding. He just said he would come find me. Oh. Uchiha Fugaku lowered his head and pondered for a moment. Okay, next time he comes to see you, remember to call me. Try not to be alone with him. I'm afraid you might be in danger. I understand, father. You haven't slept all night. Go back to your room and get some rest. Yes. Uchiha Itachi bowed and walked back to the bedroom. In the bedroom, Sasuke was sleeping soundly on the bed, with a smile on his face, as if he was having a sweet dream. Uchiha Itachi smiled and picked up the blanket that Sasuke had kicked to the ground and covered Sasuke again. Sasuke, don't worry. No matter what happens in the future, I will protect you forever. Chapter 28. The next day, Water Country, Kirigakure. Inside the Mizukage Building, Conference Hall. A group of mist shinobi high-ranking officials and elite ninjas took their seats one by one, all of them waiting for someone. Fourth Mizukage, Yagura. Just now, these people received the message that Mizukage proposed a meeting. After a while, Yagura Kojima slowly walked in and sat in the main seat. I'm in such a hurry to call everyone here because I have a few things I want to inform you of. First, I discovered that Mist Shinobi's secret ninjutsu was being stolen by other countries and the information was being leaked. To solve this problem, I decided to close the country. Close the country to the outside world. Upon hearing this, the senior executives all frowned. This is no small matter. Once the country closes its borders, the local economy will be severely hit. In addition, Goju Shirtsong continued, seclusion is only the first step. There are too many ninja clans with bloodline limits and secret techniques, and they are often coveted by other countries. You all know that the bodies of ninjas are the most precious treasures. If another country captures or seizes the body of a local ninja with a bloodline limit, the consequences will be disastrous. This has happened more than once. So I decided to mobilize all my forces and kill the local bloodline limit ninjas at all costs. Don't other countries always want to get them? Then we should solve the problem from the root and digest them directly from within. That way, other countries will not harass us so often. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience was in an uproar. Is this still the cheerful Mizukage they know? Is this the policy that a village leader can come up with? Mizukage-sama, I strongly oppose this. First of all, closing the country to the outside world will severely damage the local economy. In addition, the decision to kill the bloodline limit ninja is too extreme. The strength of the mist shinobi will definitely be greatly weakened. How can you injure the enemy 0 but injure yourself 1,000 times? That's right. The reason why the Land of Water is ranked among the 5 great nations is precisely because Mist Shinobi has a large number of bloodline limit ninjas. If this continues, Mist Shinobi will be useless. Yes, we can't let ourselves be seriously injured in order to prevent the leakage of secret techniques and bloodline limits. Mizukage-sama, I hope you will reconsider your actions. Humph. Goju Shirtsong snorted coldly. It's better to weaken your own strength than to allow other countries to increase their strength. For the long-term development of the village, we need to make painful sacrifices. Besides, I've already said that I'm not here to discuss things with you, but to inform you. I hope everyone will follow through as soon as possible. Okay, that concludes the discussion on the first matter. I'm now going to announce the second decision. There are many talented ninjas among the younger generation. It's time to fill the void left by the 7 ninja swordsmen. When saying this, Goju Sikong looked at the 3 people standing behind him. They are Ziguashin Pufferfish Demon, Biwa Juzo, and Heichu Raiga. The 7 ninja swordsmen have always obeyed the orders of the Mizukage and were directly controlled by him. There were originally 7 members in total. In the 3 recent battles against Konoha Shinobi Might Die, 4 of them, Hirasan Kushimaru, Tuso Yedo, and Murashid Shinpachi, died one after another, leaving only the 3 members alive, and they even managed to escape by chance. The world-famous 7 ninja swordsmen cannot remain vacant any longer. We need young blood to replenish them so that they can serve me better. Do you have any recommendations? Yagura Kajira asked coldly. There was silence in the audience, and no one dared to speak. The 4th Mizukage's aura was exceptionally cold and biting today. Since you don't recommend it, I'll do it myself. I'm currently more fond of Mangetsu Kazuki, and I think he can join. As for the remaining candidates, I will slowly study them. Okay, that's all I have to say. From today on, everything I say must be carried out immediately without any mistakes. After saying this, Goju Shirtsong stood up and left the table. The senior executives didn't even have a chance to refute. I dare not refute. They felt that Yagura's eyes today were capable of killing people. A few minutes later, all members of the Mist Shinobi assassination team gathered on the rooftop. Ziguashin Pufferfish Ghost, you lead 3 teams to the Snow Clan's territory. Kill all those who have awakened their Kekkei Genkai abilities. Leave no one alive. Biwa Juzo, you will lead the people to the Bamboo Clan's territory. Kirichu Raiga, you will lead the others to assassinate the other bloodline limit ninjas. Disperse. For a ninja, obeying orders is their duty. No matter how reluctant they are, they have to put aside all emotions and become the leader's weapon. After the assassination team left, Yagura turned around and waved his hand, signaling Mangetsu Kazuki to come over. Hozuki Mangetsu ran to Yagura with great joy and knelt on one knee respectfully. Mizukage-sama, Manyu, I called you here because I hope you can join the 7 ninja swordsmen and serve the village. You are a talented person and have a deep understanding of ninja swords. Yagura pointed at the ownerless ninja sword beside him. Which ninja sword do you want to use? Choose it yourself. There are 4 ninja swords on the table, namely the long sword, sewing needle, the explosive sword, flying foam, the blunt sword, katana, and the double sword. Nicho. Mangetsu Hozuki could no longer suppress his excitement. He picked up a sword at random and demonstrated his sword skills in front of Yagura Kajira. Soon, he showed off the 4 ninja swords one by one. The ninja swords in his hands seemed to have souls, exuding murderous aura. That's right. I was right about him. Yagura nodded with satisfaction. Hozuki Mangetsu seemed to have a special liking for the twin blades, Chochu. He put away the sword in his hand and asked, Mizukage-sama, I want to be the master of the twin blades, Chochu. He is my favorite. Thank you, Mizukage-sama. The sword has been chosen. Manyu, I am ready to give you a task. Your Excellency, please speak. Yagura slowly walked to the side of Mangetsu Kazuki, leaned close to his ear and said coldly, "I'm sending you to monitor Ziguashan Pufferfish Ghost, Biwa Juzong, and Kirichu Raiga to see if they can fully complete the mission. If you discover any signs of letting them go, you can eliminate them directly without reporting." What? Mangetsu Hozuki's pupils widened. He would never have thought that on his first day as one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, the first mission he received was to monitor his predecessors and maybe even kill them. "Mizuki-sama, this. What? Can't you do it?" Looking at the young Mangetsu, Yagura shouted, "Everything we do is for the village. As a ninja, you should have the awareness to let go of all your emotions. Do you still need me to remind you of this?" I understand, Mizuki-sama. "Very well, go ahead then. I will send a team of elite Jonin scouts to assist you." "Yes." Man Kizuna swallowed nervously, nodded with a firm look, and then left. After everyone disappeared, a figure distorted by Uzumaki faintly appeared behind Yagura Karatachi. The next moment, Obito emerged from it. He raised his head, looked at the foggy sky, and murmured softly, "Mist Shinobi, it's almost over. Today's fog will be a bloody fog." On the other side, outside the gate of Uchiha Madara's secret base, White Zetsu has Fei Yu riding on his neck, and Black Zetsu is carrying a small bag filled with snacks and other items. These were all forced in by Uchiha Madara. Today is the day Fei Yu goes to Konoha to recruit the Uchiha clan. Madara is worried that his eldest son will be too busy with the mission to have time to eat, so he forced him to bring these foods with him. White Zetsu, "Daddy, just let me down. I can walk by myself." "No. Lord Madara has ordered that this is your first mission, and even if you fail, it doesn't matter. You can't make any mistakes. Little Fei Yu, you're still too young. Please, let me carry you. If you fall or get hurt, my life will be in danger, alas." Fei Yu shook his head helplessly. As expected, having a good father is better than anything else. It is hard not to enjoy it. "Then we'll go, Madara-sama. You don't have to worry about us being here." Uchiha Madara pinched Fei Yu's cheek and reminded softly, "Son, those Uchiha guys are now your grandchildren and great-grandchildren. You don't have to be nice to them. Show your aura as my son. Remember, you are my son, Uchiha Madara. I would rather you betray the world than have the world betray you. No matter what, your father will support you. Go ahead, and remember to come back before dinner. I can't eat without you." Chapter 29. Got it, Godfather. After the father and son parted ways, White Zetsu carried Fei Yu on his back, and Black Zetsu carried the small bag, and they began to head towards the Fire Nation. "Little Fei Yu, sit tight in my arms. I'm going to use the robe technique to sneak underground. We'll reach Konoha soon, all right? White Zetsu, let's go straight to the Uchiha leader's house. I want to talk to him." Understood. White Zetsu and Black Zetsu merged together, wrapped Fei Yu in their arms, and then burrowed into the ground, disappearing without a trace. Konoha Village, Namikaze's Minato family. Uzumaki Kushina placed a steaming hot breakfast on the table and called out, "Minato, it's time for breakfast. Wake Naruto up, the kid's been staying in bed lately, and that's not a good habit." Minato smiled and scratched his head, then sat on a chair. "Let him sleep a little longer, he's still so young. When he goes to ninja school in a few years, Naruto will naturally stop sleeping. Just spoil him." Kushina rolled her eyes at Minato and realized that her husband had only taken 2 bites of breakfast before putting on his coat and getting ready to go out. "Minato, why are you eating so little?" "I can't help it. I have too many government affairs to attend to right now. Besides, the Cloud Shinobi envoys will be visiting our village in the next few days to discuss cooperation. I have to prepare in advance." "It's Cloud Shinobi again. You have to be careful of those hypocritical guys. You know they kidnapped me when I was a child. Who knows what shameful things they might do during this visit. Don't worry, I'll be on guard." "What about the Uchiha assassination? How are you going to solve it?" "Minato, there's definitely something fishy going on here. We have to investigate thoroughly before we make a decision." "Yeah, I understand. Mikoto is my good sister, and Fugaka has a good relationship with you too. You and I know the character of the couple best. They would never send their clan members to do anything to harm the Hokage. By the way, have you found Uchiha Teka and Yashiro?" "Not yet." Namikaze Minato shook his head helplessly. "Honestly speaking, The current situation is very unfavorable for the Uchiha clan. These two people seem to have disappeared from the face of the earth. If we can't find them, things will be troublesome. Sigh. Hearing this, Kushina walked up to Minato with a nervous look, leaned close to his ear, and gently reminded him, I have a feeling someone is framing the Uchiha clan, and there's one person who's the most suspicious. Who? Shimura Danzo. Kushina, don't say anything that is detrimental to unity. Namake's Minato quickly stopped his wife. Danzo wouldn't do such a thing. Although his actions can be extreme and cold-blooded at times, he's always doing it for the village. He wouldn't do something that would destroy internal unity. Minato, you're so naive. I can't think of anyone else to suspect except him. That old guy has been causing trouble for the Uchiha for the past few years, and sometimes he doesn't even take you seriously. It's only because you and Fugaku have good tempers. If it were me, I would have challenged Danzo in a one-on-one fight a long time ago. Seeing Kushina's furious expression, Minato smiled awkwardly and quickly coaxed her. Ha! Ha! Calm down, calm down. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. When I get off work tonight, I'll pack some delicious Ichiraku ramen for you and Naruto. After saying that, Namake's Minato turned around and left in a hurry. Call. Once outside, Minato sighed deeply, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and headed towards the Hokage building. Minato's house was very close to the Hokage building, and within moments, Minato arrived at his office. Looking at the pile of documents and government affairs that were not handled yesterday, Minato couldn't help but sigh. Alas, another hard day. Minato sat in a chair and just started flipping through the pages when several elderly figures suddenly walked in without even knocking. No need to think, it's those old guys again. Konoha's trio of senior advisors, Shimura Danzo, Uchiha Koharu, and Midokado Hamura. Minato frowned. He had so much work to do, but these old guys kept pestering him. It was really frustrating. Minato, we have something to tell you. It's urgent. The three of them sat side by side on the sofa as usual, and Uchiha Koharu spoke first. We discussed it last night and decided that we can no longer give the Uchiha clan time. Those two assassins disappeared out of thin air. It must be their own doing. Maybe Uchiha Fugaku has already killed them. Otherwise, with Umbu's ability, how could they not find those two alive? Even if they are hiding at the ends of the earth. Namake's Minato's face darkened, and he responded stubbornly. This matter is very important. It concerns the fate of an entire family. We can't just speculate. It's not too late to make a decision after the investigation is complete. Humph, superficial. Danzo snorted coldly. As the head of a village, a weak governing style is unacceptable. If we wait until the day when the investigation is complete, the Uchiha will be almost ready. If they suddenly rebel at that time, what will we do? Minato, have you thought about the consequences? It's better to kill 1,000 people by mistake than to let one go. You must have heard this many times. The Uchiha clan has long been planning a rebellion. This rebellious ninja clan must be nipped in the bud as soon as possible. They have sent people to your house to kill you, and you are still foolishly raising a tiger to harm you. Besides, the Cloud Shinobi envoys will be visiting Konoha in the next few days. If the Uchiha clan rebels on the day of their visit, we will be humiliated in front of the outside world. I know you have a good relationship with Uchiha Fugaku, but I want to remind you that now is not the time to worry about friendship. As the Hokage, you must not let any personal feelings interfere with your judgment. Namake's Minato said nothing, but he was extremely angry in his heart. Danzo's words sounded reasonable, as if he was thinking about the village, but his tone made it seem like he didn't take Minato, a fourth-generation member, seriously at all. Minato suppressed his anger. For the sake of harmony among the top management, he didn't want to fall out with these old guys for the time being. They were all elders, so Minato was helpless. Seeing that the atmosphere was not right, Midokado Hamura did not want to make things worse. He coughed lightly a few times and began to smooth things over. Minato, don't blame us for being ruthless. We are truly doing this for the development and stability of the village. If you still refuse to take action against Uchiha, then we won't say anything more. However, there are two requests that you must agree to. First, the Uchiha clan is ordered not to leave their territory until the truth is revealed. All members of the clan must unconditionally submit to the investigation. Second, Send more Umbu and elite Jonin teams to surround the Uchiha territory, focusing on surveillance and defense. This way, even if they rebel, we can respond immediately. These two demands are tantamount to killing someone and destroying their soul. Once implemented, will the Uchiha clan still be able to hold their heads up high in the village? But if they don't agree, if the Uchiha clan really rebels in the future, Konoha will indeed be faced with a helpless situation. Okay, I promise. I will inform the Uchiha clan of these two requests. Hearing this, Danzo's narrowed eyes lit up slightly, and he responded with satisfaction. Well, it's all for the village. I hope you understand what we mean. Umbu Jin will also assist you. Having achieved their goal, the three old guys didn't stay any longer and left one after another. Well, Namake's Minato scratched his head helplessly and sat back in his chair. After he wrote a document, he looked at the contents and muttered to himself, "Fugaku, I hope you can understand me." Minato waved his hand gently, and a white-haired Umbu boy instantly appeared in the office. "Hokage-sama, what can I do for you?" "Kakashi, I told you, when it's just the two of us, just call me teacher." "Yes, teacher." "You are about to leave Umbu. Before you leave, I will give you one last task." Namake's Minato placed the document in his hand into the scroll and handed it to Kakashi. "Go to the Uchiha clan's land and personally deliver the scroll to Uchiha Fugaku. And give me a message. Just say, I hope you can be patient and calm the emotions of the tribe members. Don't worry about the attitudes and rumors outside. The two Hokage will investigate this matter thoroughly." "Clear." Bang! Kakashi took the scroll and immediately turned into a puff of smoke and disappeared. Chapter 30. The Uchiha clan's territory, outside the clan leader's residence. Dang, dang, dang. There was a steady knock on the door. Uchiha Fugaku in the hall heard the sound and immediately stopped Mikoto, who was about to open the door. He stood up and whispered, "Let me go." Fugaku slowly walked to the door and opened it, only to see a white-haired Umbu boy standing outside. "Mr. Fugaku, this is an order from the fourth Hokage." The Umbu boy handed the scroll to Fugaku. "Hokage-sama asked me to bring you a message. He hopes you can be patient and calm the emotions of the tribe members. He and the third-generation Sama will find out the truth." After saying that, the Umbu boy left, cleanly and neatly, without leaving a trace. Uchiha Fugaku opened the scroll and read through its contents. After reading, veins popped out of his hands and endless rage burned in his chest. "Are you trying to drive our clan into a dead end? It would be fine if they were just monitoring me secretly, but now they are actually detaining me openly." He wanted to explode, but he knew that there was nothing Minato could do. It must be the pressure from those consultants. "Minato, I know you believe in me, but I really can't hold on any longer. How am I supposed to calm the tribe members down after this decision is made?" Uchiha Fugaku sighed to the sky. Perhaps betrayal is the only way forward. At this moment, a childish and unfamiliar voice suddenly sounded beside Fugaku. "Hey, hello, Uchiha Fugaku." Uchiha Fugaku quickly turned around and saw a child standing behind him with a smile. Judging from his appearance, he seems to be about the same age as Sasuke, just 1 or 2 years older. Uchiha Fugaku was very surprised. A child could appear next to him out of thin air, and he didn't even sense any trace of his presence. What surprised him even more was that both eyes of this child were filled with 3 Tomo Sharingan. It's from the Uchiha clan. At such a young age, his eyes have reached such a level. "Who are you? How did you appear? You have my clan's Sharingan. Why have I never seen you before?" My name is Fei Yu, and my father is Uchiha Madara," Fei Yu said with a cheerful smile. "What? Madara's son? He has a son?" Uchiha Fugaku can no longer remain calm. It seems that what Itachi said to him the day before yesterday was true. Madara had looked for his son Itachi before, and now Madara's son is looking for him again. "Father!" Itachi and Sasuke heard the commotion in the yard and ran out. When they saw Fei Yu, they were also surprised. Sasuke, in particular, was so shocked that his jaw dropped. The little brat in front of me, who was about the same age as me, actually activated the 3 Tomo Sharingan. I haven't even awakened a single Magatama. Comparing yourself to others is really frustrating. Compared to Sasuke, Itachi appeared much calmer on the surface, but his heart was already turbulent. This child is definitely not simple. Uchiha Itachi hurriedly asked, Father, who is he? He is a child of the Uchiha clan. Why have I never seen him? Fugaku replied with lingering fear. This is my first time seeing him too. He is Madara's son, named Fei Yu. Really? In fact, the clever Itachi had already guessed it. A child with such an incredible talent, and dressed the same as the person who called himself Madara he had seen before, must have a deep relationship with Madara. I won't say anything more. Fei Yu said maturely, the head of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku. I come to inform you in the name of my father, Uchiha Madara. Leave Konoha and join us. The power of the Uchiha clan should not be buried like this, working for outsiders. Chapter 31. Fei Yu's words made Uchiha Fugaku's heart twitch violently. The reason why he has been forbearing is not because he is a coward, but as the head of a clan, he must consider the fate and future of all clan members. As a father, you also have to consider your wife and children. He was always thinking about rebellion and wanted to kill Danzo with his own hands. But if he really did that, the Uchiha clan would be doomed and would probably be extinct. Because of this concern, he, who was once passionate, could only become cautious. But now it's different. That man, that godlike man actually extended an olive branch to him. The Uchiha clan's previously bleak future is finally about to be reborn. Fei Yu then Uchiha Fugaku suddenly shut his mouth before he could finish. He felt as if he had said something wrong. In terms of seniority, Fei Yu in front of him is much older than him. The Uchiha clan is a clan that values etiquette, so how could he address Fei Yu by his name? After much deliberation, Uchiha Fugaku decided to address him as adult. Fei Yu. Sir, I am willing to bring the Uchiha clan to Madara-sama, but please give me some time to discuss with my clan members first. They have long been unable to bear Konoha's oppressive rule. Lord Madara is not only our ancestor, but also the symbol of the Uchiha clan, standing shoulder to shoulder with the first Hokage. I believe the clan members will definitely join. But with so many people following you, it would make a huge noise and the village surveillance would definitely notice us. So we have to think carefully and plan an escape route. Please wait for a moment at my house. I'll be right back. Mikoto, Sasuke, take Master Fei Yu to the living room to rest first. Don't delay him for even a moment. Fei Yu waved his hand leisurely and replied casually, Don't bother. Since I'm here, I naturally have a way to get all of you out safely. Umbu won't be able to find out. Oh, Fugaku was delighted when he heard that. If this could really be done, then there would be no casualties among the tribesmen. Since Lord Fei Yu has such ability, I feel much more at ease. I will make arrangements now and have the tribesmen prepare for departure. Okay, I'll wait for you in the house. After saying that, Fei Yu didn't hesitate and turned around and walked towards the living room as if he was going back to his own home. After Fei Yu entered the room, Uchiha Itachi looked worried and asked in a low voice, Father, are you really going to leave Konoha and join Uchiha Madara? Fugaku sighed deeply. Things may seem calm on the surface, but secretly, the situation between us and the village is irreconcilable. I have a chance to escape unscathed, and I must seize it, Fugaku said as he handed the scroll in his hand to Itachi. Look for yourself. This is the order that the fourth Hokage just gave to Uchiha. Uchiha Itachi took the scroll and looked at it carefully. When he saw the end, Itachi's eyes moved slightly and the corners of his mouth twitched inadvertently. The village is really pushing people too far. How is this different from house arrest? Uchiha Itachi calmed himself down and continued. Father, do you believe he is Madara's son? Considering Madara's age, his son is too young. He seems to be only 1 or 2 years older than Sasuke. Fugaku. I didn't believe it at first, but his Sharingan is indeed genuine, and his bearing is extraordinary. And for some reason, this child's face always makes me feel inexplicably favorable and convincing, making it impossible for me to refuse his request. Maybe it's because of the bloodline suppression. Itachi nodded. Yes, I feel the same way. Compared to Madara, whom I met before, I have a better impression of Fei Yu. It's not bloodline suppression at all. It's just the effect of Fei Yu's talent, proud of heaven. Of course, they couldn't possibly know. Itachi, do you agree with father's decision? Uchiha Itachi was silent for a moment and responded firmly, I agree. We have a chance to escape without a fight between the Uchiha and the village. We should seize it. Okay, then come with me to inform the tribesmen. Remember to be cautious and don't let the Umbu ninjas hiding in the dark see through you. Clear? In the living room, Mikoto brought out a plate of refreshments with a smile and placed it in front of Fei Yu. I can't believe that the mysterious Madara-sama of our clan is still alive and has given birth to such a handsome son, sister-in-law. You are not bad-looking, Fei Yu made a witty remark. Mikoto blushed at the compliment and said shyly, "You're such a good talker, like a little adult. How old are you now?" Fei Yu, almost 4 years old. Although he had guessed it in his heart, Mikoto was still surprised. A child who was only half a year older than Sasuke. His temperament and conversation were even more mature than her son Itachi. She had always thought that children as meticulous and mature as Itachi were rare, and there were only a handful of them in the village. Today, she found out that there were people who were even better and more outrageous than Itachi. And her appearance is extremely charming. There seemed to be a strong attraction that made Mikoto always look at Fei Yu a few more times involuntarily. The one who was most surprised was not only Mikoto, but also Sasuke. Sasuke's little heart was greatly shocked. This guy is about the same age as me, but he looks stronger than my brother. Sasuke, who is very strong-willed, feels somewhat unwilling inside. He's only half a year older than me, and he's already started the 3-tomo Sharingan. This is too heaven-defying. On weekdays, the person he admires most is his brother Uchiha Itachi. In the world of children, his brother is undoubtedly the strongest in both strength and mind. Now, there is a child who is younger than his brother, but seems to be stronger than Itachi. Most importantly, even his father addressed him as Sir. A feeling of frustration spread throughout my body. I have to work hard to be on par with him in the future, no? I have to surpass him. Sasuke secretly made up his mind. Mikoto and Fei Yu were still joking with each other, and not long after, Fugaku and Itachi returned to the house. Master Fei Yu, I have informed all the tribesmen that they are willing to serve your father, Master Madara, and are ready to depart at any time. Very good. Fei Yu nodded in satisfaction, stood up and stuffed the last bite of tea into his mouth, chewing while saying, "Then let's go now. White Zetsu Daddy, it's your turn." Hello. White Zetsu's body emerged from under the floor. Hello everyone. His appearance startled everyone except Fei Yu. Mikoto, in particular, was so shocked that he covered his eyes with his hands. After all, White Zetsu can be said to be wearing nothing. Don't panic, he's my nanny and my father's right-hand man. You might not be used to his appearance at first, but you'll get used to it after a while. Fei Yu patiently explained. He will be our means of transportation to leave Konoha. No need to struggle, it will be over in a moment. As soon as he finished speaking, several more White Zetsu clones emerged. At the same time, the same scene was happening in other houses on the Uchiha land. The White Zetsu clones opened their stomachs, and then wrapped everyone, regardless of gender, age, or status, directly inside their stomachs. Finally, all the White Zetsu clones burrowed into the ground and disappeared. At this moment, the territory where the Uchiha clan had lived for many years was eerily quiet, without a trace of human activity. The entire Uchiha clan disappeared right under Konoha's nose. There are a large number of Umbu ninjas hiding on the outskirts of the clan territory. They are constantly monitoring the Uchiha clan, and not even a fly can get in. Perhaps because they were getting bored after watching for so long, an Umbu member said disdainfully. Humph, they are very obedient and can hold their composure. No one dares to come out without permission. They are also afraid of death. If they dare to set foot outside the clan territory, we can directly carry out the orders of the Hokage and kill them without mercy. Those Uchiha guys are really pitiful. Their reputation has been completely destroyed. TSK, they deserved it. Who told them to try and kill the Hokage? This crime is worthy of being called a clan slayer. It's strange, don't you think? This clan land is too quiet? It's like there's no one here. How is that possible? Our people have been surrounding the area and haven't moved a step. It's difficult for them to escape. I think they must be shivering at home, waiting for the trial. Yes, Captain, if you're worried, I'll try to sense it. The perceiving ninja formed seals with his hands and initiated perception. This. Oh no. Chapter 32. Oh no. The perception ninja's voice trembled. his face full of disbelief. Captain Umbu urged anxiously. What's wrong? What happened? Tell me. There's not a single person in the Uchiha territory. What did you say? How is this possible? Captain Umbu was shocked and shuddered all over. He was not going to hide any longer, and immediately turned on the intercom beside his ear and ordered all Umbu members. Everyone, follow me into the Uchiha territory. Sigh. Dense black figures scattered throughout the clan territory, and the doors in front of them were kicked open one by one. The Umbu searched from inside to outside, but did not find a single figure. Damn it. The entire clan escaped right under the noses of so many of us. Damn it. Captain Umbu raised his fist and slammed it hard on the wall. Report this matter to the Hokage-sama. He ordered his men helplessly. The fact that things have led to this result can be said to be a serious dereliction of duty on the part of Captain Umbu. The most important thing is that he doesn't even know how and when the Uchiha clan disappeared. There was no sign at all. It's like he disappeared from the face of the earth. Hokage's office. When he heard Umbu's report, Namikaze Minato's face darkened and he was horrified. Before he could figure out how the Uchiha clan disappeared, those disgusting old guys showed up uninvited again. Uchiha Koharu, Minato. The entire Uchiha clan is missing. You should know about this. Mito Kato Hamura. I told you to send someone to monitor, and this is how you monitor. This matter has developed to this point. Minato, as the fourth Hokage, you have an unshirkable responsibility. Shimura Danzo, humph. If we had used force to deal with and suppress the Uchiha clan from the beginning as I said, how could we have given them a chance to escape? Uchiha Koharu. They are now blatantly deserting. I suggest that all members of the Uchiha clan be immediately designated as traitors and their whereabouts be hunted worldwide. No. Shimura Danzo immediately denied it. This is a family scandal and must not be made public. If the neighboring countries knew about it, Konoha would become a laughing stock. To hunt them down, we need to do it in secret. Mito Kato Hamura nodded in agreement. You are right. We can now activate our spies in various countries. If we find Uchiha escaping to other countries, we must kill them without mercy. Uchiha Koharu. Well, the Sharingan possesses immense power and must not be allowed to fall into the hands of other nations. Following the wind, Shimura Danzo forced the palace. Admit it, Minato. You've been too slow to issue orders and make decisions, and your actions have been indecisive. I now strongly doubt that you are not qualified to take on the position of Hokage. Mito Kato Hamura and Uchiha Koharu also interjected. It's shameful, Minato. Your inability to act decisively has put the village in danger. This is all your fault as the Hokage. Ultimately, they're still too young. Their governing and decision-making abilities aren't mature or comprehensive enough, and they tend to mix personal feelings into their actions. Namikaze Minato suppressed the anger in his heart. No matter what nasty words these old guys in front of him said, he was unwilling to talk back. After all, judging by the results, it was indeed his responsibility. Who could have imagined that the Uchiha clan would disappear out of thin air? What happened here? Is there any outside force involved? Minato knew the Uchiha clan's abilities well. They couldn't do this on their own. My dear elders, we don't have time to start a war here. Finding the Uchiha clan is the top priority. Once this matter is resolved, I will give you an explanation. If I don't handle it well, I will willingly abdicate and hand over the position of Hokage to someone more capable. Hearing Namikaze Minato issue a military order in front of them, the three old guys looked at each other and nodded. Okay, Minato, then we'll wait for your news. If you don't give us and the village a satisfactory answer, then I hope you can remember what you said today. Yes, I will. After they left, Namikaze Minato turned and looked out the window, gazing at the Uchiha clan's territory in the distance, and murmured in a deep voice, Fugaku, you still don't believe me. You are bringing so many people with you. Where are you going? Where can you go? Why are you so pessimistic? At the Uchiha secret base, Madara sat alone in a chair, feeling the changes in her body. Over the past few years, his condition has recovered a lot. All the organs in the body gradually began to function normally. The gray hair gradually turned darker, and a few of the lost teeth grew back. The skin on the body also becomes firmer, and even the most important kidneys are no longer weakened. Madara looked at her palm and muttered to herself, "Why do I feel like I'm recovering so slowly?" Obito's left eye recovered in just 3 years. White Zetsu clone, Lord Madara, don't worry. It may be because Obito is young. Uchiha Madara thought for a moment and nodded. It's not impossible, and Obito's eye is a recent injury. Let's not talk about this anymore. How is my son doing now? Is the Uchiha clan giving him any trouble? Madara asked with concern. White Zetsu's clone said, TSK, don't worry, Madara-sama. Little Fei Yu has successfully completed the mission effortlessly. They are on their way back and will be here soon. Not bad. He's worthy of being my son. Uchiha Madara was quite satisfied. Then his tone changed and his expression became serious. Where's Obito? Has he been slacking off? White Zetsu's clone. He's much more ruthless than little Fei Yu. Kirigakure right now is practically hell. Rather than weakening a great nation, it feels more like a personal vendetta. Madara, it doesn't matter. Let him go wild. As long as my plan goes smoothly. The land of water, Kirigakure. The fourth Mizukage's crazy behavior shocked all the villagers. Even if you were just walking on the street, you would see passing ninjas being killed inexplicably. The people in the village were in panic and there was no life at all. Whether they were ninjas or common people, they all hid in their homes and dared not show their faces. He was afraid that he would be accused of a false crime and assassinated the next moment. For the entire morning, the Snow Clan and the Bamboo Clan were brutally slaughtered, almost to the point of genocide. Not only that, some ninjas who possessed secret techniques were not spared. Inside the Mizukage's office, Yagura Katachi looked at Juzo Biwa, standing in front of him with a cold expression. Juzo, you disappoint me. Why did so many people from the Bamboo Cutter clan escape? Biwa Juzong covered his still bleeding arm and replied through gritted teeth. Their dead bone pulse abilities were incredibly powerful. I led my teammates in a fight with them for a solid half day, and in the end, I was the only one left. The remaining Bamboo Cutter tribe members knew they couldn't defeat me, so they began to fight and flee. I was also seriously injured and was unable to continue chasing. Yagura Kuji, I don't want to hear about the process, I only want to see the results. The Bamboo Cutter clan cannot have any survivors. I will send you some more people. You don't need to rest. Go and chase them now. If you fail, then you are no longer worthy of serving by my side. It would be a waste to have a beheading sword in your hands. Go ahead, don't let me down again. Loquat Shirzong felt disappointed. Is this still the fourth Mizukage he knew? How did it become like this? Even though he was seriously injured, the fourth generation ignored him completely. Not only did they not show any sympathy for their subordinate, they also forced him to continue carrying out the mission. If it is not completed, the beheading sword will be handed over to others. This job is impossible to do. Biwa Juzong suppressed his anger and lowered his head to answer. I understand, Mizukage-sama. Well, go down. Biwa Juzo walked out of the Mizukage building. He looked at the thick blood mist spreading in the sky, as if he saw his own future. This place where he had spent half his life seemed to no longer have room for him. Never mind. Biwa Juzong's face darkened, and he made a bold decision in his heart. Betray the village. Right now? Juzo didn't even bother to take care of the wounds on his body. He just wanted to leave this place that made him give up as soon as possible. After walking out of the gate, Juzo walked alone towards the north. At this moment, a voice he had never heard before sounded behind him. Biwa Juzo, do you want to join the Akatsuki organization? Chapter 33. Biwa Juzo turned around quickly, raised his hand, and grasped the hilt of the knife, staring at the mysterious masked man who appeared out of nowhere behind him. Who are you? I'm the one who's here to take you out of hell and give you a home. Obito responded in a calm voice. Humph, I don't need it. I hate people like you who act mysterious the most. Biwa Juzo didn't say much, and immediately swung the beheading sword and slashed at Obito at a rapid speed. Obito had no intention of dodging and just stood there. Do you underestimate me? You're looking for death. Biwa Juzo swung his sword with all his might, and the blade completely cut into Obito's body. However, the scene of blood and flesh flying everywhere did not appear. The beheading sword inexplicably pierced through the body of the mysterious masked man. It's almost like chopping the air. What's going on? Biwa Juzong was shocked. He finally realized that the person in front of him was not an ordinary character. He looked Obito up and down carefully, and in the thick fog, Juzo could faintly see the flash of scarlet in the man's right eye. Sharingan, are you from the Uchiha clan? Did Konoha send you here? No, I don't belong to any country or village. I have established my own organization and want to recruit a group of strong and like-minded companions to change this cold and hypocritical world. How about it? Are you interested in joining? Biwa Juzong was stunned when he heard this. This guy? Is he a psychopath? Why does it feel a bit weird? What he said was all vague and irrelevant. After thinking about it, Biwa Juzong firmly refused. I'm sorry, I'm not interested in your organization. Stop bothering me and find someone else. Obito sneered. Juzo, don't you want to change this world? You should know best that this world is wrong. Biwa Juzong. I know that, right? But how can such an empty talk as changing the world be easily realized by just a few people? Obito, follow me, absolutely. Once you join us, you'll understand everything. Biwa Juzong was a little surprised. Are you serious, buddy? Obito nodded and said, You have nowhere to go anyway, so why not come back with me to the organization and decide whether to stay or go? Are all the members of the organization like you? All crazy people? Biwa Juzong put the beheading sword back and continued. It piqued my curiosity. Okay, I'll go with you to take a look. Having achieved his goal, Obito stopped talking nonsense and turned to walk away. Come with me. I will take you back. The two figures, one in front and one behind, walked farther and farther away and gradually disappeared in the thick fog. On the other side, Pain, Tendu, and Scorpion came to a dense forest. Scorpion, is Orochimaru here? Yes, that's right. These are the coordinates my subordinates sent me. Chief, leave Orochimaru to me. I'm going to make him understand what will happen to anyone who dares to find out about the Akatsuki organization. Don't be careless, Scorpion. As far as I know, Orochimaru's personality is unpredictable and it is difficult to get information about him. We found out his location so easily. Perhaps he has other intentions. Just as he finished speaking, a burst of evil energy suddenly blew over from not far away. A man with waist-length hair and a long tongue sticking out of his face was walking slowly towards the two of them, walking in the gloomy wind. TSK, TSK, TSK. It's our first meeting. How about I introduce myself first? No need to waste time. I know who you are. The Red Sand Scorpion replied in a hoarse voice. I have a lot of information about you. Orochimaru licked his lips greedily. Oh my, really? I am truly honored. Tisk. Red Sand Scorpion snorted disdainfully. I even know full well that you're currently investigating the news about Akatsuki. Orochimaru calmly put his hands on his waist. I see. So you're here to silence me? Actually, I know a lot about you too. You're the genius puppeteer who murdered the third Kazekage, Red Sand Scorpion. Although you are hiding in that ugly scarlet amber, your real reliance is actually Feng Ying's human puppet. Oh, the investigation is very in-depth. Red Sand Scorpion had murderous intent on his face. He must not keep anyone who knew his secret and was not under his control. He swung the sharp tail of the Fei Yu and asked, I shouldn't have revealed anything about the wind shadow. How did you know? Orochimaru. Tisk tisk, what about me? I can't help but get to the bottom of things I'm interested in. I can't help it. It's just pure curiosity. Although he was chatting with Scorpion in a friendly way, Orochimaru's eyes were always on Pain, who was next to Scorpion. Rinnegan, you can't go wrong. These lines, these shapes. Exactly the same eyes as in the legend. Hee. Orochimaru was no longer going to hide his greed. He was now extremely excited. I'm really curious about the Akatsuki organization, and I really want to get to know them better. For a moment, the wind was raging, just like Orochimaru's thoughts. Feeling Orochimaru's enthusiasm, the Red Sand Scorpion snorted coldly. I don't care what you're interested in. You're destined to die here. It's hard to say. I might catch you first. Scorpion, I'm going to absorb all the information about Akatsuki from you. Ha 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 ha. You're quite the daredevil. You have a face that's naturally annoying, Orochimaru. I'm going to kill you today. Scorpion, after making such harsh remarks, turned to look at Pain. We agreed that you are not allowed to interfere. I know. Pain turned sideways with an expressionless face. He was going to leave the stage to give Scorpion ample space to perform. Very well, then. Orochimaru, I won't play house with you anymore. Let's get down to business. Bang! A burst of thick smoke dissipated, and the red sand scorpion put away the red flowing amber, revealing its true form. Even though I can use the scarlet flowing amber to deal with you, I still want you to experience what it feels like to be completely defeated. Red Sand Scorpion threw out a scroll, which was released in the air, and the chakra line shot out, and the human puppet of the third Kazekage soared in front of Red Sand Scorpion. The dynamic chakra lines control every detail, and in Scorpion's hands, the third Kazekage's aura is almost the same as if he were alive. The feeling of complete defeat? I'm really looking forward to it. You'll find out soon enough. Savor it. Senju Martial Arts. The Red Sand Scorpion waved her jade hand, and the talismans on the arms of the human puppet third Kazekage instantly activated, and thousands of arms burst out to attack Orochimaru. This is my first time fighting a human puppet. Interesting. This ugly thing is so convenient for hiding its mechanisms. Orochimaru's frivolous body jumped back and forth on the ground, easily dodging all of Senju Tsau's attacks. You're quite flexible, but it's not over yet. The little finger of the red sand scorpion loosened slightly, and the 1,000 arms suddenly began to split apart, and a large amount of purple poisonous gas was released from them. Poison? Orochimaru smiled playfully. Although I am already immune to all poisons, it doesn't matter whether I dodge or not, but I like to counter the attack. Wind style, great breakthrough. Orochimaru formed a seal with one hand and blew out a huge gust of wind from his mouth. In just a moment, all the poisonous gas was blown away without a trace left. This time, it's my turn to attack first. As soon as he finished speaking, Orochimaru's neck extended rapidly in an inhuman manner. His head opened a big mouth full of saliva, and he attacked the Red Sand Scorpion's neck directly. Red Sand Scorpion complained in disgust. What a disgusting fellow. Are you still a human being? The Red Sand Scorpion did not dodge and allowed Orochimaru to bite it. Could it be that you? Orochimaru took a few bites, realized something was wrong, and immediately retracted his neck. I see. Looks like I'm not the only one who enjoys body modification. Scorpion, you're already a puppet, so how are you any different from me? I never thought you, who was once so famous in Sunagakure, would. Haha, you've fallen too. You call this corruption? As expected, just like your moves, you are a tasteless fellow. Red Sand Scorpion raised his hands and raised the third Kazekage to the highest position. What ordinary people say about me is not worth mentioning. What matters most is that my art reaches its peak. Orochimaru, open your ugly snake eyes and see what true art is. Magnet Style, Setetsu Shigure. Chapter 34. The human puppet can indeed use the ninjutsu he used in his lifetime. So amazing. Orochimaru sighed inwardly. His desire for the unknown made him want to find out. One day, I will figure out how this magical puppet is made. Life is so interesting. It's all about learning. Orochimaru never forgot his ninja way, which was to learn all the techniques and master the truth of the world. He has also been working tirelessly towards his goals. Boom! In an instant, above the sky, iron sand like waves formed countless black needles and shot towards the land where Orochimaru was. The attack range of this technique is very large, and the iron sand has magnetism, so it is impossible to dodge it. So you have to endure it. However, who among ordinary people can withstand this iron sand strengthened by the Red Sand Scorpion? The iron sand rain is almost unstoppable in its lethality. Puff! All the black needles pierced Orochimaru's body. With a plop sound, Orochimaru collapsed on the ground like a hedgehog. His face was unrecognizable, and there was not a single piece of good flesh on his body. Is that all you can do? If I had known, I would have given you 2 moves. The Red Sand Scorpion disdainfully pulled the wind shadow puppet to his side, with a hint of pride in his eyes. The legendary Sannin. That's all. This is what happens to those who covet the Akatsuki organization. Seeing that the outcome was already decided, the Red Sand Scorpion no longer worried and confidently put the wind shadow puppet back into the scroll. Let's go, it's over. Scorpion turned around and looked at Pain standing next to him with a proud look on his face. At this moment, Orochimaru's haunting voice suddenly drifted over. It's amazing that you can make a puppet to such a perfect degree. Do the other members of the Akatsuki organization also have interesting abilities like you? The Red Sand Scorpion's face darkened. Not dead yet. What a formidable fellow. Orochimaru opened his bloody mouth, and a brand new Orochimaru suddenly emerged from it, rushing towards the two of them like a dragon. Scorpion thought that his target was himself, and quickly took a defensive stance. However, Orochimaru completely ignored him, flashed past Scorpion, and stretched out his palm straight for Pain's face. The unexpected attack boosted Orochimaru's confidence, and he shouted excitedly, "The Rinnegan is mine," Pain said calmly. "I'm reckless." Just as Orochimaru's fingers were about to pierce Pain's eye sockets, a barrier invisible to the naked eye inexplicably appeared between the two of them. What? Orochimaru was shocked. What is this? Pain raised his hand and whispered in a godlike voice, "Orochimaru, this is a punishment for your greed." Shinra Tensei. Wow. Orochimaru was completely thrown away, and he howled in pain. He felt his head buzzing and had no time to fight back. Not only that, but most of the forest was blown away by Pain. What's going on with this technique? What kind of power is this? Orochimaru was stunned. Rinnegan, it's really that terrifying. Pain raised his right hand and pointed his palm at the embarrassed Uncle Snake. Orochimaru, there should be a limit to joking. You have crossed the line. Haha, that's right. Orochimaru smiled awkwardly, then stood up and dusted off his clothes. I thought I was lucky, but after trying it I realized it wasn't that easy. Then I'll get straight to the point. I want to join Akatsuki. Is that possible? Huh? The Red Sand Scorpion, who had been caught in the crossfire for no reason, came out from the woodpile and shouted angrily with hostility. You've gone too far, and you dare to make such an unreasonable request. Orochimaru, as I said earlier, I'm very interested in Akatsuki. If that's the case, wouldn't it be easier for me to achieve my goal by letting me join Akatsuki? I'm very strong. My presence will do no harm to Akatsuki. Hearing this, the Red Sand Scorpion frowned. You already lost to me. What are you still bragging about? Orochimaru replied calmly. TSK. I didn't take the fight seriously just now. You can feel it, tisk. Scorpion gritted his teeth and said no more. He knew in his heart that what Orochimaru said was indeed the truth. Pain closed his eyes and was silent for a moment, then said, "Okay." Red Sand Scorpion was very surprised. Hey, you don't really want him to join, do you? That disgusting guy has evil intentions. You can tell from the first glance. He's clearly here to blatantly solicit information. None of this matters. Pain expressed his thoughts. Rather than letting a dishonest guy wander around and spy, it's better to keep him by my side. He should know. As long as I'm around, he won't be able to act recklessly. Orochimaru said frankly. Well, I know this very well. He was speaking the truth. After just one move, he realized the gap between himself and Pain. Let's go. Pain turned around and left on his own. Red Sand Scorpion rolled his eyes at Orochimaru and murmured softly, "Maybe we'll be colleagues in the future, but I want to remind you, don't talk to me casually. I hate you. You're an ugly guy, ugly in person, and even uglier in ability." Orochimaru didn't take Red Sand Scorpion's harsh words to heart. In his mind right now, he was constantly studying Pain. I feel like I've seen this face somewhere before. If I remember correctly, he seems to be the little devil I met before. Haha, fate is really interesting, don't you think? Jiraiya, at Uchiha Madara's secret base. Godfather, I'm back. White Zetsu, holding Fei Yu, emerged from under Uchiha Madara's feet. My dear, you are finally back. I missed you so much. Madara quickly picked up Fei Yu and hugged him face to face. Soon, White Zetsu clones emerged from the underground cricket pupae like mushrooms after rain. Inside their bodies are members of the Uchiha clan. Madara adult. Uchiha Fugaku immediately spotted Madara standing in the middle. Although he looked a little old, his image and temperament showed that he was undoubtedly Uchiha Madara. The most awesome ancestor is still alive. The suppression from bloodline made Fugaku, the clan leader, shiver. He tried his best to suppress his inner fear. If Mikoto had not been there, he would have gone over and kowtowed to Madara. Not only Fugaku, but all the tribesmen were so frightened that they dared not even breathe. When they first arrived, they still had some concerns. Now, the living Uchiha Madara in front of him broke all doubts. Madara is an adult. Uchiha Fugaku took the lead and walked in front of Madara with his tribe members. I am the 8th generation head of the Uchiha clan since its founding, Uchiha Fugaku. I am honored to meet you, Madara-sama, today. It is because of my incompetence and my failure to live up to the teachings of my ancestors that the Uchiha clan has been ostracized everywhere in Konoha and is now in dire straits, even facing the risk of extinction. We have come here today to seek refuge with Lord Madara, hoping he can lead the Uchiha clan back to glory. If necessary, we will be crushed to pieces and will not hesitate to do so. Okay, no need to say anything more. I don't expect anything. Uchiha Madara closed his empty eyes and said in a cold voice. He actually doesn't have much affection for his tribesmen now, even though they are related by blood. Back then, Madara knew that the Uchiha clan would end up like this. The hostility towards Uchiha from the upper echelons and some villagers is too strong. So he chose to leave the village, but unfortunately, they didn't believe him, and no one in the tribe was willing to follow him. Madara was very ashamed at the time and felt like a complete failure. He failed to protect his most important younger brother. He promised his brother that he would protect the Uchiha clan, but he was deserted by everyone. Now, he has long since become indifferent to everything. Between nations, villages, tribes, and individuals, how can there be any honesty and sincerity? Nor can there be any eternal. There are only temporary winners and losers in terms of interests. Now, he just hopes Fei Yu can be happy. By the way, achieve your goals, one step at a time. Your name is Fugaku, right? Yes, Madara-sama. Well, I have something I need you to lead the tribesmen to do now. Please give your instructions. My son is growing up and needs fresh food. There's a large open space nearby. You can take your tribesmen and go and farm there. Chapter 35. Farming? Did I hear that right? The Uchiha clan is a popular clan no matter where they go, but when they return to their ancestors, they are forced to go to the countryside to farm. Ninjas no longer practice ninjutsu, but instead swing hoes? A test. Absolutely a test. Uchiha Fugaku screamed wildly in his heart. Our ancestors are testing whether we are truly obedient. Yes, that must be it. How could they possibly ask us to farm? This is ridiculous. I've never done this kind of work in my entire life. Not only him, but all the tribesmen were in an uproar. Sasuke's young face was filled with confusion and a bit of dissatisfaction. Brother, who is that arrogant blind Laodang? Why is Dad so obedient to him? In Sasuke's heart, Fugaku has always been a man of authority. He is not only the head of the Uchiha clan, but also the head of the police department. In the village, except for the Hokage or some senior officials, no one dares to disrespect his father. Even the Hokage doesn't treat his father with such disdain. Sasuke, keep your voice down. He is an ancestor of the Uchiha clan, a contemporary of the first Hokage. First Hokage? Sasuke's mouth dropped open in shock. How long does he have to be then? I don't know. Uchiha Itachi shook his head, puzzled. There are so many suspicious points. Why didn't Madara die? What happened to his missing eyes? Why does he have such a young son at such an old age? And the most important point, Itachi buried his head and whispered, "This old Madara is not the same Madara I met before. Obviously, the old Madara is the real one. So who is that mysterious masked man?" Itachi, a man of meticulous mind, knows that there are too many secrets hidden here. Similarly, what Itachi thought of, Fugaku also thought of. Although Madara's task of leading his people to farm was a blow to him. But the irrationality of all this made Fugaku want to find out what was going on. The secret on the stone tablet, the reason why Madara is immortal. Perhaps Madara has grasped the true power of the Sharingan. Coming here is indeed the right decision. No matter what, I will take my people with me and follow, even if it means farming. But Madara-sama won't really let us go. Uchiha Fugaku still had a glimmer of hope in his heart. He thought it was just a test. After thinking about it, Fugaku responded firmly, "Madara-sama, the Uchiha clan will obey your orders. Even if it means going to farm, we will not complain." Very good. Madara then waved towards White Zetsu. Go and give him the list. Understood. White Zetsu pulled out a list from his crotch and handed it to Fugaku. The contents here are the ingredients for Madara-sama's son, Fei Yu's favorite food. The open space is outside. You can buy the seeds and work as you wish. Madara-sama only cares about the results. Don't be idle. Hurry up and do it. Fugaku was stunned. It turns out that Madara-sama is serious. He really wants the Uchiha clan to farm, just to let his son eat fresh food and grow up. Madara-sama, Fugaku wanted to say something, but found that Madara had already taken Fei Yu to the side to coax the child. Well, Fugaku shook his head helplessly. Raise your hand to open the list. Chrysanthemum, chrysanthemum, bitter chrysanthemum, baby cabbage. The names of a large number of vegetables appeared before my eyes. Master Patriarch, are we really going to plant some vegetables? What else can we do? Our ancestors have given orders, and we, as younger generations, cannot disobey them. Fugaku sighed. Alas, perhaps I didn't develop Uchiha well enough, and this is Madara-sama's punishment for me. Looking at the bright side, pastoral life is better than fighting and killing. At least it's comfortable. Debts owed must be repaid eventually. Come on, follow me to farm. Master Clan Leader, is it really okay for us to go out so blatantly? I believe Konoha will definitely send people to spy on our movements. TSK, TSK, TSK. White Zetsu beside him reminded softly. Don't worry about the people from Konoha. This place is very remote, and I have a surveillance network within a 5-kilometer radius. Go ahead and plant the seeds. There's a small village not far away. You can buy the seeds and equipment there. My clone can lead the way. Fugaku remembered that just now, Lord Madara had called the half-human, half-ghost creature in front of him White Zetsu. Although this guy is very special, but on second thought, White Zetsu is someone who can work beside Lord Madara, so it is normal for him to be a little strange. Then I'll have to trouble Mr. White Zetsu. Half an hour later, an open piece of land. A large group of people wearing clothes with ping-pong rackets engraved on their backs lined up one after another, each holding a hoe and working in the fields under the scorching sun. Men cultivate the land and women sow the seeds. It has formed a unique landscape. Uchiha Madara came to a high place to inspect, holding little Fei Yu's hand, with Black White Zetsu accompanying him. Black Zetsu. Tisk tisk, I didn't expect them to actually do it. White Zetsu. There's nothing I can do. This is bloodline suppression. Lord Madara, I understand your intention. You are trying to temper their temperament, right? Humph. Madara snorted coldly. What does their temper have to do with me? I just want my son to eat healthy vegetables. The growth period is a critical process, and we can't be careless. But the Uchiha clan has indeed fallen. I can feel that only a few of them are of decent strength, and there are 1 or 2 good seedlings. The rest are nothing but trash. Compared to my era, the overall strength is completely not on the same level. Black Zetsu. Lord Madara, aren't you going to train them? After all, they have Uchiha blood in their veins. As long as they are properly enlightened, physical enhancement will not be a problem. Madara. No, I don't have that idea. If I had that much time, I'd rather spend it with my son. After saying that, Madara squatted down and rubbed Fei Yu's little head. Son, to celebrate the successful completion of your first mission, tell me, what do you want most right now? Even if it's the moon, your godfather will pick it for you with his own hands. Godfather? Fei Yu was about to speak when a mechanical electronic sound suddenly rang in his mind. Ding. System task triggered. The strongest sign-in system, just to make the host the best. System task 1, master the wood style. Quest completion reward. Senju Hashirama Sage mode. Wow. Fei Yu was shocked and exclaimed in his heart. Wow. If the mission is completed, wouldn't that make you invincible? It is worthy of being the strongest sign-in system, truly worthy of its name. It's really being built to be the strongest. After much anticipation, the first system task was finally triggered. Now that you're here, why would I refuse you? I took it. Fei Yu raised his head and looked at Madara excitedly. Godfather, I want to learn wood style. Uchiha Madara was stunned when he heard that. He was a little troubled. Wood style is not something you can learn whenever you want. Hashirama cells need to be transplanted. Back then, he kissed a piece of flesh from Hashirama and held it in his mouth. After using Izanagi to revive himself, he transplanted the flesh onto the wound. This way, he successfully obtained Hashirama's cells and also gained the power of Wood style. It seems to be going smoothly, but in fact, the strong feeling of rejection from the body and the pain endured during the transplant process can only be understood by those who have experienced it firsthand. If it weren't for his strong will, he would have been devoured by Hashirama's active cells. After all, this is a mutually exclusive force. Senju and Uchiha, two mutually repelling forces, become one, giving birth to all things. These words are recorded on the Uchiha clan's stone tablet. It was because of this sentence that Uchiha Madara made the cruel choice to bite the flesh. How could Madara bear to let his son experience the pain he had endured physically? What's more, Fei Yu is so young that his body can't handle it. When Obito was given the transplant, it was just a last-ditch effort. Half of his body was already destroyed, so if Hashirama's cells were transplanted, he could survive, and if he couldn't, it didn't matter. Son, let's change it. You're too young to learn Wood style now, Madara said with hesitation. I'll teach you when you grow up, okay? Fei Yu naturally understood Madara's concerns. It's not that he doesn't want to teach, but he feels sorry for himself and is afraid that he will suffer after transplanting Hashirama's cells. Fei Yu is not afraid. He has the gift of life as solid as a rock, so at most he will suffer for a while, but death is impossible. What does it matter if I endure this little bit of suffering in order to get the system reward? What's more, he actually does not have the Uchiha gene. This pair of Sharingan requires a huge amount of chakra to maintain, and Fei Yu chakra is not much, which is why he rarely shows Sharingan. It can be opened whenever needed, which is also convenient for the system. With Hashirama cells, you won't have to worry about losing strength when using Sharingan in the future. Godfather, just let me learn. This is what you promised me. No matter what conditions I put forward, you will not refuse. Don't you love me anymore? Chapter 36. Uchiha Madara fears neither heaven nor earth. I'm afraid that my son will act like a spoiled child in front of me. Looking at Fei Yu's aggrieved expression, Madara couldn't stand it anymore. I can learn, Madara pursed her lips and said distressedly. Son, you have to think carefully. Learning Wood style will require you to pay some price. It may be painful. Can you accept it? Okay. Fei Yu nodded heavily. He was even a little impatient and patted his chest and said, Godfather, believe me, I'm your son. What's there to be afraid of if I suffer a little? I need to become stronger so that I can protect you in the future, just like you protect me every day now. Madara was deeply touched by these words. After a long time as an empty nest elderly person, nothing is more healing than the heartwarming words of children. So good, my good son. Okay, go back with your godfather. I'll keep you from suffering. When saying this, Madara looked solemn, as if he had made a very important decision in his heart. Inside the secret base, Madara carried Fei Yu to the bed. Son, Wood style is different from other ninjutsu. It requires the necessary cells to be transplanted into your body. The transplantation process is very painful. It's okay, godfather. I can handle it. Hee, Madara smiled helplessly. Child, of course I know you can do it, but your father really can't bear to see you in pain. It will hurt me. So, I'm going to cast an illusion on you. Everything within the illusion is under my control. You can enjoy it for a while. Seeing you sleeping is better than seeing you in pain. But godfather, Fei Yu looked at Madara's empty eyes. Your eyes? It's okay. Don't underestimate your godfather. Madara sat on the bed and touched Fei Yu's little hand. Illusions don't just require the Sharingan to cast. If it were me, any hair would do. Go to sleep, child. Madara raised her hand and formed a seal with one hand. The next moment, Fei Yu felt his vision blurry, and then he fell into a deep sleep with a smile on his face. Judging from the looks of it, the content of the dream must be very good. Madara-sama, let me do the rest of the work. White Zetsu walked over and put his hand on Fei Yu's chest. He wanted to inject the Hashirama cells in his body into Fei Yu's body. Wait, Uchiha Madara shouted. I don't need you. I'll take care of my son's business myself. Squeak. Under White Zetsu's surprised gaze, Madara raised his palms in front of his body and tore the clothes on his chest with force, revealing the white chest muscles with Hashirama's face. White Zetsu was shocked. Lord Madara, Are you going to? Only then did he understand why Madara didn't let him take action. White Zetsu, you are just a man-made human created from Hashirama cells. You are not pure. The flesh on my chest is the real Hashirama cells. Although Fei Yu is my adopted son, I have treated him as my own son over the years. How could I bear to let him use defective products? And, actually, I have a bit of selfish motives behind this transplant. I will transplant my blood and cells into Fei Yu. Fei Yu is still young and doesn't have a large chakra in his body. He can't compete with Hashirama cells at all. Only by injecting cells with my own can I help him. I believe it will alleviate a lot of his pain. I want Fei Yu to be my real son. White Zetsu exclaimed, but, Lord Madara, your physical condition was not optimistic to begin with, and you finally recovered. Now, not only do you have to cut off a piece of Hashirama's flesh from your chest, but you also have to cut off a piece of your own flesh. Wouldn't all the years of recovery you've spent on it be wasted? So what? Uchiha Madara had made up her mind. My rejuvenation in the past few years was given to me by my son. It's only right for me to go back. As long as my son suffers less, I'll do anything. As soon as he finished speaking, Uchiha Madara slashed his chest with a knife, cutting off a piece of bloody flesh. Hashirama's face on the chest, half of it is left. The other half, held in Madara's hand, was still stained with Madara's own flesh and blood. Blue chakra rose in Madara's palm. Madara endured the severe pain of losing the flesh in his heart and pressed the flesh on Fei Yu's body. Lord Madara, let me help you stop the bleeding. Don't get in the way. Let the bleeding stop first. Madara gritted his teeth, his face covered in cold sweat, but he didn't care at all. He controlled his chakra with all his heart, integrating his flesh and blood into Fei Yu's body bit by bit. This is a delicate job that requires perfect control of chakra, and Madara doesn't want to be careless at all. The more seamless the fusion, the less burden it will place on Fei Yu's body. Fei Yu frowned slightly as if he felt pain, but perhaps the dream was too real, or Madara's illusion was too strong. He did not wake up and was still immersed in the illusion. Son, be patient, it will be over soon. Your body will contain the blood of both Hashirama and me. From today on, you are the child of Hashirama and me. Half an hour later, Hashirama and Madara's cell transplant surgery was successfully completed. The moment he retracted his chakra, Madara felt dizzy, his legs trembled, and he almost fell to the ground. Lord Madara, White Zetsu quickly supported Madara. I'm old and useless. Madara smiled self-deprecatingly. This has nothing to do with age, Madara-sama. You are suffering from anemia due to excessive blood loss in your chest. Stay calm. I will help you stop the bleeding. White Zetsu helped Madara to a chair and urgently stopped the bleeding. At this moment, a Uzumaki wave suddenly appeared nearby, and Obito's body emerged from the wave. As soon as he raised his eyes, he saw Madara's miserable appearance. What's going on? Obito was stunned. Madara, did you go out and fight with some old lady? How did you get a piece of your flesh scratched off? I told you, the old lady is a magical being. Even if you are Madara, you can't mess with her. Obito felt a little gloating. It's not common to see Madara looking frustrated. It needs to be criticized. Madara was too lazy to argue with him, nor did she have the energy to do so. She didn't even look at Obito and just enjoyed the treatment of White Zetsu. As a war correspondent who knows everything about the world, White Zetsu patiently explained, Little Obito, don't talk nonsense. Lord Madara just transplanted his own heart into little Fei Yu. Madara, why are you doing this? Little Fei Yu wanted Hashirama cells, so Madara-sama transplanted pure Hashirama cells into little Fei Yu, in addition to his own. Obito was silent. Comparing yourself with others will only make you angry. Even though half of his body was gone, Madara was reluctant to give out pure Hashirama cells, and instead transplanted a large number of artificial Hashirama cells into his body. When it came to Fei Yu, he directly contributed his beloved child. Obito couldn't help but feel jealous. But he soon calmed down. After all, he is Fei Yu. If Obito were given a choice, he would give him his best. After a while, the bleeding was stopped and Madara's expression was no longer so painful. Next, all we have to do is wait for the flesh to grow back slowly. Hashirama's face recovered quickly, and it was visible to the naked eye that it had mostly recovered. It will take some time for one's flesh and blood to recover. Fei Yu on the bed was still enjoying the pleasant illusion in his dream. In the illusion, Godfather Madara's body has recovered to its heyday. He takes Fei Yu to travel around the world, and his power is feared by all. Just as I was enjoying it, a burst of electronic sound suddenly rang in my ears. Ding! The system detected that the Hashirama cells in the host's body were successfully transplanted and now have the ability to use with style. Mission completed. Reward. Senju Hashirama Sage Mode. The next moment, a stream of scorching heat spread throughout the body. Ugh! It's so hot. Fei Yu opened his eyes instantly and returned to reality. Hearing Fei Yu's groan, Madara, who was resting, quickly stood up and, with the help of White Zetsu and Obito, came to Fei Yu's side. Son, how do you feel now? Madara asked anxiously. Godfather, I'm fine. Huh? Why are your breasts? When Fei Yu saw Madara's injured chest, he vaguely understood. How much suffering did my godfather suffer while I was enjoying the illusion? 2 lines of hot tears burst out from my eyes uncontrollably. Godfather, I really didn't expect you to. If I had known this, I would never have learned with style. Fei Yu was very upset. His willfulness had caused his godfather to pay too high a price. Haha, it's okay, son, this is my choice. It has nothing to do with you. Madara gently stroked Fei Yu's hair. Now, we are truly connected by blood. From now on, remove the word gone, and I will be your real dad. Duh. Chapter 37. Dad. The father and son hugged each other tightly. Kid, you just completed the cell fusion. Don't move your body too much. Give it 2 days to adapt. Dad, you too. Your chest must be hurting so much. I will stay with you for the next few days and won't go anywhere. Okay, my eldest son is so good. Half a year later. Inside the secret base, Madara and Fei Yu were leisurely tasting the vegetables grown by the Uchiha clan. It has to be purely natural, not something that has to be grown with great effort. It's definitely delicious. Fei Yu praised sincerely. During this period, Fei Yu never left Madara's side, always staying by his side. They even sleep in the same bed every night. Under the influence of Fei Yu's gifted close proximity, Madara's body rejuvenated at an extremely fast rate, and judging from his appearance, he had returned to the age of nearly 60. The outline of an eyeball already appeared in his empty eyes. The injury on his chest had long since healed. It is said that when people spend a long time together in close proximity, they will have more and more similarities in appearance. This may be true. As Fei Yu grows, Madara always feels that Fei Yu looks more and more like himself. Even more handsome. This is God's will. My blood has played a role. Madara sighed in his heart. Obito has also grown a lot. In addition to his height, his strength and physical fitness have become more mature. On the other hand, White Zetsu and Black Zetsu remain the same, with no changes. The Uchiha clan members have been working diligently and cultivating the land for half a year. They even fell in love with this pastoral life. Except Itachi and Sasuke. The 2 brothers would practice hard in the quiet woods every night, just to make themselves stronger and stronger. Itachi, Sasuke, you 2 must be tired. I brought some fruits. Let's eat together. A young girl with long hair came over with a basket of fruit. She had a sweet face and a smile on her face. She was from the Uchiha clan and Itachi's good friend, Uchiha Izumi. Although they are good friends, Izumi has always had a one-sided love for Itachi. She is a female ninja with great talent. The reason why Izumi chose the Jonin path is because she wanted to walk the same path as the person she liked, and that person was Itachi. When he was studying at the Ninja Academy, Izumi confessed his love to Itachi in front of the tea shop, but Itachi did not agree directly. Therefore, the relationship between the 2 has been that of friends until now. Sister Kwan, Sasuke was very excited to see Izumi appear. He ran to Izumi's side, picked up an apple, and started eating it. Brother, Sister Kwan is so gentle and considerate. It would be great if she could become my sister-in-law. I would fully support her. At the same time as the divine assist, Sasuke and Izumi looked into each other's eyes. Kwan gave a satisfied look of big thumbs up. Itachi wiped the sweat from his forehead and said in a nonchalant manner, Sasuke, don't talk nonsense. Your sister Kwan and I are still young. Kwan took the initiative to say, so, if we grow up, we will have a chance. Itachi was stunned when he heard this. His face flushed, and he didn't say anything. Ha 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 ha. Brother is blushing. This is the first time I see him like this. Itachi smiled and didn't say much. He just sat beside him and started eating the fruit. He is now very satisfied with his current life and feels fulfilled. Stay away from ninjas, stay away from missions, stay away from killing, stay away from war. Having more time to spend with family and friends is much better than being a ninja. This is the life Itachi truly wants. An ordinary life. The three children sat together and shared the delicious fruit. Just then, a voice broke the moment of peace. Itachi, so you're here. Uchiha Fugaku slowly walked over. Itachi and Sasuke quickly put down the fruit they were holding and jumped off the rock. Itachi asked, Father, what do you want from me and my brother? No. Fugaku shook his head. I'm only looking for you. Lord Madara has finally given me instructions. He wants me to select 50 strong men from all my tribesmen to serve as his opponents. Huh? You want to challenge 50 people? Just that blind old guy. Sasuke said naively. You're just bragging. He looks like he can barely walk. The last time the Uchiha clan met Madara was half a year ago. In the past 6 months, Madara has never appeared in front of them. The Uchiha clan didn't dare to disturb them and just farmed the land for their ancestors for half a year. Sasuke continued unconvinced. Why use my brother to deal with him? I can win even if I play. Fugaku shouted angrily. Shut up. Sasuke, Madara-sama's power is unfathomable. Do not speak without restraint. Sasuke turned his head away stubbornly. Tisk. He really couldn't understand how a blind old man could have the courage to face 50 elite Uchiha ninjas. Fugaku no longer paid attention to Sasuke and turned to look at Uchiha Izumi. Quan, you are here too. You will be on stage then. Understood, Patriarch. Although Uchiha Izumi is young, she has already awakened the 3 Tomo Sharingan, and Fugaku still recognizes her strength. Dad, don't forget me. I want to join. Sasuke was a little unhappy that his father ignored him alone. No, you're too weak to even make the top 50. Don't underestimate me. I've been accompanying my brother in training these days, and my strength has long been much stronger than before. That won't work. You haven't even awakened your Sharingan yet. So what's the point of going on stage? Fugaku refused firmly. It was not that he wanted to attack Sasuke, but he knew his son best. It was inevitable that there would be mistakes during a fight, and he was afraid that Sasuke would get hurt. Dad, all right, you don't have to say anything. Lord Madara finally gave Uchiha a mission, and you, a little kid, are going to take on the task. Isn't that child's play? Lord Madara will be unhappy. After saying that, Fugaku turned around and left, remaining unmoved even when Sasuke screamed at the top of his lungs behind him. After complaining for a long time, Sasuke became a little depressed. He sat back on the stone with a sad face and sulked alone. I'm so fed up with this life of living under someone else's roof. My father is so capable. Why does he have to obey a blind old man's orders? Brother, can you please ask father to let me join in? I want to expose the true face of that blind old man. He's just a fake. Sasuke never took Madara seriously. Itachi smiled gently, raised his finger and tapped Sasuke's forehead lightly. Next time, Sasuke. This time, just listen to your father. Just stay by your side and watch over your brother. Early the next morning, Uchiha Fugaku, along with his tribesmen, stood in front of Madara's secret base, waiting for Madara to appear. After a moment, the stone door slowly opened. Madara and Fei Yu walked out of the door hand in hand. Everyone was stunned seeing Madara's appearance. The old and frail look from before is completely gone. Why do I feel a lot younger? Madara-sama, how did you do it? Everyone was shocked and their impression of their ancestors was once again refreshed. As for me, I want to see how far my current body can go. I've let you farm for half a year. I hope your ninjutsu hasn't been wasted. Madara pointed to an open space not far away. Let's go there. You don't have to let me go just because I'm an old man. Use all your strength, understand? Understood, Madara-sama. Everyone followed Madara to the open space. Dad, I've never seen you fight with anyone before. I want to open my eyes today, haha. Son, you have to look carefully. Once all personnel are in place, the competition is about to begin. Although Madara has become much younger, he still looks a bit old. Fugaku stepped forward and spoke first. Madara-sama, let's warm up first. We can start with 1v1. Humph. Madara shook his head coldly. You, plus everyone behind you, come together. Don't say it's useless. I can't wait any longer. After saying this, Madara clasped his hands together. Fire style, great fireball technique. An oversized fireball appeared in front of Madara. The Uchiha people were shocked when they saw this, because they were very familiar with the great fireball technique, and almost everyone knew it. But Uchiha Madara's fireballs are ridiculously huge. At close range, it is enough to block out the sky and the sun. What a huge chakra must one possess to be able to release such a huge great fireball? Is this Madara-sama's strength? Chapter 38. Not only is Uchiha Madara's fireballs terrifyingly large, they're also incredibly fast. At this critical moment of life and death, the Uchiha people quickly pulled their consciousness back to reality from their shock. Use water style. No, this is Madara-sama testing us. The fire style is the symbol of the Uchiha clan. Can the power of an entire clan be less than that of one person? Everyone, fight back with the great fireball technique. Fire style, great fireball technique. Times 50. Although it was a competition, the scene was no different from a battlefield. Even more spectacular than a battlefield. Boom. The moment the 50 fireballs collided with Madara's fireball, the entire ground shook 3 times. Master Chief, Master Madara is really trying to get us into trouble. We must be ruthless, otherwise, we will definitely die. The person who spoke was Uchiha Medicinal. He has always been Fugaku's right-hand man and is loyal to Fugaku in the police department, both in his actions and thoughts. Yaoi is also a rare medical ninja in the Uchiha clan. Before the competition, Fugaku reminded everyone that when dealing with the old, weak, and blind Madara, they should not be too harsh and should just hit him just enough. That's because I didn't know Madara could exert such terrifying power. Now, forget about holding back. It would be great if 50 people could beat him alone. Of course I know that. Fugaku nodded sternly. I underestimated our ancestor. His power is far beyond our imagination. If he can be like this in his old age, how horrible must he be when he was young? At this moment, a small figure flashed past Fugaku. Father, our chakra is not on the same level as Madara-sama. Using ninjutsu against us will not be good for us. Let's use taijutsu. Hearing this, Fugaku's eyes lit up, and he gave his son Uchiha Itachi an approving look. What Itachi said made sense. No matter how strong Madara is, his old age and blindness will definitely greatly reduce his physical strength. Another of Fugaku's confidants, Uchiha Inahiro, rebuked him coldly. Itachi, this is too shameful. I won't take advantage of someone in distress. I want to see what kind of trouble the legendary Madara-sama can cause with this sickly body. After saying that, without waiting for everyone to persuade him, Daohua took out 2 kunai and rushed forward. He didn't lose his mind. He just thought that after Madara released such a perverted great fireball, according to common sense, there should be very little power left that he could control. But how could Uchiha Madara be someone who walks the line between common sense? Sensing someone rushing towards him, Madara curled his lips into a cold smile. Humph. I'm really being underestimated. A mere person dares to attack me head-on. Swoosh. Inahori swung out 2 kunai, stabbing straight at Uchiha Madara's face. Madara turned her face expressionlessly and easily defused Inahori's attack. It was just a feint. Lord Madara, don't blame me for my rudeness. Fire style, dragon fire technique. After forming the seal, a straight line of dragon-shaped flame shot out from Uchiha Inahime's mouth. The fire dragon is extremely fast, and its attack power should not be underestimated. It's over. The next moment, all the fire dragons fell on Madara, and thick smoke instantly billowed out of the ground under Madara's feet. Inahiro, you. Fugaku was shocked when he saw this. He didn't expect Madara to not even try to dodge. Or maybe it's impossible to avoid it. Sure enough, as we get older, it is inevitable that our mobility will slow down. Dragon fire technique is not a high-level fire-style ninjutsu, and most of the clan members know it. The only advantage of this technique is its speed. It is the fastest among all fire styles and can easily catch people off guard. Put out the fire. If the ancestor is really dead, that would be terrible. Humph. Am I that unbearable in your eyes? Madara's voice sternly rang out from the smoke. When the smoke cleared, Madara was seen standing there unharmed, not even a wrinkle on his clothes. My descendants, please don't let me down. Don't embarrass yourself by using this fire style that can't even burn my clothes. Uchiha Inahori was so shocked that he couldn't even speak. He was deeply shocked. He never thought that the technique he used with all his strength was completely useless against Madara. He finally realized how stupid his previous behavior and thoughts were. Even the elderly Madara could not reach this level on his own. Humph, since you are all my descendants, I will let you see something new. It just so happens that there are many people here qualified enough for me to test this technique. Uchiha Madara raised his hands. His expression slightly changed. Wood style. Tree world arrives. For a moment, the earth began to tremble slightly, and just when the tribesmen were confused as to why, large tracts of trees and vines broke out of the ground. The trees were uprooted as if by their roots, instantly filling up the entire site, leaving no dead corners. This is wood style. What the hell? Isn't wood style a jutsu used by the first Hokage? Why is Madara-sama also using it? Even though they were completely puzzled, the facts were already before them. These trees and vines seemed to have their own consciousness, binding everyone tightly. No matter how hard they struggled, they could not easily escape the bondage of wood style. Is it over? Uchiha Madara put down his hands and sighed slightly. This time, I want to firstly test my current strength, and secondly, select some of you who are worthy of my training. It seems like the Uchiha clan's bloodline and talent are no longer pure. So many people, but not one of them catches my eye. Damn it. Father, brother. Outside the venue, Sasuke and the other tribe members watched. Seeing his father and brother being buried in the wood style, his life or death unknown, his anger instantly reached its peak. Waves of electricity passed through his mind and stimulated his eyes, but Sasuke no longer cared about these things. What he cared about most now was the safety of his family. Sasuke struggled to break free from his mother Mikoto's hands and ran to Madara like crazy. Blind old man, undo your spell. Give me back my father and brother. If anything happens to them, I will never let you go. Madara was slightly stunned when she heard Sasuke's childish voice. He vaguely felt that Sasuke seemed to be emitting the same aura as his own. What's your name, kid? My name is Uchiha Sasuke. I'm Uchiha Fugaku's son, Itachi's younger brother. You have a brother, don't you? That's interesting. Madara raised the corner of his mouth. There seems to be some connection between you and me. I remember your name. Sasuke had no idea what Madara was saying. He just wanted Madara to take the technique back. Blind old man. Didn't you hear what I said? Let my family out. Madara was completely unfazed by Sasuke's disrespect. I'm testing their capabilities. If they don't have enough, they're not qualified to be my subordinates. If you can't even get rid of a little wood style, then there's no point in your existence. Damn it. Sasuke could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. His eyes filled with bloodshot, and he rushed towards Madara shouting. At this moment, there were sudden loud noises behind him. It's the sound of wood being broken. Sasuke quickly turned around and saw several figures coming out from the pile of wood and landing next to Sasuke in an instant. Sasuke, what are you doing? Go back now. This is not the place for you. Master Patriarch, your son loves you very much. Don't worry, brother. We're fine. The few who escaped with style were Fugaku, Itachi, and Uchiha Yami. It seems the Uchiha clan isn't that corrupt. There are still a few guys worth training. Madara muttered in a cold voice, not sure whether it was sarcasm or praise. Madara turned around and took all the wood styles in the venue back underground. I didn't kill them. They can still be saved. They just fainted. Go save them. After you're done, come to me and I'll give you new powers. Oh, and bring over the guy who dared to confront me alone. He might be rough, but he's got some blood in him. After saying that, Uchiha Madara slowly walked off the field. Fugaku sighed deeply, feeling relieved. Brother, Sasuke threw himself into Itachi's arms and cried loudly. I was so scared. I thought I would never see you and Dad again. Itachi lowered his head and responded gently. What nonsense are you talking about? How could we die so easily? We still have to protect you. Sasuke, your eyes? Chapter 39. Itachi looked into Sasuke's eyes in surprise. That's the genuine one-tomo Sharingan. Sasuke, you awakened the Sharingan. Hmm? Really? Sasuke wiped his tears blankly, his mind going blank. Compared to Itachi's excitement, Fugaku looked calm. Yes, I didn't expect that this time, sparring with Madara-sama would yield such unexpected gains. The anger within caused Sasuke to unknowingly activate the Sharingan. Slowly, Sasuke finally reacted. Great! I finally have a Sharingan. Sasuke's excitement was genuine. With Sharingan, he believed that his father would value him as much as he did his brother. Well, now is not the time to discuss this. Yahweh, Itachi, follow me to heal the tribe. Sasuke, come with me. Yes. A few hours later, under Fugaku's command, all the injured tribesmen were carried back to the surrounding tribal lands for orderly treatment. At Madara's secret base, son, what do you think of my strength after the battle just now? So handsome, Dad. Ha 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 ha. When I regain my youth, you'll understand what true handsomeness is. By the way, I've selected a few good guys from my clan to be your personal bodyguards and sparring partners. If you want to go out and play in the future, just take them with you. At this moment, White Zetsu's body emerged from the ground. Madara-sama, Fugaku has brought 3 men to see you. Well, let them in. Understood. A moment later, White Zetsu walked in with Uchiha Fugaku, Itachi, Inohime, and Yakumi. Madara is an adult. The 4 of them bowed together, their voices resounding and powerful. The power Madara had just displayed had completely subdued them. I'm quite satisfied with the 4 of you. I plan to focus on training you. As he spoke, Madara pointed to the statue on the stone wall. You must be curious about why I have what style, right? Look for yourself, what is it? The 4 of them looked in the direction Madara pointed, and saw a statue of Senju Hashirama carved into the stone wall. Uchiha Fugaku's eyes widened in shock. This is the first Hokage? Yes, it was grown from Hashirama cells. I can transplant Hashirama cells into your body. Fugaku was shocked, his eyes evasive, as if he was resisting. Madara sensed Fugaku's resistance and asked coldly, What? You don't want to gain the power of what style? As the head of the Uchiha clan, you should have seen the stone tablet under the Nanga shrine. I can sense that you have awakened Mangekyo. Uchiha and Senju, united as one, gain the power of all things. With Hashirama cells, your strength will be completely different from before. Madara-sama. Fugaku said with difficulty. It's not that I don't want to, but I also know about Hashirama cells. Konoha has conducted cell cultivation and transplantation experiments before. At that time, a large number of elite ninjas died because of this experiment. Even the Senju clan members were unable to adapt to the Hashirama cells and exploded and died, leading to the near extinction of the Senju clan. Humph. Uchiha Madara said disdainfully. No one knows Hashirama better than me. How can Konoha's inferior research compare to the Hashirama cells I cultivated? As he spoke, Madara waved his hand towards White Zetsu. This guy is the product I cultivated using Hashirama's cells. I will have him inject his own cells into your bodies. Once you adapt, you will have new powers. And as someone who possesses Mangekyo, you should understand that as you use your eyes more, the strain on them increases. With Hashirama cells, we don't have to worry about that anymore. Whether you want it or not, I won't force you. It's up to you. After that, Madara said no more. Master Patriarch, I want a transplant. When Fugaku was still hesitating, Daohua looked at Fugaku and said firmly, I want revenge. Revenge on Konoha. With great power, I will no longer be afraid of them. The Uchiha clan has always been trampled under their feet. This time, I want to make them feel what it feels like to be trampled under their feet. Uchiha, Master, I think so too. If we don't fight, we'll never be able to turn things around. Moreover, this is something our ancestors have bestowed upon us. I believe in their abilities. Fugaku pondered for a moment, then turned his head to look at Itachi. He wanted to hear Itachi's opinion. Itachi said nothing, but in his heart, he had already made up his mind. He wants a transplant. Only in this way can I better protect my younger brother in the future. Everything Itachi did was just for Sasuke. Chapter 40. Although Itachi didn't say anything, Fugaku could see the determination in his eyes. In that case, Fugaku had no reason to refuse. He was actually looking forward to how much his strength would improve after gaining the power of Wood style. Kage-level strength, it shouldn't be difficult. Even if he encounters pursuers from Konoha in the future, he will be able to better protect his clan members. It seems that you have made up your mind. Then follow me. White Zetsu smiled cunningly and led a few people to the secret room. At this time, a space Uzumaki appeared, and Obito's figure came out from the different space. White Zetsu raised his hand and said hello. Hey, you're back on time. Obito glanced at White Zetsu and the Uchiha behind him, said nothing, and walked straight to Uchiha Madara's position. TSK, I find that you are becoming less and less polite as you grow up. White Zetsu smiled playfully and watched Obito's back getting farther and farther away. Itachi stared at Obito and whispered to Fugaku, Father, this masked man is the one who came to see me before. Fugaku nodded, looked at White Zetsu and asked, Mr. White Zetsu, is that young man also Madara-sama's son? His ability to appear out of thin air shouldn't be a space-time ninjutsu, but a Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Fugaku looked very carefully and found that the Uzumaki space appeared centered on the masked man's right eye. White Zetsu laughed. Ha ha ha, don't talk nonsense. Madara-sama only has one son, Fei Yu. That man just happened to be working with us. By the way, you should know him too. He's from Konoha. Oh, Fugaku was stunned. Who is he? White Zetsu, Uchiha Obito, what? The four of them were shocked at the same time. This name is more than just something I've heard of. Isn't he the orphan kid who died in the Battle of Kanobi Bridge a few years ago? Isn't he dead? Yeah, I remember he donated a Sharingan before he died. It's the one over Kakashi's left eye. Daohua and Yaoi looked at each other, obviously a little unconvinced. As members of the same clan, they knew Obito's strength best. Among his peers, he is the absolute last one. The aura that the man just now exuded was much stronger than theirs, and just passing by made them shudder. Who would believe that a last-place person could become so strong in just a few years and even activate the Mangekyo Sharingan? And the most important reason is that the man has a pair of genuine Sharingan. Even if Obito is still alive, he should be one-eyed. White Zetsu noticed the confusion among the others and said with a smile, Don't be surprised. It's a long story. There's a reason why he's become what he is now. I was able to save my life thanks to the transplant of Hashirama cells. And little Fei Yu's ability also played a significant role. Along the way, the talkative White Zetsu told everyone everything as if they were just chatting. Fugaku and the others acted as if they were listening to a fantasy story, with only surprise showing on their faces. This is outrageous. Madara's son Fei Yu actually has the ability to rejuvenate and heal people. They finally understood why Madara-sama grew younger and younger, and why Obito's eyes were lost and then recovered. It turns out that it was all thanks to Fei Yu. It's so frustrating. We're both Uchiha, so why don't my two sons have this magical power? Fugaku sighed in his heart. Is it a genetic problem? That can't be right. Laozi is also the clan leader. He is the eldest of the Uchiha clan besides Ban, so there should be no problem with his genes. Is it because of the face? Just when Uchiha Fugaku was confused, the secret room was finally reached. White Zetsu opened the door. TSK, everyone come in. From today on, you will be reborn. Fire Country, Konoha Village, Root Organization Underground Base. Danzo sat high in the center, and below the stage was a group of Root ninjas wearing black robes and kneeling on one knee. It's been 6 months since the Uchiha clan disappeared. There's been no news of them since then, and Minato hasn't given me an explanation yet. I think now is the time. Danzo narrowed his eyes slightly and said calmly, Taking advantage of the regular meeting, I plan to take those comrades with me today to force Minato to abdicate. You hide near the Hokage building in case of emergency, in case Shirsue's door dogs jump out of the wall. Yes, the Root ninjas shouted in unison. A Root ninja stood up and stepped forward, his voice a little excited. Master Danzo, I have something to report. Speak. The day before yesterday, I followed your instructions to hunt down the Fuma clan's ninjas to obtain their research on chakra. Unfortunately, they escaped. Hearing this, Danzo raised his eyes slightly. Well, if the mission fails, you should know what the consequences will be. The root ninja seemed to be completely indifferent to the life and death of himself and his companions. I understand, sir. If I hadn't made an unexpected discovery, I wouldn't have come back to see you. I would have led my team to commit mass suicide this morning. What did you find? The root ninja raised his head and said, I led the team in pursuit until we reached the mountain peninsula. Suddenly, a deafening explosion sounded in the distance. At that moment, the Fuma clan ninjas disappeared. We thought it was intentional by other members of the Fuma clan, so we went to investigate in the direction of the explosion. Unexpectedly, we found traces of suspected Uchiha clan members. When he said this, Danzo suddenly opened his eyes. Are you sure? Sure. I saw quite a few familiar faces from Uchiha, including a group of men, women, young and old. But just what? Danzo asked quickly. The root ninja swallowed hard and mustered up the courage to respond. They are farming. Farming. Yes, everyone we saw was farming. Even a few elite ninjas from the Uchiha clan. Danzo was silent, but he was already very excited in his heart. Hee, pitiful Uchiha clan. I never thought they would end up in such a miserable state. I thought they would flee to other countries. It seems they are coveting Konoha's strength. I guess other countries don't dare to bring trouble upon themselves. After sighing, Danzo looked up at the root ninja and asked, Did you fight them? The root ninja shook his head. No, I don't want to alert the enemy. The most important thing is that the surrounding area is covered by an unknown barrier, and we can't enter with our abilities. Danzo. Well, it's right not to alert the enemy. There's no way you can withstand the power of the entire Uchiha with just a few of you. After saying this, Danzo narrowed his eyes, thought for a moment, and then opened his mouth slightly and said, Recall all root ninjas and secretly march towards the mountain peninsula tonight. I will go with them. Target the lives of all members of the Uchiha clan, leaving no one behind. Tonight, I will completely wipe out the name Uchiha from this world. Remember, this information cannot be made known to anyone, including the village. Chapter 41. Konoha Village, Hokage Building. The conference room was filled with Konoha's top leaders. Today is the weekly meeting to summarize the weekly government affairs and policies, and all senior officials will attend. 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato sat in the main seat, while 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen sat on the side, listening, pipe in hand. Strange, why didn't Danzo come? Utatane Koharu asked, looking at the empty seat next to him. Mitokado Hamura pushed his glasses up. Maybe he's still finishing his own business. Why don't we wait for him? Namikaze Minato smiled awkwardly and didn't say anything more. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice sounded. No need to wait for him. It's just a regular meeting. It's not about deciding anything important. After saying that, Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a puff of smoke, nodded towards Minato, and whispered a reminder. Remember Minato, you are the Hokage, don't worry about us old guys. Minato was too kind, or perhaps too young, and even as Hokage, he was too embarrassed to do anything disrespectful to his elders. Now that he had Sarutobi Hiruzen's support, he naturally no longer cared and stood up and said, Well, the meeting will begin now. Etc. Outside the door, Shimura Danzo arrived late, leaning on a cane. You're not even waiting for me for the meeting? Don't forget, I'm the village's senior advisor. Danzo said as he walked over to his seat and sat down. Due to time considerations, Minato didn't want to argue with Danzo and started today's meeting directly. Before he could speak, Danzo's aggressive voice sounded again. Minato, in front of all these people, I ask you, do you still remember the promise you made to us half a year ago? Namikaze Minato's heart tightened when he heard that. He knew what Danzo was going to say. Ignoring Minato's livid face, Danzo continued. You have pledged to step down as Hokage if the missing Uchiha are not found, and to hand over this important position to someone more capable. You said that, right? Namikaze Minato gritted his teeth and replied helplessly, I said so. Very good, Danzo sneered. Minato, I can say that I have watched you grow up. Considering my personal feelings, I don't want to put too much pressure on you, so I have given you 6 months to explore the traces of the Uchiha clan. But for the sake of the village's overall development, I have to ask you today. Half a year has passed. Have you found them? Namikaze Minato shook his head and answered honestly, Not yet. Humph. The captain slammed the table in anger. Minato, as the fourth Hokage, you've caused the village to lose the Uchiha clan's fighting power in vain. One thing is for sure. Now you've spent half a year and still haven't found them. I sincerely doubt you're worthy of the position of Hokage. During your reign, the village suffered immeasurable losses. Do you admit this? I admit it. Namake's Minato knew he was in the wrong and didn't want to refute. Then, I hope you have self-awareness and can fulfill your promise. After getting the answer he wanted, Danzo was secretly happy and his tone was no longer so high profile. As long as Minato fulfills his promise, there is a high probability that he will become the fifth Hokage. Danzo was unsure of Sarutobi Hiruzen's intentions, but Uchiha Koharu and Mitokado Hamura would support him. Sigh. Namake's Minato sighed with relief when everyone's eyes were on him. To be honest, he no longer wanted to be Hokage. When he was young, he thought that as Hokage, all he had to do was protect the village from being bullied by other countries, let the new generation thrive, and ensure peace and prosperity for the country and the people. But after a few years, he realized that there were too many intrigues. This is totally inconsistent with my original intention. It would be better to be a ninja and serve the village silently like before. At least I won't be exhausted. During this period, Minato visited Sarutobi Hiruzen more than once, urging him to retire later and return to the position of Hokage, but was politely declined by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen said that he would often assist Minato, but Minato didn't see much of how he assisted him. Now, it's time to unload the burden in front of everyone. The pressure of being Hokage is just too great. Moreover, it was a military order he had signed himself. Morally and logically, it was his own lack of ability, and Minato had no complaints. However, even if he withdrew, Minato was not going to let Danzo take over. This old guy is so sinister. If he becomes Hokage, the village will be doomed. After much deliberation, Namake's Minato expressed the decision he had made for a long time. Half a year ago, the Uchiha clan disappeared in this village. I bear an unshirkable responsibility. I know this very well. During my years as Hokage, I felt deeply that I wasn't decisive enough. I assumed people would understand each other, but in the end, I realized that my decisions would cause great losses to the village. Maybe I'm too naive. A naive person is not fit to be the head of a village, but I believe there will come a day when people can understand each other. This is what my master Jiraiya-sama taught me, and it is also my ninja way. Therefore, I have decided to resign the position of Hokage and hand this heavy responsibility back to the third Hokage. When these words were spoken, everyone present was shocked. How could this be? Danzo did not expect Namake's Minato to do this. Mitokado Hamura and Uchiha Koharu did not express their opinions. In their hearts, they actually preferred Sarutobi Hiruzen. Normally, they support Danzo simply because they are a little afraid of him. As long as the power is in Hiruzen's hands, Mitokado Hamura and Uchiha Koharu believe that Danzo will not dare to do anything to them. Well, Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his head, opened his eyes, and sighed deeply. Minato, you really respect my old bones. But now that things have come to this, I can't say much more. How about this, Minato? I will temporarily return to the position of Hokage. During this time, you will continue to study with me. When you think you are fully qualified, I will return the position to you. Everyone, what do you think? Chapter 42. The third Hokage has said so. Who dares to object? Except for one person. No, I absolutely do not agree. Hiruzen, you are also an indecisive person. You alone cannot make Konoha stand at the top of the 5 great nations. Danzo stood up and expressed his opinion sharply. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled slightly and replied softly, I have never thought of leading Konoha to the top of the world. I don't care about those false names. As long as the will of fire can be passed on infinitely, that's enough. Damn it, Danzo gritted his teeth in anger. Hiruzen, you're going to regret this. Shut up. Danzo, I'm the Hokage. Snort. At this point, Danzo didn't want to engage in any more meaningless verbal arguments, and simply turned and walked out the door. Where are you going? Hiruzen took the shadow hat from Minato's hand and put it on his head and scolded. Danzo, the meeting is not over yet. Don't you want to participate? Danzo turned his head and glanced at Hiruzen. I have more important things to do for the village, so I won't join you in this boring meeting. Seeing that Danzo dared to openly disrespect him, Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. After a moment of silence, he shook his head helplessly. Forget it. It doesn't matter if he's missing. Let's continue the meeting. Danzo walked out of the Hokage building alone. When he reached the last flight of stairs, he looked back at the Hokage rock not far away. One day, I will become Hokage and make all nations submit to Konoha. After swearing the oath, Danzo winked and a root ninja instantly appeared in front of him. Master Danzo, what are your orders? Call the Jinin brat named Kabuto that Orochimaru left behind in Konoha and tell him I have something urgent to ask his master. Yes. Evening. Danzo walked into a hidden temple alone. A gust of cold wind blew past, and Danzo said softly, "Come out. I know you are here." You're late, Danzo. A shadow floated by, and Orochimaru's figure appeared in front of Danzo. Danzo raised his head and replied faintly, "Your appearance style is still so unique." "Humph, you didn't just come to me to reminisce about the past, did you?" Orochimaru pursed his lips and said, "Tell me, is there anything important you want to discuss with me?" "The missing Uchiha clan. I have found their hiding place." "Oh." Orochimaru's eyes lit up. "As expected of you. I've been looking for it for so long and still can't find it. So what are your plans?" "I will destroy their clan and use these people's eyes for my own benefit, Orochimaru. I remember that you seem to admire that child Uchiha Itachi." When mentioning this name, Danzo deliberately emphasized his tone. "Ha ha ha. As expected, I can't hide anything from you," Orochimaru said with a greedy and sinister smile. "You're willing to share such important information with me. Could it be that you want my help? You're still doing research on Hashirama cells, right?" Orochimaru hummed and nodded. Experimental research is above all else. How could Orochimaru give up so easily? "Very good, Orochimaru. I will lead people to annihilate the Uchiha clan tonight. If you are interested, you can come too. You can take the body of Uchiha Itachi if you want." Facing Danzo's olive branch, Orochimaru, knowing full well that there was no benefit in it, smiled slightly. "Just tell me what you want." "I want Hashirama cells," Danzo said straight to the point. "After the Uchiha are wiped out, I will take their eyes and use them for other purposes. To control a large amount of Sharingan, I need Hashirama cells." When he said this, Danzo slowly raised his right hand. "Build me an arm filled with Hashirama cells and graft my Sharingan onto it. Uchiha Itachi, this is my reward for your hard work. TSK, TSK, TSK." Orochimaru looked calm, but was secretly shocked in his heart. This old guy Danzo is really greedy. He actually wanted to obtain both the power of Uchiha and Senju at the same time. However, the conditions he offered were indeed something Orochimaru could not refuse. Uchiha Itachi. So tempting. If he didn't agree, Danzo would probably not honestly tell him where Uchiha was hiding. Moreover, the two of them had many secret dealings. In order to continue their cooperation, Orochimaru no longer considered it and nodded in response. "Okay, I promise you." Danzo changed the subject. "Let's make it clear in advance. You have to fight for Itachi's body yourself. All I can do is tell you where he is. This is already a great favor. You should know that in the ninja world, information is paramount." "Sure, no problem," Orochimaru showed a greedy face. "It just so happens that I recently found a perfect test subject. He has a special physique that can transplant any organ or cell without any rejection reaction. I will use his right arm as a vessel for you to obtain the power of Senju and Uchiha." Well, just stop playing tricks. Having achieved his goal, Danzo didn't plan to stay any longer. "Tonight is very important to me. I have to hurry up." Sarutobi Hiruzen made him very angry, and he wanted to vent all the anger in his body on the Uchiha clan. "By the way, Danzo, I want to confirm something with you." Before leaving, Orochimaru called out to Danzo. "Is Hanzo from Rain Shinobi dead? I know you had some connection with him, so you should know about his affairs." Danzo was secretly shocked. Orochimaru was indeed extraordinary. He even knew that he had worked with Hanzo before. Danzo didn't hide it. "We haven't been in touch for a long time. I don't know whether he is dead or alive now." "Okay." After hearing Danzo's answer, Orochimaru's eyes turned away, and he didn't intend to continue asking. Why are you asking about him all of a sudden? Orochimaru sneered as he walked past Danzo. It's all right, just asking. During this time, Orochimaru has been observing Pain and Konan, who is closest to him, in the Akatsuki organization. He discovered that most of Akatsuki's secret bases were located around range shinobi, and Konan's chakra always stopped at range shinobi village and disappeared. Most importantly, they wear range shinobi's forehead protector. Orochimaru gradually became convinced that the lair of Akatsuki leader Pain must be hidden in Rain Shinobi Village. Combining Danzo's answer and the fact that we haven't heard from Hanzo for a long time, it seems that Rain Shinobi has changed its owner. The new owner is most likely Pain. Things are getting more and more interesting. Orochimaru pondered this in his mind. Once I get the young body of Uchiha Itachi, I'll have the chance to go to Rain Shinobi and snatch the Rinnegan, without the knowledge of the Akatsuki members. TSK, that unique eye of God will eventually be mine. Chapter 43. At the Uchiha Madara secret base. It was already late at night. Nearby, there is a village, quiet and peaceful. This is where the Uchiha clan lives. They live away from the hustle and bustle, work hard on the land, and gradually forget the dangers of this world. Mom, why haven't father and brother come back yet? Sasuke leaned against the window, his face full of anxiety. Maybe Madara-sama has assigned them some tasks. Mikoto made the bed, came to Sasuke, and said with a smile, "It's so late. Go to sleep quickly. They will be back when you wake up." "No, I want to go out and practice." Sasuke shook his head violently. He really couldn't let go of his brother and had no intention of sleeping. Sasuke, come back soon." Sasuke ignored Mikoto's calls and jumped out of the window, disappearing into the woods. This kid, really? Mikoto sighed helplessly. The highest point of the mountainous peninsula. A large group of root ninjas wearing black robes and masks gathered here, staring at everything below the cliff with a covetous eye. Danzo stood at the front, looked around, and sneered. "Humph. Fugaku, you're amazing. You actually cast an illusion around the Uchiha flame formation. No wonder my subordinates couldn't see it." The root ninja nearby asked, "Danzo-sama, what do you mean by that?" Danzo raised his hand and pointed to the distance. "That should be the hiding place of the Uchiha clan." The hiding place is surrounded by the Uchiha clan's secret barrier ninjutsu, the Uchiha fire formation. What? The root ninjas looked in the direction Danzo pointed, but found nothing. Danzo's expression darkened. "Don't bother looking. You won't be able to find it without the Sharingan." Although the Uchiha fire formation appears fiery red, the caster has manipulated the barrier, creating an illusion that only the Sharingan can penetrate. Humph, the evil Uchiha. I see. No wonder I didn't realize what kind of barrier it was this morning. Then, Lord Danzo, how do we break this fire formation? Break? Danzo frowned. Legend has it that the flames of the fire formation are the hellfire of Shura, capable of burning everything to ashes. Breaking this formation with sheer force is as difficult as ascending to heaven. The root ninjas looked at each other. If even Lord Danzo couldn't do anything about them, then their trip today would have been in vain. "Don't panic. I have a solution." Danzo put his finger to his mouth. "For my purpose, I can sacrifice everything, even my summoning beast." Danzo bit his finger and smeared the blood on his palm. Summoning technique. Ouch! A giant nightmare tapir appeared before everyone. This is Danzo's unique summoning beast. Its big mouth can use wind style to swallow everything in front of it. Go, nightmare tapir. The time has come to serve me. Suck up all the flames ahead. This mission is tantamount to sending the nightmare tapir to his death. Perhaps Danzo's brainwashing skills were too strong. Not only did he raise a bunch of ninjas who were willing to serve him, but even summoning Mon obeyed him in everything. Under Danzo's leadership, the nightmare tapir came to the front of the flame array without complaint, raised its trunk, opened its bloody mouth, and sucked fiercely towards the front. Ouch! Inside the Uchiha secret base, Grandpa Madara, who was sleeping soundly with little Fei Yu in his arms, suddenly woke up and closed his eyes to feel the situation around him. "Dad, what's wrong with you? Did you have a nightmare?" Fei Yu rubbed his eyes sleepily and asked with a yawn. "Someone is destroying the barrier I set up." "Humph! Who is it?" How dare they? Ah, Lord Madara, you're awake. White Zetsu popped his head out from underground. The invader is Danzo from Konoha, leading a group of root ninjas. They're probably targeting the Uchiha clan. Danzo. Madara raised an eyebrow. Who is he? White Zetsu replied respectfully. He's from the Shimura clan, a senior advisor to Konoha, and a former disciple of Senju Tobirama. Danzo has truly inherited Tobirama's teachings. The Uchiha clan's decline is largely due to him. When Madara heard the name Tobirama, a nameless anger rose in his heart. Tobirama, the enemy who killed his own brother. It's fine that he's the only one hostile to the Uchiha. He even dares to pass on his extreme ideas to future generations. This guy named Danzo must not be allowed to stay. Master Madara got out of bed and wanted to kill his enemy's apprentice himself. Dad, let me do it. Fei Yu quickly jumped to Madara's side, shaking his arm and comforting him. Don't be angry. Being angry is bad for your health. I watched you perform this morning, and tonight it's your turn to watch me perform. White Zetsu interrupted. Little Fei Yu, Danzo is very strong. Don't underestimate him. Fei Yu certainly knew Danzo's strength, but Fei Yu has absolute confidence in his current strength. Danzo is the descendant of my father's enemy, so naturally I should be the one to deal with that guy, Dad. Trust me. If you're really worried, just watch from the side, okay? Fei Yu cast a pleading look at Grandpa Madara. My son has grown up, and it's my turn to protect you. Ha! Hearing Fei Yu's heartwarming words, Grandpa Madara laughed excitedly. Okay, son, I'll let you go, but I'll make it clear first, if I sense you're in danger, I'll intervene immediately. Don't blame your father then, no problem. Pinky promise. After the father and son made the promise, they walked out the door hand in hand. Wait, Lord Madara, take them over as well. White Zetsu raised his hand and pointed at the secret room. The tribe is in trouble, and they will definitely be anxious when they know about it. I only injected a small amount of Hashirama cells into them today, and they should be able to adapt by now. We can use this opportunity to let them get familiar with the feeling of their new power. Madara nodded and said, Well, you go and inform them. My son and I will go first. After saying that, the father and son walked out of the stone gate and headed into the distance. Outside the fire formation, as the nightmare taper fell to the ground and died in pain, the flames in front of it were completely sucked away. Danzo raised his head slightly, waved his hand at his subordinates behind him, and said fiercely, Go. Remember, leave no one alive. Then dig up all the awakened Sharingan and take them away. Yes. The root ninjas turned into black shadows and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Danzo walked slowly along the country road. He had faith in his men's abilities and believed that by the time he arrived, the matter would be over. At this moment, an old man and a little devil suddenly appeared in front of him. Hey, old man, your name is Danzo, right? Chapter 44. Danzo looked at the old man and the young man in front of him, especially the old man who was about the same age as him, and cold sweat broke out. Looks familiar. A feeling of déjà vu. This look, this hairstyle, this way of speaking, this tone. The most important thing is that this temperament. Uchiha Madara. There's no doubt about it. I met him a few times when I was a child. Madara may not remember him, but he was impressed by Madara. However, Danzo had seen a lot of big scenes, so even if he was shocked in his heart, he remained calm on the surface. Madara is still alive. Want to scare me? Haha, what a joke. How is that possible? It must be a trick used by the evil Uchiha. After thinking about it, Danzo looked at the two of them with contempt and shouted in a low voice, Uchiha, stop struggling. No matter what you do, you can't change the fact that your clan was exterminated. Humph. How shameless. Uchiha Madara didn't take him seriously at all. The thing that Tobirama taught you is really not a good thing. If it weren't for my eldest son wanting to play a one-on-one fight with you, I would have wiped you out by now. Go, son, kill him. After saying that, Grandpa Madara sat cross-legged on the side, ready to quietly appreciate Xiao Fei Yu's performance. Danzo frowned. Let a little kid fight me one-on-one. Where does the confidence come from? Danzo finally couldn't stand being humiliated by Uchiha anymore. The senior advisor of Konoha, the right-hand man of the third Hokage, and the boss of the Umbu Root organization was actually teased like this. Snort. Danzo took a step sideways, drew his kunai, and quickly rushed towards Fei Yu. Fei Yu was a little excited. Since crossing here, today's battle was his debut. Danzo is the perfect choice to test your own abilities. Facing Danzo's attack, Fei Yu immediately jumped to the side and perfectly avoided his kunai. Oh, little boy, you're quite agile despite your young age. Then this time, let me see how you hide. Danzo lowered his body, puffed out his cheeks, and shouted, Wind-style vacuum wave. This is a move that Danzo is extremely good at using. He spits out a sharp breath similar to that of a kamaitachi. If it hits the target, it can easily cut through the target's flesh. Fei Yu smiled playfully, activated his Sharingan, and leaped into the air, dodging it easily again. This brat. Danzo's heart sank. I didn't expect that the child in front of me would actually activate the 3-Tomo Sharingan. Who is this evil Uchiha imp? Danzo has information on all the members of the Uchiha clan, and this strange kid is the first time he has seen him. He gradually became serious, and after 2 moves, he finally discovered that this kid's talent and strength were probably on par with Itachi. But no matter how strong Fei Yu is, Danzo is fully confident. In terms of combat experience alone, he has far more than Fei Yu. The vacuum wave just now was just a feint. The next step is the key. In order to avoid the vacuum wave, Fei Yu was forced to jump into the air. When he looked at Danzo again, Danzo's next move was already ready. Wind-style, vacuum sphere. Several bullet-shaped, high-pressure wind balls were shot out from Danzo's mouth. Tisk. Fei Yu knew he couldn't hide, so he simply gave up trying to hide. Just use your rock-solid body to withstand it. I feel like there should be no problem. Done. The only one left is that old man. Seeing that Fei Yu showed no intention of hiding, Danzo thought he had given up resistance and knew that he had won. At this moment, an inexplicable strong wind suddenly rushed over from the side. The force of the strong wind was so strong that it blew Danzo's vacuum sphere away. My dear son, remember, next time you encounter this situation, don't jump into the air where you have difficulty moving. It will make you very passive. Uchiha Madara held an Uchiha fan and sat aside, patiently educating him. Dad, you're such a fool. Just stay out of my way. I can't handle that little wind style. Ha 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 ha. I can bear it or not. I don't want other people's breath to taint your body. Fei Yu shook his head helplessly. Master Madara really doted on him too much. Even he felt that it was a bit too much. I originally wanted to test my body's resistance, but was blown to death by Madara's fan. In that case, let's try again. Fei Yu fell to the ground and rushed straight towards Danzo. Danzo hadn't come to his senses yet, his eyes fixed on the round fan in Madara's hand. Could it be the Uchiha fan that has such powerful destructive power? I've been looking for it for so long, but couldn't find it. Turns out it's in his hands. How could he have that? Could this mysterious old man really be? Before he could finish his analysis, Fei Yu came up to him with his fists raised. This little brat. He looks down on me, doesn't he? Danzo was furious, but it was too late to dodge. His rich combat experience made his body automatically react to the attack, and even if he couldn't dodge, he would make the opponent suffer. Bang! When Fei Yu's little hand hit Danzo's left cheek, Danzo also swung his hand to hit Fei Yu's right cheek. Fei Yu didn't hide either. Danzo's punch must be quite powerful. If you can withstand his attacks, then most other ninjas shouldn't be able to break your defense. Fei Yu had good ideas, but he forgot the existence of one person. His father. You've gotten so bold, old man. You dare to hit my son. Just when Danzo's fist was about to hit Fei Yu, Madara's hollow eyes were filled with anger. He quickly stood up to block Danzo's fist and gave Danzo a solid right cheek punch. Danzo felt his head buzzing. The left cheek he had been hit on by Fei Yu was already quite painful, and this time Madara had knocked him unconscious. Danzo stumbled back a few steps, steadied himself, and stood up straight. The sky is full of golden stars, twinkling in front of my eyes. Danzo covered his face, gritting his teeth and yelling, Damn it! Wasn't it a one-on-one duel? Why do you always interfere? Humph! Uchiha Madara raised her head proudly. When I say one-on-one duel, I only mean my son and you. As for you, you can attack, but you can't touch my son. Remember this. After saying that, Uchiha Madara strode out of the battlefield and returned to sit down next to him. All right, you two can continue the duel. Danzo was confused. This unreasonable old man, with such powerful strength, forced him to admit. This person is Uchiha Madara. Damn it. I ran into a tough guy. Danzo shook his head vigorously and gradually came to his senses. Uchiha Madara is still alive. Even gave birth to a bad seed. What should I do? I am no match for Madara. I have to find a way to escape. As long as you can keep your life, as long as you have the Green Mountains, you will not be afraid of running out of firewood. Huh, you want to escape? Fei Yu saw what Danzo was thinking and shouted. Our duel isn't over yet. Don't leave. Fei Yu felt bitter because he had played for such a long time, but his level had not been tested at all. Danzo felt even more miserable. Evil Uchiha brat, you call this a duel? Look, is what your father says human language. What do you mean I can attack, but I can't hit you? And you can hit me at will. Where is the fairness in this so-called duel for me? Danzo broke the defense, broke the big defense. His voice was trembling. Trembling. There is grievance, unwillingness, and timidity. He wanted to escape so badly. The outcome of the genocide plan is no longer important. Saving your life is important. Danzo turned around and tried to run away, but Fei Yu grabbed him in one step. Damn little devil. Stop pulling me. Seeing Fei Yu entangled with him, Danzo puffed up his cheeks again, ready to use wind style to knock Fei Yu away. Just as he was about to spit out wind style, Danzo suddenly felt a chill on his back. It's Madara's murderous intent. Danzo's eyes widened in panic, and he swallowed hard. If I attack Fei Yu, I will definitely die. Wanna run? Come back. I haven't had enough of the one-on-one fight. Fei Yu grabbed Danzo's arm and threw him over his shoulder, knocking him to the ground. Danzo, old thief, get up quickly and continue the duel. If you don't attack me, I will kill you. Hearing this, Danzo, who was lying on the ground, looked at Fei Yu, then turned to look at Madara. Madara warned coldly, if you dare to touch my son, I will kill you immediately. Danzo broke down and was in tears. What do you two want from me? Chapter 45. It's not that Danzo doesn't want to resist, but that he can't. The Uchiha fan was very restraining to him. The wind style that he is best at is worthless in front of the fan. Damn it. What a shame. This was the first time in his life that he was pinned to the ground and rubbed by the Uchiha clan, and he had no power to resist at all, even treated as a plaything by them. Even in his breakdown, Danzo still retained a shred of sanity. It's time to use your trump card. At the right eye, Shursui Sharingan. Although I was a little reluctant, I couldn't care less at the moment of life and death. Danzo stumbled to his feet and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, which was caused by the slap from Uchiha Madara. Be my puppet. Uchiha Madara, even you can't block this move. Danzo opened the Sharingan hidden under the bandage, and slowly, the Sharingan changed into the shape of Mangekyo in his pupil. A strong feeling of dizziness and heaviness instantly spread throughout the body. Without Uchiha bloodline or Hashirama cells, he is unable to fully utilize Mangekyo's abilities. The cost is too high. I don't have any strength in my body. After this is over, I must have Orochimaru transplant Hashirama cells into me as soon as possible. The idea is good, but the reality is cruel. Just as he activated Mangekyo, a small hand had already slapped his right eye. Danzo, don't think I don't know you still have the trump card of distinguished heavenly gods. Puff. Fei Yu's fingers pierced directly into Danzo's eye socket and dug out the Sharingan hidden under the bandage. Blood gushed out, and Danzo knelt on the ground howling in pain. Eyes. My eyes. Damn little devil. How did you know that? Danzo was puzzled and had intended to surprise him. After all, his possession of the Shursui Sharingan was a dark secret. Not even Madara would have noticed. But unexpectedly, he was seen through by this little devil named Fei Yu. He wanted to struggle, to take back Shursui's eyes from Fei Yu, but his body was too burdened after using Mangekyo, and he didn't even have the strength to lift his hands. Weird. Uchiha Madara slowly came back to his senses. Just now, for a moment, my consciousness seemed to disappear, but it also seemed to have not disappeared. Madara, who was meticulous, sensed something was wrong. Dad. Fei Yu jumped to Madara's side, revealing the Sharingan clenched in his palm. Just now this guy tried to use the Sharingan to control you, but I dug him out just as he activated it. Oh. Uchiha Madara was slightly surprised. Whose eyes are these that can control me? Fei Yu explained. It belongs to Uchiha Shursui. His Mangekyo Sharingan ability is Distinguished Heavenly Gods. It's known as the strongest illusion and can control the target's will without warning. Uchiha Madara pondered for a moment and couldn't help but praise. It's really a good ability. After saying that, Grandpa Madara pulled little Fei Yu and slowly walked in front of Danzo. Looking at Danzo groaning in pain on the ground, Uchiha Madara shouted coldly, "How dare you steal the power of my Uchiha clan? You who don't have Uchiha bloodline but wield Mangekyo. I'm afraid you won't even have the strength to stand up now. At first, I just wanted to kill you. But now, I have no interest in your life. Killing someone like you who has been persecuting Uchiha for years is too merciful. From today on, I will make you a dog for my son. Spend the rest of your life atonement." "White Zetsu," Uchiha Madara shouted, and a White Zetsu emerged from the ground. I've taken care of Danzo, Madara-sama. What do you want from me?" Madara casually tossed Shirsue's eye to White Zetsu. "Take this right eye." "I understand." White Zetsu didn't ask any more questions. He just did whatever Madara asked him to do. Puff! White Zetsu inserted the eyeball in his hand into his right eye. "Wow, this is the Sharingan's vision. It feels really good." White Zetsu looked around like a curious baby. "All right, stop playing around. Use the power of Mangekyo to control Danzo and make him realize that he's just Fei Yu's dog. Don't tell me you can't activate Mangekyo. Even Danzo can. You've been by my side for all these years. If you can't, then you're useless." "Okay," White Zetsu smiled playfully. "Don't worry, Master Madara. I am also very talented." As he spoke, White Zetsu crawled in front of Danzo, raised his hand, and held Danzo's chin, grinning evilly. "Come on, little Danzo, remember, you are a dog, a good dog who guards the house for little Fei Yu." Danzo's eyes, filled with anger, slowly turned cloudy, and then turned into clear stupidity. I am a dog of Master Fei Yu," Danzo muttered numbly. No. White Zetsu shook his head and gently scratched Danzo's chin. "So-called dogs can't speak human language." Danzo tilted his head and hummed for a while, then suddenly shouted, "Woof, woof, woof, woof." "Good job." White Zetsu was very satisfied, turned to look at Madara, and said, "Done, Master Madara, very good." Madara used wood style to create a very willful vine and handed it to Fei Yu. "Here, big boy, take this. This is the leash. From now on, this old guy will be in your hands. If anyone bullies you, just let Danzo out and bite him." White Zetsu took the other end of the vine and tied it tightly around Danzo's neck. Fei Yu was a little confused. "I never thought that my first pet after coming into this world would be Danzo." Fei Yu almost vomited his dinner when he saw Danzo sticking out his tongue and shaking his butt in front of him in a humble manner. "It's really ugly. Dad, is it really okay for me to take care of this thing? I have to take it for a walk every morning and evening, and I'm afraid I can't get up." Fei Yu was a little embarrassed. "It's okay." Uchiha Madara smiled gently. "He's a senior advisor to Konoha and a disciple of Tobirama. He barely deserves to be a dog for us, Uchiha. This is your birthday present from your father. You have to accept it." Fei Yu then remembered that tomorrow was his birthday. He is getting another year older, and it is finally the sign-in moment he has been looking forward to. Seeing his father was so persistent, Fei Yu decided to accept it temporarily. It's not bad to keep it as a dog bodyguard. Anyway, whether he will leave sooner or later depends on my mood. No matter how I treat Danzo, he will be loyal to me unconditionally. "Let's go, son. Go back and catch up on some sleep," Uchiha Madara said, stretching. Fei Yu held Danzo's hand with his left hand and Madara's hand with his right hand, and returned to the base with White Zetsu. Woof, woof, woof. On the other side, the Uchiha tribe is located. The ground was covered with corpses in black robes. Uchiha Fugaku, Itachi, Inaheim, and Yakumi stood in front of the gate with fierce expressions on their faces. Across from them, there were only 3 root members still alive. Damn it, why hasn't Master Danzo come yet? Without him, we're no match for Uchiha. No, haven't you guys faced reality yet? Captain Terai, the leader of the Root Corps, shook his head unwillingly. The Uchiha's power has apparently increased significantly. It's like their chakra is endless. The 2 root members behind him fell silent. They knew in their hearts that what the captain said was right. Uchiha Fugaku is fine, but Anabi and Yakumi were able to kill so many root members each, which is seriously inconsistent with their previous strength. Terai gritted his teeth and whispered a warning. I'll release a smoke bomb in a moment, and we'll take the opportunity to escape. As many people as possible will escape. We must inform Lord Danzo of the greatly increased strength of the Uchiha. Clear. Okay, get ready. Taking advantage of the night, Terai quietly reached into the waist bag behind his back. Just as he was about to drop the smoke bomb, a howl like a ferocious beast broke the silence around him. What's that sound? Fugaka frowned. He had never heard such a voice before. It sounds like a person barking, and also like a dog barking. Be careful. Maybe Root's reinforcements have arrived. Fugaka warned in a low voice. Suddenly, a figure quickly appeared between the two sides. Captain, look, it's Danzo-sama. After seeing the figure clearly, the Root ninja was overjoyed. The leader finally arrived, and they were saved. But when he looked closely, Terai found that his leader looked completely different from before. Danzo, like a ninja from the Inuzuka clan, was lying on the ground with all four legs, his right cheek covered in blood, saliva oozing from the corners of his mouth, and he was looking at the three Root people angrily. Fugaka was also confused. Is this Danzo? How did it become like this in just half a year? Lord Danzo, what's wrong with you? Terai asked hurriedly. Danzo gripped the ground with both hands, gnashing his teeth as he shouted at his former subordinates. Woof! Woof, woof, woof! Duh. Chapter 46. Woof, woof, woof. Danzo's devilish dog barking stunned everyone present. What kind of heaven-defying behavior is this? Performance art? Under the shocked gazes of the Root ninjas, Fugaku, and others, Danzo pounced directly at the Root ninjas like a rabid dog. Not a mad dog, but worse than a mad dog. Sir, what are you doing? Ah! In a split second, Danzo bit through the throats of the two Root ninjas, causing them to bleed profusely. Only Captain Terai was left trembling beside them. Just when everyone was puzzled, Madara and Fei Yu came to them leisurely. Madara-sama, master. Fugaku greeted Madara and Fei Yu respectfully. Yeah. Uchiha Madara nodded and said, from now on, Danzo will be a dog under my son's control. Danzo will avenge the injustice Uchiha suffered with his next life. So that's how it is. Fugaku and others finally understood that it was Madara who caused Danzo to become like this. Very satisfying. Fugaku's entire body was shaking with excitement as he watched Danzo tearing apart the Root ninja. Ben waved his hand and said, all right, you all go back and rest. I have to get up tomorrow morning to dig vegetables for my son. Yes. After Fugaku and the others left, Danzo's side was also over. Terai was bitten beyond recognition, with not a single piece of good flesh left on his body. The Root ninja was known for his loyalty, and Terai never attacked Danzo until his death. At this moment, Konoha Umbu Root, representing the darkness of ninja, has been completely eliminated from the ninja world. White Zetsu. Tisk, TSK. I bet Danzo's body will be in excruciating pain tomorrow. Lord Madara, you're so cruel. You fed him 20 military ration pills just to get him to move. Humph. Grandpa Madara snorted coldly. What can I do? Because of the use of Mangekyo, Danzo can't even crawl. If I don't give it medicine, do I expect my big son to drag it back by force? It's just a dog anyway. Its life is worthless. Keeping it alive is the greatest kindness Uchiha can show it. Hee, that's true. White Zetsu smiled and scratched his head. Fei Yu took Danzo back into his hands. Father still loves me. Of course, by the way, son, how did you know Danzo has the Sharingan? Fei Yu didn't expect Madara to ask this suddenly, and an idea suddenly occurred to him, and he quickly responded. It was Obito's dad who told me. When I slept with him, he often told me bedtime stories. Yes, Obito did do something useful. After saying this, Madara frowned. The ground was littered with corpses, emitting a strong smell of blood. White Zetsu, you can deal with these corpses yourself. In order to prevent Fei Yu from smelling the disgusting smell, Madara picked up Fei Yu and carried him on his shoulders. Come on, son, show me the way. Let's go back to bed. Obito tells you a bedtime story. So can I? I'll just tell you about my childhood. Okay, Fei Yu instantly became interested. Hearing what Madara said with his own ears was much better than seeing it with his own eyes. Go home. Uchiha Madara carried Fei Yu on his shoulders, and slowly disappeared into the darkness. White Zetsu looked at the corpses scattered on the ground, gnashing his teeth and muttering to himself. There's so much meat. We can't finish it. Let's call Black Zetsu over too. Makoto were back. Mother, brother. The voices of Fugaku and Itachi could be heard from inside the Fugaka's yard. Makoto quickly put on her clothes and anxiously walked out of the room. You are finally back. Why are you so late? What does Madara-sama want to see you about? Nothing much. Just told us some lost secrets of the Uchiha. Fugaku and Itachi looked at each other. They were not going to tell Makoto about the transplant of Hashirama's cells. They also wanted to keep the root attack on Uchiha a secret. Oh, that's good. I thought Madara-sama asked you to do something dangerous. Makoto patted his chest, and his nervousness gradually eased. Her husband and child appeared beside her safely, and she finally felt relieved. Fugaku sat at the door, taking off his shoes and preparing to go inside. We're so noisy and Sasuke hasn't woken up yet. His vigilance is terrible. Itachi smiled. Father, you're too hard on Sasuke. He's just a little boy, and it's normal for him to have a lot of sleep. After saying that, Itachi tiptoed towards the bedroom, afraid to disturb Sasuke. Makoto smiled as she packed up Fugaku and Itachi's shoes, then looked up and said, Itachi, Sasuke is training outside and not home. You don't have to be so cautious, what? Fugaku and Itachi were both shocked. Practice? You haven't come back yet so late. Looking at Fugaku and Itachi's panicked expressions, Makoto didn't care. He was a little worried about you guys and couldn't sleep, so he went out to distract himself with training. What's wrong with you? Isn't this normal? Don't he and Itachi go out every night? It's okay at other times, but today is different. The tribe's territory was invaded by the Root organization, but fortunately Fugaku and others arrived in time and stopped them outside. Judging from the working style of the Root organization, everything around it should have been checked long ago. Sasuke, there's a high probability of danger. Itachi's heart tightened, and he quickly put on his shoes and ran out the door. Dad, Mom, I'm going to go get Sasuke. Don't worry. Looking at Itachi's anxious back, Makoto was slightly startled. Husband, what's wrong with Itachi? Did something happen outside? Uchiha Fugaku had a serious expression on his face. After a moment of silence, he sighed slightly. It's okay. Maybe Itachi missed his brother too much after not seeing him for a day. Don't worry, Itachi will bring Sasuke back soon. In the woods next to the clan's territory, Itachi's figure quickly shuttled through the trees. He had only one destination, which was the place where he and Sasuke usually practiced. Sasuke, please don't get into any trouble. Itachi prayed in his mind, and soon, he came to a clearing in the woods. We have arrived at the training ground. The surroundings were unusually quiet. Even the usual chirping of insects and birds could not be heard. Instead, I could faintly hear the sound of a snake spitting out its tongue. Sasuke, Itachi shouted loudly while looking around. No one responded. Suddenly, he found two people lying on top of the boulder. It's Izumi and Sasuke. He was very familiar with this huge rock. Every time Uchiha Izumi came with a fruit basket, they would sit on the rock together to eat fruit and rest. Seeing Sasuke so close to him, uncertain whether he was dead or alive, Itachi felt heartbroken. He wanted to rush over, but his naturally calm mind told him that he must carefully explore the surrounding environment to prevent hidden traps. At this time, gusts of cold wind were blowing violently. A hoarse voice came with the wind. TSK, TSK, TSK. Itachi, I knew you'd take the bait if I used your brother and friends as bait. Hearing this, Uchiha Itachi's expression darkened. He was very familiar with this voice. It's Orochimaru's voice. Is it you? Watching Orochimaru approaching him quietly, Itachi knew that he was a dangerous person and asked in a cold voice, What do you want from me? Orochimaru licked his lips with his long tongue. Of course it's to get you. Itachi, I really like your body. Let's discuss this. I'll take your brother Sasuke's and that girl's lives in exchange for yours. How about that? What do you want with my body? To achieve eternal life, of course. Orochimaru spread his hands openly, his expression filled with enthusiasm. You are the perfect vessel that I need to realize my ideals. Come, become one with me, and you will experience a pleasure you have never experienced in your life. Itachi remained unmoved and looked at him coldly. Don't say such irrelevant things anymore. I'll say it again, let my brother go. Hee. Orochimaru smiled playfully, and a giant snake suddenly emerged from his sleeve, opened its bloody mouth, and wrapped around Sasuke's body. Itachi, I don't want to fight you. I'd be sad if there were any flaws on your body. Just do as I say, otherwise your brother's life will be. Fiste. You are so naive, Orochimaru. Itachi's brows twitched, and the next second, everything the two of them saw changed instantly. This is... Orochimaru suddenly found that he could not move his body, and he didn't wrap the snake around Sasuke. The positions were reversed, and Sasuke and Izumi appeared behind Itachi. Illusion? Damn it, when... Orochimaru's eyes widened, unable to believe what was happening before his eyes. Foolish Orochimaru, no matter what you do in front of my eyes, it's useless. Chapter 47. Uchiha Itachi. Orochimaru was filled with emotion. Even at such a young age, he has the ability to play with me in the palm of his hand. He is worthy of being the person I have chosen. He. Orochimaru buried his head in laughter. I was careless today, Itachi one day. I will get you. Bang. Orochimaru turned into a puff of smoke and disappeared. Orochimaru's presence could no longer be detected within 4 weeks. Itachi didn't plan to give chase. The most important thing now was the condition of Sasuke and Izumi. Sasuke. Izumi. Uchiha Itachi quickly jumped onto the rock and picked Sasuke up. He placed his hand on Sasuke's chest. Can feel the heartbeat. My brother is still alive. Izumi's situation is the same as Sasuke's. It seems that he just fainted and is not seriously injured. Itachi breathed a sigh of relief, his heart finally at ease. Shadow clone technique. Itachi created a clone, and the original and the clone each held Sasuke and Izumi and returned to the Uchiha clan's land. After his figure completely disappeared, Obito appeared faintly from the Uzumaki on the boulder. Also present was Ju, who emerged from the ground. White Zetsu. TSK. I never thought Orochimaru would target Uchiha Itachi. What on earth is that guy trying to do? He's already in the Akatsuki organization, and he's still so dishonest. Obito. He is indeed a dangerous guy. The reason why Nagato recruited him into the organization was to keep him by his side, so that he could better monitor him. Black Zetsu. Speaking of which, Uchiha Itachi is very powerful in his own right. Now with the blessing of Hashirama's cells, he will be a very good chess piece if he can be used perfectly. Obito shook his head. Although he's young, his mind is as delicate as a Kaga-level character. It's difficult to make him obey orders. Hearing this, Black Zetsu laughed sinisterly. It doesn't matter. The Uchiha clan is already in the hands of Madara-sama, and Fugaku is quite obedient. Even if Itachi has his own ideas in the future, isn't Sasuke still here? My younger brother, Sasuke, is his weak spot. Besides, our cause is for the good of the Uchiha clan. Without our help, this clan would have been wiped out by Konoha long ago. Obito. White Zetsu. Little Obito, what are you going to do next? Obito. The first priority is to form the Akatsuki organization, and then have them take over some of the dark missions that are shameful to other countries, so as to increase the hatred between the countries. Mist Shinobi, the Water Nation, one of the 5 great nations, is almost ruined. Other countries are not far from this level of treatment. White Zetsu. Once your blueprint is complete, Madara-sama should be able to return to his prime. Black Zetsu. Yes, this world will eventually become what we want it to be. Hearing this, Obito was silent for a moment, and his heart suddenly wavered. Honestly speaking, it's a pity for Fei Yu, such a gifted child. Black Zetsu was stunned. Obito, you don't want to back out, do you? What's the pity? Fei Yu can live well in the dream, and Madara-sama won't snatch him from you. In the dream, Lin and Fei Yu are both yours. Isn't that wonderful? Lin. Hearing this name, Obito's eyes became firm again. Yes, even if I like Fei Yu so much, I still have a more important mission, which is to correct this wrong world. If everyone could live in their dreams, there would be no more disputes in the world. Black Zetsu nodded in satisfaction. That's right. He has his own little plans. Black Zetsu knew exactly what the outcome of Infinite Tsukuyomi would be. He also likes Fei Yu and secretly plans a way out for Fei Yu's future. When Infinite Tsukuyomi was activated, Black Zetsu planned to use Madara to resurrect his mother Kaguya, and then let his mother remove Fei Yu's infinite Tsukuyomi. Judging from Fei Yu's appearance, Hui Uruchi will definitely like him. By then, the three of them will be able to live a good life and even create a new world. How beautiful! Black Zetsu fantasizes about that day all the time. Until that day comes, he has only one mission. That is to firmly stabilize the hearts of Madara and Obito and never let them waver and ruin his good deeds. Obito was actually okay. Black Zetsu's biggest concern right now is Madara. Now Madara's thoughts have begun to waver. Actually, I'm not really wavering. I just live simply for Fei Yu. Nothing else seemed to matter to Madara. Unlike before, I always like to say the words wrong world. The appearance of Fei Yu gave Madara a sense of sustenance in reality again. This is not a good sign. It seems I have to be more careful in the future, Black Zetsu said to himself. On the other side, in Madara and Fei Yu's bedroom, it was Madara who was telling Fei Yu a bedtime story, but while she was telling the story, she fell asleep first. Listening to Madara's soft snoring, Fei Yu was extremely alert and couldn't fall asleep at all. It's not because Madara's story is bad, but because midnight is approaching. I am about to grow another year older. The long-awaited sign-in moment is coming. This made Fei Yu so excited that he couldn't sleep. 5, 4, 3. Fei Yu silently counted down the time in his head. 2, 1. Bite. The familiar system prompt sound rang out. Sign in. Fei Yu was a little impatient. He was too lazy to listen to the system's monotonous opening remarks. Ding. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 10 talent points. Talent points. Fei Yu was stunned. From now on, the host can add talent points to already acquired talents to help them upgrade, enhancing the abilities and effects of the talents. Talent points can be obtained through sign-in and system task rewards. Currently possessed talents: Son of Heaven, LV1, Life as Solid as a Rock, LV1, Extraordinary Enlightenment, LV1. Host can use talent points to enhance their favorite talents or distribute them evenly. The maximum talent level is 10, and the talent points required for each level increase in a regular pattern. The points required from LV1 to LV2 are 10 talent points. So many? It's so dark. I waited for a year to sign in before I got 10 talent points. Just enough to level up. If you want to maximize your talent, how long do you have to wait? The system sign-in rewards include everything. The items and amount of rewards depend entirely on probability and luck. Fei Yu's face darkened, and he was unable to refute. The system made this very clear. I can only say that I had bad luck this time. Only got a mere 10 talent points. But grasshopper legs are also meat, better than nothing. Fei Yu no longer paid attention to the system and turned to check the talents he possessed. The first level abilities of these 3 talents are already very strong literally. If it can be fully filled, it will take off, right? Fei Yu does not intend to distribute points evenly, and should focus on starting with the talents that are most useful to him. After thinking about it, Fei Yu set his sights on Life is as Solid as a Rock. The first level abilities of the other 2 talents are already very perverted, so there is no point in improving them at the moment. Only Life as Solid as a Rock is what we need most at the moment. Not only can it improve your own strength, it may also accelerate the rejuvenation of those around you. If my father were younger, I wouldn't have to stay in this damn place all day. Wouldn't it be wonderful to go out and let loose with Madara-san, who has returned to his prime? That's it. Fei Yu did not hesitate and invested all 10 talent points into the talent. Life is like a rock. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your talent, Life is Solid as a Rock, that has been upgraded to level 2. Life is as solid as a rock, LV2. Effect 1. Your destiny becomes as solid as stone, immune to all poisons and diseases. Without external interference, your lifespan will reach 1,000 years. You also gain the ability to regenerate, and even if you survive, damaged organs and limbs can regenerate within an hour. Effect 2. Every creature that comes into contact with you for a long time will receive buffs such as extended lifespan, enhanced physical fitness, healing of old injuries, and renewed vitality, with the effects doubled compared to level 1. Note: if you leave your body for an extended period, the buffs will disappear, but healed organs and limbs will not decline. Both of these effects have achieved quite good improvements. Fei Yu was very satisfied. What surprised him most was that his body could now regenerate. This is only at level 2. Duh. Chapter 48. Son, why aren't you asleep yet? Madara's voice brought Fei Yu back to his senses. Dad, well, be good. Come closer to me, lie in my arms, and rest your head on my arm. Madara held Fei Yu tightly in her arms. My dear, I don't know why, but my body feels warm whenever I hold you in my arms. This feeling is even stronger now. All the muscles and bones in my body seem to be reforged and are unobstructed. Fei Yu understood that this was the effect of life as solid as a rock LV2. He was also surprised. He didn't expect that Madara could feel it so quickly. It seems that the improvement effect is really obvious. Dad, I believe you will be able to return to your youthful state soon. Then you must take me out to play. Ha, fine. We can go wherever you want. As long as you like, the whole world is yours. Your father never tells lies. Go to sleep, The next day, Madara and Fei Yu just woke up and saw Obito standing straight beside their bed. Madara was sleeping so soundly with Fei Yu in her arms that she didn't even notice when Obito entered the bedroom. How did you get in? Madara shouted. Obito pointed to his eyes. As long as I have eyes, I can go wherever I want. From now on, you are not allowed to enter my bedroom without my permission. This is not just a grumpiness after waking up. Madara is really angry. Where's Danzo at the door? What are you doing? You didn't even bother to call out when someone came into the room. Obito completely ignored Madara's scolding and sat next to Fei Yu. Little Fei Yu, today it's finally your turn to accompany you. Black Zetsu turned into a puddle of mud and slipped through the crack of the door. Yes, I have waited for this day for too long. In this small family, Fei Yu is a real hot commodity. However, under the tyranny of Madara, the dads can only let Fei Yu play with them one day a week, and only during the day. For the rest of the time, Madara almost never lets go. No, before Fei Yu could speak, Madara directly rejected Obito and Black Zetsu with a cold face. Today is little Fei Yu's birthday. You have to accompany me. Old man, don't go too far. Obito was unwilling. We only have one day a week to be alone with little Fei Yu. Are you going to deprive us of this right? The rules cannot be broken. White Zetsu popped his head out from underground. That's right. Lord Madara, please listen to the people's voice. Madara said disdainfully, Humph. My rules are the rules. You evil Uchiha stinking old den. I'll do it myself. What did you say to me? Are you going to rebel? Do you dare to say it again? I said you were evil. The two were on the verge of a fight, and Fei Yu immediately tried to smooth things over. Daddy, please stop fighting. Today is my birthday. Seeing Fei Yu speak, Obito didn't say anything more. He and Master Madara looked at each other, their gazes focused, and a strong electric current seemed to be condensed between them. Times two the two of them turned their heads away, neither wanting to pay attention to the other. Alas, Fei Yu shook his head and sighed helplessly. On one side are the dads, and on the other side are the nannies. It's really hard to be fair. Get the maximum balance. Dad, don't be angry. Fei Yu first coaxed Madara. There's nothing wrong with the dad's request. They truly care about your son. Since they only have this one day a week, let me spend time with them. I promise I'll come back when the sun goes down, and we'll celebrate your birthday together. After saying that, Fei Yu turned to look at Obito and Ju. Daddy just wanted to celebrate my birthday so badly. He loves me so deeply. You all know what kind of person Daddy is. He never acts arbitrarily. Aren't there enough instances of arbitrary decisions? Obito and Zetsu complained in their hearts in surprising unison. But despite their complaints, Obito and Ju knew that Fei Yu was trying his best to ease the relationship and was speaking to them. Seeing Fei Yu winking at him, Obito understood and reluctantly admitted his mistake to Madara. Madara, I just called you a stinky old man. To be honest with you, I was wrong. Madara instantly flew into a rage. Is this your attitude of admitting your mistake? If it weren't for the fact that you're Fei Yu's nanny, believe it or not, I would have asked you to see Lin right away. Seeing that the situation was not good, Obito immediately activated Kimui and absorbed Fei Yu into the different space. Madara noticed Fei Yu's breath disappearing and knew it was Obito's doing. Boy, give my son back to me. Now, right now. Obito chuckled. Old dang. According to the rules you set, Fei Yu will belong to me and Jude during the day. I will send him back to you in the evening. Goodbye. Despite Madara's attempts to stop him, Obito released Kamui again until his body disappeared. Lord Madara, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first. After saying that, Black Zetsu, a puddle of black mud, crawled out from the crack of the door. White Zetsu retreated underground while soothing him. Bye-bye, Lord Madara. Don't worry. We will take good care of little Fei Yu. The way these guys left was more unique than the other. It's a rebellion. It's a total rebellion. If you don't send my precious son back before dinner, you know what will happen. Grandpa Madara put on his clothes and walked out of the bedroom door angrily. Looking at Danzo lying at the door with an honest look on his face, Madara shouted, "What are you looking at? You're having a hard time even guarding the door. You're worthy of being Tobarama's apprentice. You have no food to eat today." Danzo looked aggrieved. Woof. In front of the gate of the Uchiha clan, Space Uzumaki appeared out of thin air, and Obito came out from it holding Fei Yu. "Daddy, where are we going to play today?" Obito pinched Fei Yu's nose lovingly. "When I finish my work today, I will take you wherever you want to go. Then let's go eat some special snacks." "No problem." The two chatted as they walked towards the Uchiha tribe's territory. When the Uchiha people passing by saw Fei Yu, they would stop and greet him. "Fei Yu is so grown up. Well, you guys worked hard farming. It's not hard. It's not hard. As long as you enjoy your meal, we will be at ease." Since Grandpa Madara showed his prowess, the tribesman's attitude towards Grandpa Madara and his son Fei Yu has changed dramatically. It turns out that he was in awe on the surface but doubting in his heart. Now it is pure admiration, coming from the bottom of my heart. Madara's absolute strength completely conquered them. Having such an awesome father, the son naturally benefits from it. A moment later, the two arrived at Uchiha Fugaku's doorstep. "Daddy, what are you doing here?" "I have something to ask Itachi. I want him to join my organization." Indoor. Fugaku, Mikoto, and others gathered in the living room, and Uchiha Yaomi was also present. He came here specifically to heal Sasuke and Izumi. After using the medical ninjutsu, Yahweh said respectfully, "Master, they will wake up soon. They were just drugged and are not seriously injured." "Well, that's good." Fugaku breathed a sigh of relief. "This Orochimaru, he disappeared from the village for so long. I didn't expect him to show up here. And he wants to attack Sasuke and Izumi. What on earth is he going to do?" Fugaku was filled with anger, and he felt very distressed when he saw Sasuke's expression. Uchiha Itachi stood aside with an expressionless face. He did not tell his family that Orochimaru coveted his body. "It's also because I don't want them to worry." He blamed himself for having implicated Sasuke and Izumi because of his own faults. Fugaku felt someone coming and quickly turned around, only to see Obito carrying Fei Yu and walking towards the living room. Adult Fei Yu Obito? Looking at Obito in front of him, Fugaku's eyes were complicated. Until now, he found it hard to believe that the person in front of him was the chattering kid from the past. "Fugaku, I have something to ask you." Obito said straight to the point. "I have an organization called Akatsuki, which was founded to serve Madara's great cause. This organization needs the power of your son, Uchiha Itachi. From today on, let him join in." Before Fugaku could speak, Uchiha Itachi refused directly. "Sorry, I don't want to go for the time being." Madara's plan had nothing to do with him. Itachi just wanted to stay by Sasuke's side and protect him attentively. Obito narrowed his eyes slightly, looked at the unconscious Sasuke, and said quietly, "Itachi, you will go. Orochimaru is a member of Akatsuki. Don't you want to see him again?" Hearing this name, a trace of imperceptible murderous intent flashed between Itachi's pupils. After a moment of silence, Itachi spoke softly. "Okay, I'll join." Chapter 49. At the border of Rain Shinobi, on a hidden stone mountain, Obito, holding Fei Yu's hand, appeared in front of the stone gate along with Uchiha Itachi. "We're here. This is Akatsuki's base." It seemed like someone inside had noticed Obito's arrival, and with bursts of roars, the huge stone door slowly opened. Inside the stone gate, there is endless darkness. As they walked, Obito reminded him, "In this organization, I will call myself Madara. I may need to use other names when I need to show up in the future." I hope you can cooperate and not reveal your true identity. Itachi nodded and said nothing. Obito was stunned by this and asked curiously, "Don't you want to ask me why I'm hiding my identity?" Uchiha Itachi said calmly, "You must have your reasons for doing this. I don't want to know things that I don't care about. Besides, when you want to talk about it, you will tell me without me asking." Hearing this, Obito murmured in his heart, "This guy is really unpredictable." Soon, we arrived at the hall. In front of the wall, there is a huge statue. Uchiha Itachi's eyes were completely attracted by the statue, and he was reluctant to look away for a long time. He couldn't help but ask, "What is this statue for?" In the darkness, Pain and Konan slowly appeared. Pain. It's called the Ghetto statue, and it's the shell of the most powerful weapon of Warpoint 10 Tails. 10 Tails. Itachi was secretly surprised. This thing called 10 Tails really does exist. But what surprised Itachi even more was Pain's eyes. Purple eyes, mosquito coil-like stripes. The person who possesses the Rinnegan that Obito mentioned must be him. Rinnegan and 10 Tails body. Today I saw all the legendary things with my own eyes. Itachi's heart was already stirring, but his expression remained expressionless. "You must be Uchiha Itachi, right? Welcome to join us. My name is Pain, and I'm the leader of Akatsuki." Pain walked up to Itachi and introduced himself in a low voice. "The person next to me is Konan, also a member of the organization." Konan looked at Itachi's features coldly, his brow furrowed. "It's time to change your forehead protector." Whoosh! A piece of white paper quickly passed across Itachi's forehead. Itachi didn't even blink. He knew that Konan didn't mean to hurt him. The next moment, a deep scratch was made on the Konoha symbol on Itachi's forehead protector. Konan took back the paper and whispered, "This way. It's much more comfortable to look at." With that, Pain and Konan turned and left. "Pain, Itachi, come with me, and I'll introduce you to the other members of the organization. I'll assign you a partner, and from now on, you'll carry out missions as a two-person team." Itachi said nothing and followed quietly. Soon, Fei Yu and Obito were the only ones left in the hall. "Okay, Xiao Fei Yu, I'm done with my work for today. Let's go, I'll take you to eat." "Wait, Obito. Let me go in and take a look. I want to see the other members of the Akatsuki organization." As expected of Xiao, his aura is really strong. Fei Yu was very excited by the temperament of Pain and Konan just now. So cool. If someone doesn't have the halo of a protagonist, these people from Xiao will definitely be able to achieve great things. How could Obito refuse Fei Yu's request? "Okay, since you want to go, I'll take you there to have a look." Indoor. The door opened, revealing all the current members of Akatsuki. Biwa Juzo, Akajisawa, Orochimaru, and Kakuzu. Next to Kakuzu stood a silly character. He is very tall, with strong limbs, and looks like a supporting actor. Fei Yu tugged at the corner of Obito's clothes, signaling him to bend down. Obito bent down, and Fei Yu leaned close to Obito's ear and asked curiously, "Daddy, who is that guy?" Obito shook his head. "I don't know either. He was recruited by Pain in the past couple of days. He's now partnered with Kakuzu." Oh, Fei Yu has an impression. He remembered that before Kakuzu met Haiden, all of Kakuzu's partners died at his own hands. It seems that this supporting role is not far from death. Seeing Itachi's appearance, Orochimaru's expression was instantly filled with greed. "Ah, isn't this Itachi? Long time no see, TSK TSK. Oh, Orochimaru." Itachi clenched his fists and hid them behind his back. He really wanted to get rid of the guy who hurt his brother right now, but he knew that now was not the time. As long as you join this organization, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Pain, he's a new member of Akatsuki, Uchiha Itachi. Speaking of which, he's from the same hometown as Orochimaru. But fellow countrymen mean nothing to the organization. You now belong only to Akatsuki, a member of Akatsuki. Akatsuki's goal is to achieve true peace in the world. Therefore, we do not ask about origins, but only recruit outstanding ninjas to join us. We have no hometown. We have forgotten our hometown. We deny our hometown. The Akatsuki that will replace all nations and villages will rule the world. After a passionate opening speech, Pain looked at Biwa Juzo. "Juzo, Itachi is your partner now." "Okay, that's all I have to say. Everyone can go back to their tasks." for the sake of our great cause. Disperse. Duh. Chapter 50. Huh? Why is there a cute little kid here? Just as the Akatsuki members were about to leave, Orochimaru suddenly noticed Fei Yu standing behind Conan. Pain glanced at Orochimaru and said, "Don't ask about things that have nothing to do with you." Hearing Orochimaru being scolded, the red sand scorpion hidden in the scarlet amber uttered a series of hoarse sneers. After being confronted, Orochimaru said nothing, but just raised the corners of his mouth and smiled awkwardly. Bang, bang, bang. The members turned into a cloud of smoke and dispersed one after another. Pain said to Obito, "Madara, I feel your son is very talented. Are you interested in having him join the Akatsuki organization?" Upon hearing this, Obito shouted, "Join? Please explain clearly." He originally had a part in this organization. While the two were talking, Fei Yu and Conan were already chatting animatedly. Looking at Fei Yu's face, Conan felt closer and closer. "Xiao Fei Yu, don't call me auntie. Just call me Sister Conan from now on, okay?" Conan, so obedient. Conan gently pinched Fei Yu's cheek and praised with a smile. Obito looked at Pain and said in a deep voice, "Now the Akatsuki organization has formed a certain scale, but the number of members is not enough." Pain nodded. "I understand that. I'm already looking for the right person. Deidara of Awagakure is a good ninja. Obito, I also think highly of Hoshigaki Kisame of Miss Shinobi. His personality is very much in line with the Akatsuki organization. Pain, Miss Shinobi is your territory. Recruiting him should be easy for you." "Well," Obito nodded, "it's just a matter of time." After the two discussed it, they noticed Fei Yu and Conan next to them. Seeing Conan's change of his usual aloofness, Pain said quietly, "Madara, your son is extraordinary. I've never seen Conan treat strangers like this before. She's a very closed person, except to her close friends." Obito chuckled when he heard this. "Of course I know this. My son's affinity is not comparable to that of ordinary people. Okay, I've said everything I need to say. I have to go now. Today is my son's birthday." After saying that, Obito walked to Fei Yu's side. "Son, let's go." "Okay," Fei Yu nodded, turned around and greeted, "Sister Conan, Brother Pain, see you next time." "Well, go ahead," Conan chuckled softly. Fire Country, Konoha Village, Hokage's office. Led by 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, Mitokado Hamura, Uchiha Koharu, and Namikaze Minato gathered in the office, their expressions grim. Sarutobi Hiruzen put down his pipe and exhaled a puff of smoke. Danzo disappeared. "You all know about this." Everyone present understood tacitly. Not only him, all the root ninjas disappeared. Mitokado Hamura sighed and continued, "I'm just guessing now. Maybe Danzo defected from Konoha because he didn't get the position of Hokage and he was resentful." Danzo disappeared, and all the senior leaders thought that he had defected from the village. After all, with his strength, no one would believe that he was forced to disappear. What's more, there is a group of subordinates following him. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed deeply. There have been so many strange things happening recently. I know Danzo. Although he can be a bit extreme, I don't believe he would defect from the village. But the facts are before my eyes, and I have nothing to say. I can only say, I was wrong. I didn't expect that he would leave the village just because he didn't get the position of Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a little guilty. As soon as he came to power, Konoha lost an admiral. Uchiha Koharu. Now that things have come to this, there's no point in blaming ourselves. We should send some people to secretly investigate Danzo's current location. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Of course I know about this. I have already sent 10 elite ninja teams to investigate Danzo's whereabouts, but so far, there has been no news. Mitokado Hamura. Given Danzo's strength, if he wants to hide, no matter how many people we send, we will probably return empty-handed. Namikaze Minato. I believe that Danzo-sama would not do this. There may be something fishy going on here. Forget it. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed helplessly. No matter what, the disappearance of Danzo and all the root ninjas is an indisputable fact. The only thing we can do now is to protect the village and prevent any more accidents. As the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen attaches great importance to political achievements. He doesn't want to have any stain that would be criticized by others. After a moment of contemplation, Sarutobi Hiruzen changed the subject and said, "Recently, I want to sign an alliance agreement with Sunagakure of the Wind Country. What do you think about this?" Uchiha Koharu, "Of course I agree. As one of the 5 great nations, the Wind Country is quite powerful. I also heard that 4th Kazakage Raza possesses the ability to refine gold. As an ally with them, we are sure to make a profit." Mitokado Hamura, "Koharu is right. I agree with that." After saying that, several old guys looked at Namikaze Minato at the same time. Namikaze Minato scratched his head awkwardly and smiled. "Huh. Haha. I don't have any objection either." "Well, it's settled then." Sarutobi Hiruzen picked up the handwritten letter on the table. "If you have no objection, I will implement this partnership immediately." "Yeah, sure." Uchiha Koharu and Mitokado Hamura nodded at the same time. "Okay, let's do it." Sarutobi Hiruzen casually called out, and an Umbu member instantly appeared in front of him. "Hokage-sama, you were looking for me?" "Yes." Sarutobi Hiruzen wrapped his handwritten letter inside the scroll and handed it to the Umbu ninja. "I want each of you to keep the mission of finding Danzo in mind. Also, give this scroll to the communications department and have them send it to the Kingdom of Wind." "Understood." After accepting the mission, the Umbu members turned into a cloud of smoke and disappeared in the blink of an eye. In the village, in front of the meatball shop, Asuma, Might Guy, Yuhi Kurenai and others were leisurely eating meatballs. Not long after, Kakashi passed by. "Hey, Kakashi, come over and have something to eat," urged his friends. Kakashi turned his head and just glanced at it, without stopping, and walked away on his own. The deaths of Rin and Obito had a profound impact on his state of mind in recent years. Seeing Kakashi's back going away, Might Guy shouted, "Hey, Kakashi, don't you even say hello to your friends?" Kakashi seemed not to hear, his back getting farther and farther away. "Oh, this guy." Friends were very worried. "There's no point in worrying. When we became ninjas, we were prepared to lose our companions. This kind of thing is inevitable." Shiranui Gunma said this nonchalantly, holding a toothpick in his mouth. Seeing the atmosphere was a little sad and cold, Sarutobi Asuma took a bite of the meatball and changed the subject. "By the way, have you heard? Lord Danzo seems to be missing." "Oh, really?" Zihi Kurenai looked surprised. "Asuma, of course I won't lie to you. I heard it from my father myself at noon today." "Might Guy, strange things keep happening one after another. 6 months ago, the Uchiha clan disappeared, and now Danzo-sama is missing too. What's going on?" Everyone looked at each other. No one knew the reason. "Speaking of which, Itachi and Shursui, what a pity." Zaihong looked a little sad. "I was very optimistic about them, but I didn't expect they would actually leave the village." Hearing this, Sarutobi Asuma became a little jealous and reminded unhappily, "Hong, you may not know yet, according to gossip, Uchiha Shursui is dead." "What?" Everyone was shocked. "Who told you that?" "From what my father said, he was just guessing. Since the 3rd Hokage guessed so, it was probably true." Everyone fell into deep thought. "Why are you so pessimistic?" Seeing that everyone was deserted, Might Guy swallowed a meatball and shouted excitedly, "No matter what happens in the village, we are always Konoha's ninjas. We who possess the will of fire must never be so pessimistic. Everyone, get excited, this is youth." Duh.
If you're enjoying the story so far and want to hear the next parts, don't forget to like the video. It really helps the channel grow. And if you'd like me to continue the series, drop a comment below letting me know. Your feedback and support keep these audiobooks going strong. Thanks for listening, and I'll see you in the next one.